Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 151-200. Ellipsis. Chapter 151. This last fight begins, at the moment when the referee waved the flag. The two gave orders almost simultaneously. Fire-breathing dragon, throw flames. Shinado, energy ball. A flame beam and a black energy ball slammed into each other in the middle of the arena, making a loud noise. The explosion resounded, and countless smoke and dust shrouded the game field, so that neither side could see each other. Suddenly, the thick fog in front of Shinado dissipated, and an orange figure rushed in front of it, with a giant black claw condensed on his right hand, which was the only ghost skill that fire-breathing dragon could acquire. 87 Claws of the Shadow. Luokan raised his brows, as expected of someone who had participated in the challenge of the four heavenly kings. He relied on the energy ball and the smoke from the jet flame as a cover, and then used the shadow claw to make a surprise attack. You must know that the shadow claw of the ghost type is very important to the superpower type. The Shinado has double damage, but if he is hit, it will definitely be more effective. But he underestimated Shinado's responsiveness. At the moment when the fire-breathing dragon approached, it used teleportation and disappeared directly into the arena. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion seemed to have expected this result. He looked at the arena with a pair of eyes, and suddenly he flashed. Fire-breathing dragon, left. Dragon's tail. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, and its tail threw a series of sounds in the air, setting off an air current, and its tail twitched away at a very fast speed. At this time, Shinado had just flashed out of the void when he saw the tail attacking him, making it too late to activate teleportation again. At the critical moment, Luokan's voice came, Mysterious Guardian. A transparent protective cover shrouded it, but after all, it was formed in a hurry. The dragon's tail was drawn on it, only blocking it for a moment. After removing part of the power of the dragon's tail, the entire protective cover shattered like a mirror. The dragon's tail slammed hard on Shinado, and Shinado was shot and flew out in an instant. Xanadu, hold on. Shinado adjusted her figure in midair and landed on the ground. Although the mysterious guardian had removed the power of the dragon's tail just now, after all, it was the full blow of the fire-breathing dragon at the peak of the king, and Shinado was still seriously injured. Xanaduo, heal the fluctuations. Shinado made an ethereal sound, and green energy floated up on the surface of its body, healing the injury it had just suffered. Luokan looked at the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion, and his eyes were a little condensed. Heavy, just now he actually guessed where Shinado appeared after using teleportation. His insight, or intuition, is indeed very strong. Shinado and fire-breathing dragon are both elves at the peak of the king. There is no restraint in the attributes of the two elves. The outcome of the two is between 5 and 5, but in general, fire-breathing dragon may be stronger. It is Red, the original elf of the Lotus Pavilion owner, with very rich combat experience. Moreover, it has been with the owner of the Red Lotus for more than 10 years, and the two have long been very familiar with each other, and they almost have a heart-to-heart connection. Therefore, Shinado has a low chance of winning. But Luokan smiled. The premise of winning is that the two elves are at the same level. If Shinado's level is higher than that of the fire-breathing dragon, then the odds are different. He said solemnly. Sanato, Mega Evolution. Sanaiduo whispered. The multicolored spiritual power poured out of it and turned into filaments, and the dusty three-goose jade writing wheel eye also emerged from his eyes uncontrollably, and the spiritual power turned into filaments to greet him. Going up, the spiritual powers of the two are connected to each other in midair. In an instant, Shinado was enveloped by the evolved white light, and the whole person turned into a ball of light. Soon, Shinado reappeared from the white light, with a big fluffy black dress, a pair of golden eyes, and a very astonishing aura. After Mega, its rank has briefly surpassed the Heavenly King and reached the champion. In terms of momentum, he was far ahead of the fire-breathing dragon, and firmly suppressed the momentum of the fire-breathing dragon. However, the moment it appeared, an illusory blood moon flashed behind it, and the blood moon quickly dissipated, lasting less than half a second. Luokan's eyes suddenly shrank. Although the blood moon lasted for less than a second and then disappeared, Luokan saw very clearly that it was not a blood moon, but a writing wheel with 3 eyes. Guyu's writing wheel. He looked at Shinado after the mega, and finally determined. This is not the evolution of the mega, but the evolution of the bond. Although there are all kinds of doubts in his heart, but now is not the time to think about this, it directly ordered, teleportation. Shu tilde. The dark shadow disappeared in a flash, and it appeared behind the fire-breathing dragon. Shadow ball. Black energy surged from his body, condensed into a black ball of light, and pressed it directly toward the backpack between the fire-breathing dragon's wings. Boom. The fire-breathing dragon didn't even have time to react. Everything happened between the electric light and flint, and a huge force rushed in. When it came back to its senses, it realized that it had been blasted away. Fire-breathing dragon, hold on, lift off. In the face of Shinado, who has already reached the championship level, the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion also knows that head-to-head is not an opponent. He is ready to distance himself and use the advantage of the fire-breathing dragon to fly to gain an advantage in the air. The fire-breathing dragon stabilized its body in midair, flapping its wings and trying to take off. Luokan raised his brows. Want to take off? Ask me if you have ever. Chapter 152. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon flapping its wings and trying to lift off into the sky, Luo Chen said to Shinado, mind power, a mobilization technique. Sana's golden eyes flashed brightly, and her thoughts poured out to wrap the fire-breathing dragon, binding it, her entire body stagnant in midair, and her wings couldn't flap, as if it was poured into cement. Magic leaf. The words of falling dust floated over from a distance. The energy on Shinado's body rose, and countless leaves composed of black energy appeared all over the body. These leaves whistled, overwhelming the sky and swarming towards the fire-breathing dragon like locusts, driving the air to finally form a completely composed of energy leaves. Tornado. The tornado enveloped the fire-breathing dragon, and the energy leaves kept hitting the fire-breathing dragon. Under the action of the wind, the power was amazing. Fire-breathing dragon, use hot air. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon was unbearably in pain. It got rid of the shackles of its mind power. The flames on the tail flame were soaring. It flapped its wings, and the rolling heat waves emanated from it, forming a scorching hot wind. The hot wind blew on the energy leaf, breaking the leaf tornado. Teleport. Luokan ordered again, and Shinado launched teleportation and came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Shadow ball. In its hand, a black ball of light condensed again. It was incomparably dark and captivating. It pressed directly towards the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Boom. As if a meteor fell to the ground, the fire-breathing dragon smashed directly onto the ground, smashing a big pit on the field, and the smoke filled the air. Suddenly. Roar. There was a roar in the pit, and the orange flame on the fire-breathing dragon's tail had turned blue. This was a manifestation of its extreme anger. Once the fire-breathing dragon was angry, the tail flame of its tail would turn blue. The power will also increase dramatically. Flame charge. Its whole body was burning with scalding flames, its feet kicked on the ground collapsed, and the soil splashed, and its whole person hit Shinado like a tank. Momentary movement tilde. Shinado flashed away. Shadow claw. The fire-breathing dragon condensed 2 huge black claws on its hands, and it slapped towards Shinado. Predict future. Shinado's eyes flickered, and the fire-breathing dragon's attack route clearly emerged in his mind. It strolled leisurely under the former's stormy attack, avoiding the fire-breathing dragon's attack with indescribable ease and comfort. The fire-breathing dragon didn't even touch the corner of its clothes half a point. Not far away, the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion was a little shocked. Is this the gap between the champion and the Heavenly King? The difference in strength is too great, it is simply a mote. Shinado, teleport. It launched teleportation again and came behind the fire-breathing dragon. Shadow ball. The shadow ball in his hand was still pressed towards the back between the wings. Be careful, dodge. Not too long ago, the fire-breathing dragon has already been hit twice. The moment Shinado disappeared, it was already vigilant in its heart, and quickly spread its wings and flew into the air. The shadow ball hit the air and hit the ground, blasting a big hole in the sky. Fire-breathing dragon, use the dragon's fury with all your strength. A huge beam of energy condensed in front of its mouth, hot and dazzling. Shinado, end the battle, destroy the death light. The energy on Sanado's body surged, and a huge white light beam condensed in front of her. Soon, the two beams converged at the same time, and Chi-Chi blasted out towards the other side. In the end, they collided in midair. Boom! This arena space is constantly shaking, the magma is bursting, the energy in the sky fluctuates recklessly, and the void generates electricity, as if two nuclear bombs collided in the sky. The white light became eternal. Destruction of Deathlight and Dragon Fury were deadlocked for a few seconds, and soon the balance was broken. The destruction of the Deathlight began to advance the Dragon's Fury. Boom boom boom. In the end, the destruction of the Deadlight completely pushed the dragon's anger back, and the fire-breathing dragon was violently knocked out and embedded into the wall of the arena. The stone wall turned into a white light and shot towards the sky. As for the fire-breathing dragon, it slipped off the wall and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The game is over, the gym challenger wins. Aside, the referee announced the result. The owner of the Red Lotus Hall put away the fire-breathing dragon, still with horror in his eyes. As expected, as Oshing said, "You are a freak, I have done a moment of silence for the players of this quartz competition. XXX. Here, this is the Red Lotus badge." He handed Luo Chen a badge that seemed to be on fire. Ding! Congratulations to the host badge, a green lottery ticket will be awarded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting all 8 badges and rewarding a black lottery ticket. The moment it took over the badge, the system prompt sounded in Luoken's mind, which made him a little surprised. He didn't expect to collect all 8 badges and give away black lottery tickets. Thanks. You should be the Mega Evolution of the Carlos region, right? He pointed at Shinado and said. Indeed, the Carlos region was the first to discover Mega Evolution stones, and the Carlos region is also the region with the most Mega Evolution stones. When talking about Mega Evolution, the first thing that comes to people's minds is the Carlos region. Well, it's a Mega Evolution, and a fire-breathing dragon can also evolve a Mega. It also has 2 Mega forms. The owner of the Red Lotus Museum raised his brows. Really? He had only heard about Mega Evolution, but didn't go into it in depth. He didn't expect that fire-breathing dragons could also evolve Mega. He was a little surprised. That's right. After chatting with the owner of the Red Lotus Gym for a while, Luo Chen and the others left the Red Lotus Gym. At the entrance of the Red Lotus Gym, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym leaned against the door, looking at Luo Chen's back and sighed, "What a terrifying monster." At this moment, an old man with crutches, Qian Zhaozhao, appeared behind him. Looking at the old man, the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion said directly, "Dad, I'm going to go on a trip again tomorrow." The old man laughed and scolded, but there was relief in his eyes. "You bastard, you've only been back for a few days, and you're going to run away after the gym owner's addiction is over." "Yeah, I originally wanted to come back to take over the gym, but I found that the outside world is still wonderful. I'm going to travel to the Carlos area." "Okay, let's go." Ellipsis. In the next few days, Luoken accompanied Sharona and Lily to play around on Red Lotus Island. On Red Lotus Island, in a playground, Luo Chen was sitting on a Ferris wheel with 2 girls. Suddenly his communicator rang. It was Meow Meow. Luoken answered, and Meow Meow appeared on the screen. "What's wrong, Meow?" With an expression of excitement on Meow Meow's face, she said excitedly, "Boss, the genetic jade box has been cracked." Ellipsis. Chapter 153. Through the screen, it can be seen that Meow Meow is now in a research room, full of metal instruments. At this time, its eyebrows are deeply tired, as if it has not rested for several days, but its eyes are abnormally bright. With undisguised excitement. Hearing Meow Meow's words, Luo Chintang jumped up from the stool, overjoyed. It's been cracked. Just cracked it out. What's inside? I don't know, I'll tell you as soon as I crack it. Boss, do you want to come back? Okay, then I'll go back right away, and I'll open it when I go back. Luo Chen thought about it, and now that the badges are all gathered, it's time to go back to the island to have a look. Hanging up the phone, Luo Chen was also suppressing his inner excitement, facing Lily and Sharona. Said, let's go back to Junshin Town. Sharona and Lily naturally heard the message from the communicator, and Lily was a little surprised. Has the Jean Jade box been cracked? The Jean Jade box is in your hands. Sharona looked at Luo Chen. She had naturally heard of the famous Jean Jade box. Well, I got it by chance. Let's go back and see what's in the genetic jade box that the Shiroof family has missed for so long. After finishing speaking, Luokan opened the hatch of the Ferris wheel. At this time, the Ferris wheel was at the top. They released a fire-breathing dragon and a fierce bite land shark, and the three of them rode on it. One orange and one black figure cut through the sky above the playground and galloped towards the distant sky. Ellipsis. At noon the next day, in the sky above the sea not far from Junshin Town, two figures flew from a distance towards an island not far away. Looking at the island, Luo Chen nodded. Okay, let's fly over tilde. Just as the fire-breathing dragon and the fierce bite land shark were about to fly to the island, a water gun shot up from the sea and blocked their way. Woohoo tilde. There was movement on the sea, and the dense blue elves surfaced out of the sea. All of them were agate jellyfish and stinger jellyfish, and what followed was an incomparably huge figure drilling out of the sea, blowing up countless splashes. A stinging jellyfish like a hill. The ruby on its forehead lit up, its spiritual power swept across, and a thick voice came over, with a warning, it's private territory ahead, hurry up. Because Luokan was standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and one was in the air and the other was in the sea, the agate jellyfish did not see Luokan. It's me. Luo Chen smiled and hooked his head away. Luokan. The giant stinging jellyfish was taken aback for a moment, and then there was joy in her voice. Are you back? The agate jellyfish swam over, and Luokan jumped directly on its head. Come on, let's go back to the island. The agate jellyfish waved its tentacles and swam towards Nashi Island not far away, followed by the fire-breathing dragon and the biting land shark. How about it? Are you still used to living here? Luokan sat cross-legged on its head, enjoying the sea breeze. It's just paradise. There is no place more suitable for us to live than this place. Onyx Jellyfish spoke with joy, and was obviously very satisfied with the current living environment. That's good. While chatting, they soon came to the coast of Nashi Island. Luokan jumped off the head of the giant stinger jellyfish, and the fire-breathing dragon and the stinging land shark also landed with Lily and Sharona, and they retracted their fire-breathing dragon and biting land shark. Luokan turned around and smiled at the giant stinging jellyfish. By the way, here's something for you, open your mouth. He walked forward, took out a small purple bottle from his bag, removed the cork, and under the puzzled eyes of stinger jellyfish, Luokan poured the liquid from the bottle into its mouth. Okay, feel it yourself, I'll go find Meow Meow first. Throwing away the bottle, Luo Chen waved at it. The puzzled giant stinger jellyfish was a little confused, not knowing what Luokan made him feel, but the next second, its body suddenly froze, and a warm current rose in the body, rushing towards the limbs and bones, and finally all of them converged in the ruby on its forehead. Feeling the change in his body, the giant stinger jellyfish's eyes widened. It found that its qualifications had been promoted from Heavenly King to Champion. It recovered and looked at Luokan's back with deep gratitude, because the qualifications it has been stuck at the stage of the king for a long time, and now it can finally march towards a higher level. Ellipsis. Luokan went to the island and came to the valley where there were super ancient ruins. In a corner of the valley, there is a temporary research room. Meow Meow is standing at the entrance of the research room. When she sees Luokan coming, it greets her. Diaresis boss, you are here. Looking at its dark circles, Luo Chen nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, let's hurry up and see what's in the Jean Jade box. Meow Meow Qian Jiao Jiao couldn't wait. Aha! They walked into the research room. There was a huge machine in the middle of the research room. The light on the machine was bright and there was a jet black box on it. Compared with before, the box has become completely different. There are data codes flashing on it, and streamers are flowing on it, which is very mysterious. Open it. Meow Meow walked up in 3 steps and 2 steps. She pressed her paw toward the top of the box, a groove collapsed, and the entire box was suspended, like a Rubik's Cube, constantly deforming and flipping in the air. In an instant, an incomparably strong white light emanated from the box, which was extremely dazzling. Boom! There was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Ellipsis. Chapter 154. The dazzling white light slowly dissipated, revealing the appearance of the research room again. Luokan and the others opened their eyes and looked, only to see 3 new things on the ground in the laboratory. The first one is a machine that is about 2 meters high and 1 meter long. This machine is full of science fiction. There is an empty slot in the center of the machine, as if something is to be placed. The second is an irregular rhombus-shaped transparent body, the size of a fist, and the texture is very similar to light yellow amber. The third is a boxy black box, which is no more than the size of a palm, but it is sealed and kept very tightly. Looking at the 3 things that appeared, Luo Chen and the others looked at each other in dismay. None of these 3 things were the same, they knew each other. They first opened the boxy black box. Inside the box lay an incomparably pitch-black elf ball. The whole body was black without a trace of mottled color. It has a great sense of weight, and the black poke ball has no gaps and is integrated, as if it was naturally generated. Luokan also tried to throw it, but it seemed that there was no elf in it, it was an empty elf ball. Luokan had never seen this black pokeball. Even in the original book, he had never seen such a strange pokeball. Putting down the pokeball, Luo Chen looked at the second item, a pale yellow irregular gem. What exactly is this? If I remember correctly, it should be a memory crystal. Sharona pointed to the irregular diamond-shaped gemstone. Memory crystal. Luokan, Lily, and Meow Meow were a little puzzled. Obviously, they were all hearing about memory crystals for the first time. Well, this is a very precious crystal. It is said to be made from the wooden body of Palkia, the god of space. A very precious thing. But although it is a crystal, it is better to say that it is an electronic product, which is full of dense circuits. This memory crystal can only be read by Rotom, who can be attached to various electronic products at will. And this memory crystal can only be bound to one Lotem. Once bound, only the bound Lotem can view the contents inside. The bound Rotom wants to see the contents inside, then, this memory crystal will believe in the self-destruction program. Sharona also has some regrets. She was able to use the extremely precious memory crystals to seal the data. At first glance, she knew that it contained very incredible data, but unfortunately they couldn't view the contents. But just when they felt pity, Shinado, who was beside him, whispered to Luokan and pointed to the memory crystal on the ground. Feeling the meaning expressed by Shinado, Luokan was stunned. Sanaduo, you mean you can crack it? It nodded. Luo Chen didn't hesitate and handed over the memory crystal. Anyway, he couldn't open the thing himself. It's better to let Shinado try it. Even if it doesn't work, it will cause the memory crystal to self-destruct. Shinado took the memory crystal, turned her head and made a soft call towards Luokan's backpack. Celebi flew out of the bag, tilted her neck and looked at Shinado in confusion. Shinado explained something to Celebi with his mental power. Celebi nodded like a chicken pecking rice, and flew to the computer beside him. Shinado took a deep breath and held the memory crystal in his hand. His golden eyes flashed with dazzling golden light, and his mental power poured into the memory crystal frantically. The humming sound, the inside of the crystal is very unstable, and it is constantly vibrating, as if it will shatter at any time. However, Shinado directly wrapped it with extremely strong mental power, so that it could not be broken. Shirabi, hurry up, I have forcibly broken it open. Compare tilde. Celebi made a crisp sound, and mental power also poured into the memory crystal, directly drawing out a light green mist. XXX. There are countless codes flickering on this pale green fog, and it keeps flickering in the air, which is very sci-fi and weird. The moment it came out, with a bang, the entire memory crystal collapsed and turned into crystal powder. Then, Celebi moved, and a light green object floated on its hand. It grabbed the data cable in front of the computer, and put the light green mist in its hand onto the data cable. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Tilde. The light green mist directly turned into countless data codes and got into the data line. The computer screen lit up, dense data came in, and a transmission readout appeared on the computer. 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. After a minute, all the data was transferred. It's hard work, Shinado, Celebi. Meow Meow couldn't wait to come to the computer and open the data file. The three of Luokan gathered around, and through the data, they also knew that the metal instrument was an ancient fossil resurrection device. The ancient fossil revival device, as the name suggests, is able to revive the ancient elf that has turned into a fossil. As for the black Pokeball in the boxy black box, there is no mention of it in this document. Soon, they browsed through all the data superficially, and they found that the data contained a lot of precious experimental data of Shaloof Company and the manufacture of some of their advanced products. Method. Although he has gained a lot, Luokan is a little puzzled. It is obviously a gene jade box, but there is no information related to genetic technology, so he is very confused. Meow Meow, do you think there will be hidden folders here? Luo Chen said. Let me see. Meow Meow's claws beat fast on the keyboard, but didn't find anything. Boss, no. No, there is. Luo Chen suddenly pointed at the screen and said, this file is something that was never seen before. He was referring to a folder with a very small icon, almost hidden, and if you didn't look carefully, you would really miss it. But Luokan has a writing wheel eye, and he can almost never forget it. He can guarantee that this folder is not there before, and it only appeared just now. Open it and see. Clicking on the document, a line of small characters jumped into Luokan's eyes. Human genetic modification technology. Looking at these words, Luo Chen's eyes shrunk to a point, and suddenly they had a bad premonition. Sichuan. Chapter 155. Opened the folder, and there was a file called Experimental Records. After opening it, the opening chapter was something like a slideshow, with several lines of characters on it. Why can elves have a long lifespan, but humans can't? Why can elves use various elements and skills, but humans can't? Since we humans are not born with these, why can't we create it ourselves? If the genes of the electric elf are injected into the human body, and then the genes of the human and the electric elf can be fused with each other using genetic technology, then whether humans can also use the electricity type trick, and will be able to live for thousands of years. Nine-tailed genes if injected into the human body, can humans also live for thousands of years? Click the mouse, the screen turns, a video screen appears, and the playback starts, with the title, First Experiment. The location is a large laboratory. There are several elf researchers in white coats busy. An elf researcher with a mask and a white coat and a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose appears in front of the camera. It seems that he is the talker in the research room. He swayed the camera. The camera started to rotate, and the picture flowed. I saw a large incubator in the laboratory, which was full of thick liquid body. There was a person in the incubator, with a red fruit upper body and several small tubes. The other end of these tubes is connected to the top of the incubator. Looking at the incubator, the researcher who fiddled with the camera before nodded. The experiment starts. Give me all the materials. The assistant next to him brought over a tray with a glass bottle on it, and the bottle was filled with golden liquid body. He picked up the liquid body and said to the camera, "The first human genetic experiment begins. The experimental gene, Pikachu. The experiment time is May 13th, 9 a.m. He pressed on the incubator. A container popped up on the incubator, removed the cork, poured all the golden liquid body in the bottle into it, and the container shrunk into the incubator again. Then, a touch of golden yellow appeared in the tubes that were inserted into the middle-aged man's body in the incubator, and a steady stream of golden liquid body was injected into the middle-aged man's body through the tubes. The man's body began to convulse violently. Put down the isolation belt. A transparent glass isolation belt rose to isolate the incubator from the research room. Gene homology begins. This large screen hanging on the wall of the laboratory lights up, and there is a pattern of two spirals intersecting on the screen. One is gold and the other is red. These two curves are sometimes separated and sometimes joined together. Beside the pattern, there is the dense data kept appearing. Report: gene homology is perfect, and the homology rate is 90%. The researcher with glasses nodded. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but soon his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Drop 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 tilde tilde. A harsh alarm sounded on the computer screen. What happened? The rate of gene homology is decreasing, and the two genes are repulsive. What is the current coherence rate? 70%. No, it's still falling. 40%, 20%, 0%, not good, there has been complete rejection. Puff tilde. I saw that in the isolation belt, the middle-aged man's body in the incubator was rapidly collapsing, and his whole body was melting little by little. It was very terrifying. The scene was as if ice had melted into water. The researchers at the scene watched him melt bit by bit without joy or sorrow, and there was no trace of fluctuation in his eyes, as if it had nothing to do with ordinary things. In less than a few seconds, the middle-aged man melted away little by little, leaving no trace. Instead, a fist-sized thunder light floated in the incubator. Boom! The thunder light exploded, the incubator shattered, and the thick, fishy culture solution was sputtered on the glass isolation belt, and there was still white smoke coming out. The researcher wearing glasses looked at this scene and declared to the camera with a blank expression, "The first experiment failed." Ellipsis. Looking at this video screen, the faces of Luokan and the others became very ugly. They opened the second video with gloomy faces. The laboratory has been changed. There is an incubator at one end of the laboratory, and there is also a red fruit upper body. As for the experimenter, it is still those people. The researcher wearing glasses said to the camera, "Experiment 2, experiment gene, frog seeds, experiment time, May 15th, 9 a.m. Soon, they repeated the action of the last time, and the gene of the frog seeds was injected down the tube and entered. It didn't take long for the experiment to fail again. The people in the incubator melted and turned into a cloud of green light. The green light exploded with a bang, and the place outside the isolation zone was instantly filled with weeds. Ellipsis. Luo Chen and the others clicked on the third video screen. The 4th. The 10th. The 20th. The 50th. Soon, they fast-forwarded and watched 50 videos. There was no surprise that these 50 experiments all failed. This is the last video material. Meow Meow clicked on the last video screen, and a line of words appeared on the screen. The experiment was initially successful. Close black lens bracket. The screen appeared, and it was in a laboratory again. In the screen, another researcher appeared beside the researcher with glasses before. He looked a little old, and he should have been over 50 years old. This person was in line with him. Standing, it seems that he is a person whose status is not weaker than him. Sharona on the side watched the researcher's eyes suddenly widen with shock in her beautiful eyes. "What's wrong with Sharona?" Luokan asked. Sharona pointed at him and said, "He is the senior research doctor of the Alliance, and he discovered the various evolutionary forms of Ibrahimovic." Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that the Alliance would also be involved. The screen began to rotate, and it focused on the incubator again. Looking at the picture in the incubator, Luokan and the others all widened their eyes. There was a person with a red fruit upper body in the incubator, but what shocked Luokan and the others the most? That is, this man has 4 arms, 2 of which extend from the ribs on his back. The muscles of his whole body bulge high. How imaginary this appearance is with the strange power of a fighting-type elf. But this human being with the same strange power, after persisting for a long time, it also melted away, and the whole person disappeared. This video is very short and will end soon. But Luo Chen and their hearts were shocked by a huge wave. Turn off the video screen, and they calmed down after a long time. "I didn't expect the Alliance to be involved," Sharona said with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. "Because the high-level officials of the Alliance can't refuse. Don't forget, the high-level officials of the Alliance are also human, and they will also grow old, sick and die. Once this technology is successful, then they can inject the genes of 9 tails and even divine beasts into their own bodies, thus possessing infinite power and a long lifespan. Take this matter in your heart," Luokan said to them, because this matter involved the 2 giants of Shalufu Company and the Alliance at the same time. Once it was discovered, it would be troublesome. Chapter 156. The next day. The fiery red sun jumped out from the sea level, and the east was bright red. In a house halfway up the mountain in Junshin town, the sun shines through the window on the 2nd floor. There is a boy on the chuang who is sleeping soundly, and a man in a black dress is leaning against the window beside the bay window to take a break. On the blanket on the ground, there was an elf with 9 tails curled up like a ruby and a puppy. Next to the boy's pillow, there was an elf that was smaller than the palm of his hand and covered in green like an onion, sleeping soundly. The breeze blew in and the curtains fluttered, all of which seemed very warm and dreamy, like a picture of healing. The sun shone on the onion elf on the boy's pillow, perhaps because the sun was a little dazzling, and woke it up from its sleep. Compare. It opened its eyes, sat up and wiped its bewildered eyes. Feeling the change beside him, the young man also opened his eyes, looking at the sun that was already rising 3 poles in the sun. He smiled at Celebi. "Morning, Celebi." Shinado by the bay window and 9 tails on the ground also woke up when he woke up. Luokan got up and washed 22 in the U room, then took Shinado and the others downstairs. As soon as he reached the stairs, he heard bursts of laughter from the living room on the 1st floor. Going down, I saw Luokan's mother in the living room chatting with Lily and Sharona, and they were having a good time. "Wake up, breakfast has been prepared for you, at the table, eat by yourself." Luokan's mother looked at Luokan, then ignored him and chatted with Sharona and Lily again. Luokan was a little speechless, feeling that her mother was not her own. From yesterday, after she saw Luokan taking Lily and Sharona with her, she was overjoyed, very enthusiastic, but left her own son Luokan behind. Aside. "What are you talking about?" Luokan looked at them laughing and turned backwards and forwards, a little puzzled. "It's talking about your childhood. Luokan, I didn't expect you to have such a personality when you were young. When you were only 2 years old, you asked to sleep in a separate room with your aunt. XXX. As a result, I urinated that night." Sharona and Lily covered their mouths and joked about falling dust. When Luokan heard this, he felt embarrassed on the spot. It was a long time ago, and the child's body system and organs were completely lost. He has developed well and cannot have absolute control over his body like an adult. In addition, he finally persuaded his mother to let him have a room by himself that night, and finally he would finally be able to restore the one-person space. He slept too dead that night. To urinate. His own embarrassment was revealed, and Luo Chen's face turned red. He quickly ate all the noodles in the bowl, then stood up, and said to the two women, "I'm going to the island, are you going?" Before the two of them could answer, Luoken's mother was not happy. "No, the two of them want to stay and chat with me." Facing it, Luoken was a little helpless. Okay, then you guys are talking here, I'll go out." He came to the door and released the fire-breathing dragon to ride on it. The fire-breathing dragon roared and flapped its wings and flew out of the real new town. It didn't take long for them to come to the sky above Nashi Island. At this time, Nashi reached the top of the highest mountain, and there was a figure standing on it, hugging his hands and looking around the entire Nashi Island. It was a small elf with a clear pink and white complexion and a big tail behind it. It stood on the top of the mountain like that and became the visual center of the whole world. It's like going back to basics. Looking at it, Luoken's eyes lit up. "Fire-breathing dragon, let's go down." The fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and landed on the top of the mountain. He jumped directly off the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Looking at the person who came, the little elf's eyes also lit up, and he said with a smile, "Luoken, long time no see." "Long time no see, Chao Meng, it seems that you have solved all your troubles." "Well, it's solved." Luoken walked straight forward, squeezed Chaomeng's arm, then hooked its neck and smiled, Yes, I've become stronger." Looking at Luoken, who was not polite to him at all, Chaomeng also smiled and didn't mind at all, because it had long regarded Luoken as a friend in his heart. If Luoken was so close to himself, it also showed that he also regarded himself as a friend. "Look at." Luo Chen asked in confusion, "How did you find this? Didn't you say before that you were in Junxin town?" "I felt it with my mind, and found that there are fast dragons and stinging jellyfish on this island, so I came over to take a look." Luoken nodded and said to Chaomeng, "Okay, let's stop talking here, let's go talk." Chaomeng nodded, and with a movement of his thoughts, he brought Luo Chen to the ground. Then, it shouted to the sky again, "You can play on the island by yourself, don't run away." 3 crisp bird calls sounded, and 1 yellow, 1 red, and 1 blue figure in the sky cut through the clouds and landed on the island. One of the 3 birds had lightning arcs flashing on their bodies, one body was burning with flames, and the other had ice crystal fragments. Is this the 3 genetic eagles from before? When he was in the underground laboratory of the Aoki family, Chaomeng once rescued 3 eagles injected with the genes of the 3 god birds. Well, it's the 3 at the time. The stinger jellyfish and the super ancient fast dragon also felt the breath that they once fought side by side, and they also came to the valley with a rumbling sound. They were also a little happy when they saw Mewtwo, and roared at Mewtwo. Then, not long after, feeling the movement here, many Pikachus ran over and saw Luoken. With surprise in their eyes, they all rushed over, slammed into Luoken's arms and rubbed against him. Luoken rubbed them. "How about it? Let's get used to living here." Pikapi. They nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. After only a few days, they collectively gained a lot of weight. This place is simply paradise. Yes, sometimes agate jellyfish take them out to sea to play. Boom boom boom. There was another movement from the ground, and a gleaming big rock snake came out. Roar. It roared at Luoken, and there was joy in his voice. "It's pretty good, big rock snake. It's been a while since you haven't seen it and it's getting fat again. It seems that you had a pretty good time on the island." While speaking, Luo Chen also threw out all his Pokeballs. "Come out." The white light flashed, and all the elves of the falling dust appeared on the ground. All of a sudden, the whole meadow was chattering, and the elves mingled together, and it was very lively. Seeing that so many elves on the island can coexist peacefully, Chaomeng's eyes also have soft eyes. After playing with his elves for a while, Luo Chen invited Chaomeng to Meow Meow's laboratory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Meow Meow's entire body thumping on a machine, still studying something. There was movement outside the door, and seeing that it was Luoken, it jumped off the machine and said to Luokan, a little depressed, "Boss, this ancient fossil resurrection device is completely useless. It can only be used to revive ancient fossil spirits, in our hands and no fossils of ancient elf." Listening to Meow Meow's words, Luokan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yesterday, because they were too shocked by what happened to the Alliance and Shaloof Company, they left the ancient fossil resurrection device behind. After Meow Meow's reminder just now, he just remembered this. 3 things came out of the Gene Jade box. One is a Pokeball that is as black as a black gem, and I don't know what it is useful for. One is the genetic research data of the Shiroof family, and the other is this ancient ball, fossil revival device. From Luokan's point of view, the first 2 are useless at all. This ancient elf resurrection device is the treasure. Luokan looked at Meow Meow and raised his eyebrows. Who said we don't have elf fossils? We will have them soon. Then, he looked at Cheomung and smiled and said, "You're fine anyway. Do you want to accompany me to go out to play and take you to dig the fossils of ancient elves?" Chapter 157. Hearing this, Meow Meow looked at Luokan excitedly and said, "Meow, fossils of ancient elves. Boss, do you know where there are fossils of ancient elves?" "Well, I just know that there is a place where the fossils of ancient elves are buried." Luokan looked at Cheomung and smiled and said, "How about you? Do you want to go shopping with me? It's an ancient elf that is now extinct, and you've never seen it before." Fossils of ancient elf. Mewtwo was successfully aroused by curiosity, and it nodded. Luokan nodded and said to Meow Meow, "Then Meow Meow, then Cheomung and I will dig some ancient fossils back. If there are many, I will ask you to send someone to carry them." "Okay, I just happened to study this ancient fossil resurrection device and see how it works." After explaining Meow Meow, Luokan and Cheomung walked out. Outside, the elves were playing with each other. Seeing Luokan coming, they surrounded them one by one and invited him to come and play together. "Okay, I need to go out for something, you guys play." Luokan didn't take his elf with him. He didn't think anyone in this world could hurt him because of Super Dream. He just took out the Pokeball of the Diamond Big Rock Snake and collected the Big Rock Snake. Because after all, we are going to dig fossils in the mountains, and we still need an elf who can dig holes to open the way. Putting away Big Rock Snake's Pokeball, he said to Cheomung next to him, "Okay, let's go." Cheomung raised his head and stared at the sky. A burst of spiritual power poured out, and the sound of birdsong came, and 3 statues with gorgeous feathers landed in front of Cheomung, unusually well behaved. "Let's go." Luokan and Mewtwo each chose a ride and went up. Bidiao spread his wings and turned into 3 streamers of different colors that cut through the sky. The 3 Bidiao flew very smoothly, and when they were flying, Luo Chen sat on the Bidiao who had the frozen bird gene. He also probed the 3 Bidiao and found that their strengths were all okay. In the Quasi-King. After investigating the 3 elves, Luokan turned his eyes to Cheomung again. He was a little curious about Cheomung's current strength. The Eye of System Investigation. Name, Super Dream. Level, 2nd level Divine Beast Peak. Attribute, Super Power. Qualification, First Class Divine Beast. Evaluation, the artificial elf is very hostile to human beings. After solving the troubles in his body, his strength has skyrocketed. He has already stepped into a first-level Divine Beast with half a foot, and it will not take long to become a first-level Divine Beast. Ellipsis. This investigation is not bad. As soon as I checked it, Luokan was shocked. This data is too scary. If I remember correctly, when I saw Cheomung for the first time on the snowy mountain, its strength was still 3. Level God, aptitude is only in the category of 2nd-level Divine Beast. But now, after cleaning up the God-level toxins in his body, his aptitude has been upgraded from a 2nd-level God to a 1st-level God, and his strength has even been picked up, from a 3rd-level God Beast to a 2nd-level God Beast. Moreover, it has already stepped into a 1st-level Divine Beast with half a foot, which is terrifying. What is the concept of the 1st-level Divine Beast? that is the top group of Pokemon in the entire Pokemon time period. The same first-level god Gulatin created the land, and the Sea Emperor created the ocean. They all have the energy to destroy the sky and the earth, and it is no exaggeration to call them the creators of the world. Luokan also sighed a little, worthy of being hailed by countless Pokemon fans in his previous life as a super dream that I have in the world, but it is so strong. Ellipsis. Bai Diao's speed was very fast, and they soon came to the valley surrounded by mountains. Luokan and the others landed outside the valley, and they entered the valley. Luokan looked at the map on the communicator in his hand and nodded. This place should be the Dashigu Valley in the original book. Luokan threw the Pokeball. Big Rock Snake, go and find out if there are any underground grottos. He remembered that there was an underground grotto in the original book. The Big Rock Snake let out a low roar, and shot out directly, and got into the mountain beside it. The sound of rumbling continued to come from the mountain. About a few minutes later, the Big Rock Snake jumped out again, and it nodded towards Luo Chen. Is there really? The Big Rock Snake leads the way. The Big Rock Snake turned around and drilled in again, digging a cave for the two of them to walk side by side. Luokan and Cheomung followed and walked in. The inside of the cave was extremely dark. Cheomung spread out his hands and condensed a white energy ball, which illuminated the cave like incandescent light. After walking in for a short distance, the air began to become humid, and there was a faint sound of water dripping not far away. Soon, the space in front of them became clear, and they came to a huge underground cave. The top of the cave is dotted with many stalactites, and water droplets gather on it and drip onto the ground. Luokan circled around the cave. He was puzzled, and he didn't see any fossils of ancient elf. Big Rock Snake, use the drill hole to see if there are any special stones under the ground. Boom. The Big Rock Snake drilled directly into the ground, and after a long time I popped his head out and shook his head at Luo Chen. Look for it again. The Big Rock Snake drilled down again. After more than half an hour, the falling dust has made the Big Rock Snake almost rummage the cave, but there is still no trace of ancient fossils. This made Luokan a little confused, and he didn't find the wrong place. The communicator showed that this place was indeed Dashigu. At this time, Cheomung, who had not spoken since entering, suddenly closed his eyes, and Luokan felt an incomparably strong mental force pouring out, covering the entire mountain in an instant. Half a second later, it opened its eyes and walked in front of a huge conical stalactite rising from the ground. It placed its hand in front of this huge stalactite, and the energy in its palm fluctuated slightly. Puff tilde. In the next second, the entire stalactite turned into powder and drifted away, and the original place of the stalactite revealed a dark and mysterious passage that went straight to the ground, like the mouth of a well. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was such a deep passage hidden. Ellipsis. Chapter 158. There was also a howling wind blowing up from the underground of this passage, like a ghost whimpering. Luokan touched his chin. He walked forward, picked up a pebble-sized stone from the ground, and threw it in. There was no sound for a long time. Obviously, the hole was bottomless, or it was a bottomless pit. Let's go down. Yeah, you've worked hard, Big Rock Snake. Luo Chen put away the Big Rock Snake. The red light flashed in Cheomung's eyes, and the power of thought poured out. Under the action of the power of thought, Luokan floated up, and then fell into the hole with Cheomung. XXX. The endless sense of weightlessness came. Through the white light ball in Cheomung's hand, Luokan also looked at the deep hole. Although it was underground, it was not as covered with moss as imagined. Zero smoothness is like a mirror, and it can vaguely reflect its own appearance. Luokan and Cheomung have been falling down. This hole is really like a bottomless pit. They fell for a long time without reaching the end. Super dream, do you know how long it will be? Chao Meng closed his eyes and felt it with his mind. It's still a long time. Time has passed for a long time, and they are still falling incessantly. Luokan is a little speechless. This is not directly falling to the center of the earth, right? After half an hour, Just when Luo Chen was a little impatient, a light finally came from under his feet. After more than 10 seconds, the strong light was dazzling, so that Luo Chen couldn't help covering his eyes with his hands, and then Luo Chen only felt that the soles of his feet were stepping on the heavy ground, and the long-lost sense of steadfastness came up. After his eyes became familiar with the light, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, and he was stunned, frightened by the sight in front of him. I saw that they were on a hillside at this time, and there was a vast green, with small hills and lakes, surrounded by lush vegetation, and the tip of the nose could smell a faint fragrance, and there was white light in the sky. Not far away, there is a sparkling lake. The lake water is crystal clear. There are a few snails in the water, and little blue elves are playing around. Under the big tree on the other side, there were also a few beetle-shaped elves resting. As for the sky, there are also several elves flying, with wings, hideous heads, 4 claws, and gray skin. If it was an outsider elf researcher who saw this scene, their eyes would fall, and they would definitely shout a miracle, because the blue magic that resembles a snail is the long-extinct ammonite, and the little beetle-like beastie elves are also extinct fossil helmets, and the few in the air are even more incredible, they are fossil pterosaurs. These are all ancient elves that have long since become extinct. So far, no ammonite beasts, fossil helmets, and fossilized pterosaurs that have survived from ancient times have ever been found. Dragons are all resurrected through ancient fossil elf resurrection devices. If Luo Chen announced the place here, it would definitely cause the whole world to be shocked. At this moment, Luochen was extremely shocked in his heart, and he did not expect that there is still such a small world under this unknown depth. Live from ancient times to the present. This small world is not very big, only about the size of 5 football fields. If you look at it from afar, you can have a panoramic view of the whole small world. This small world should be a transition zone formed by the rock layer and the mantle core. Roar! In the sky, the fossilized pterosaurs saw the 2 uninvited guests, Luochen and Cheomeng. They screamed in unison, and then their claws flickered with sharp rays of light. Cracked stone. Just as they rushed in front of them, a red light flashed in Cheomeng's eyes, and a coercion erupted. They screamed in unison, as if a mouse had met a cat, and they were all stunned. At the feet. Watching a few fossilized pterosaurs fall into the dust, I was not polite, I just threw a few pokeballs on it and subdued them. After that, Luochen ran to the lake and under the shade of the tree to subdue the ammonite beast and the fossil helmet. Presumably the fossilized pterosaur, the ammonite beast and the fossil helmet have a much gentler temperament, and they were taken in without any resistance. In the Pokeball. After that, Luochen and Cheomeng will have the whole. I went through the underground space and found no other fossil elves. Big Rock Snake, use the drill hole to go underground to find out if there are any elf fossils. Luochen released the big rock snake again, and the big rock snake broke into the ground. Soon, it emerged with a gray stone the size of a human head. Put the stone down, it drilled down again, and every half a minute or so, it would bring out a gray stone from under the ground. Is this gray stone an elf fossil? Chao Meng turned his head and asked. Then let me do it. The efficiency of the big rock snake is a bit low. After speaking, Cheomeng's eyes condensed, and there was light in his eyes, and a powerful thought force poured out, directly invading the ground, covering the ground of the entire space. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently. Puff puff. One by one gray stones broke through the ground and rushed out, and the soil splashed up. These stones seemed to be conscious, and they all gathered in a pile in front of Luo Chen. Soon, the stones in front of him were piled up like a hill. In less than half a minute, all the elf fossils buried in the ground were piled up in front of Luo Chen. Looking at the pile of fossils in front of him, Luochen couldn't close his mouth with laughter. Okay, Cheomeng, let's go up. Cheomeng shook his head, his eyes looked at one place, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. I felt it just now, there is a little elf there. A small beam of light shot directly from Mewtwo's fingertips towards the lake not far away. Come out, don't hide. Chapter 159. The arc beam lacing from Mewtwo's fingertips sank directly into the lake. Boom! It was like throwing a depth bomb. The water exploded, and the crystal clear water droplets filled the air. At the moment when the water exploded, there was movement from the bottom of the lake, and the atmosphere of the entire small underground world suddenly changed. A crystal white mist spread out, and the air suddenly became cold. The white fog touched the water spray that was stirring in the sky. In an instant, the water spray became extremely hard, and it had already formed countless ice particles. The air is getting colder and colder, the water vapor is condensed, the sky is windy and frosty and snow is falling, and cotton-like snowflakes are falling from the sky. It turned solid, and turned into fist-sized hailstones. Under the action of gravitational potential energy, the terrifying falling force of the hailstone carrier came and fell to the ground, creating a small pit on the ground. Mewtwo held up a protective cover, and the hail fell on it and bounced off, making a ping-pong sound, like a rainstorm hitting an umbrella. Woohoo tilde! The loud noise of the water flow came. The situation changed again. I saw the water in the entire lake vibrated, accompanied by a huge roar of water, like a flash flood, sweeping the sky and the earth, moving towards Luokan and Cheomung. A crisp cry came from the lake, which sounded like a dragon, like a deer chirping. In an instant, a white on came from the bottom of the lake, the cold air hit, and the whole torrent suddenly froze with a swoosh, as if returning to the Ice Age. The whistling crashed, the momentum was huge, and the scene was like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Luokan and Cheomung's expressions didn't change at all. Just kidding, with Cheomung here, it's just a long frozen river, and it's more or less the same if it was an asteroid falling down. Cheomung took a step forward, raised his right hand gently, fluttering like cotton without a trace of lethality. There was energy surging in his palm, and he gently opened his lips and teeth. Bro tilde. In that moment of youth, the world was silent, and time seemed to stand still. Even Luo Chen, who was beside Cheomung, felt that the whole world had turned black and white at that moment, and his heart seemed to have stopped at that moment, not beating. A second later, the world regained its gorgeous colors, and the heart resumed its beating. I saw that huge frozen river stagnated in the air strangely. Cheomung waved his hand gently, bringing a breeze, and a crisp sound of click came, and the entire long frozen river that traverses the sky, like a mountain torrent, drifted away with the wind, and then slowly disappeared. Yes, it is the kind that has disappeared without leaving a trace. This scene was very spectacular, and Luo Chen was also shocked. To smash this torrent-like frozen river, it is estimated that the super ancient fast dragon can do it. But it was just a simple smashing. It just changed the shape of its object, from the hole to the broken shape. The substance itself has not been changed. After the smashing, the ice is still ice. It is still a long frozen river formed by the entire lake. According to the conservation of energy, after the ice melts, it will still become so much lake water. However, Mewtwo has now forcibly destroyed the long frozen river formed by the entire lake, and evaporated directly from the world. This has already forcibly changed the material structure of the lake water. Is this a rule? Luo Chen looked at Chao Mengdao. Chao Meng spread out his hand and clenched his fist. I don't know what this is. This feeling has only appeared recently, and now I can only use it initially. I feel that as long as I step out of this realm and reach another after a realm, I should be able to master this power. Hearing this, Luokan nodded, his eyes flashed. Now Cheomung is the pinnacle of the second-level divine beast, and half a foot into the existence of the first-level divine beast. Then its power is indeed the power of the law that only a first-level divine beast can control. The power of law represents creation and destruction. Garadan, the first-class divine beast, created the earth, the Sea Emperor Fang created the ocean, and Giratina created the reverse world. They can be born from nothing, and naturally they can also from being to nothing. Mewtwo's power to wipe out the entire frozen river just now is becoming from nothing. The water in the lake was empty and disappeared, and the elf in the lake was also revealed in Luokan's eyes. This is a blue elf that looks like Diplodocus. It is about 10 meters in size and 5 stories high. It has two translucent colorful thin wings on the back of its neck. Colored gemstones. It was surrounded by white mist like condensed gas, and ice crystals flickered. At this time, the little elf was also staring at Mewtwo incredulously, apparently frightened by the shocking scene just now. Looking at this little elf, Luokan raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect it to be an ice dragon. Diaresis System, Eye of Probing. Name Qian's Ice and Snow Dragon. Rank Archangel. Attribute, Rock, Ice. Qualification, Champion. Evaluation. The ice and snow giants who lived from prehistory to the present day broke through the shackles of aptitude because they lived for too long. Ellipsis. The giant frost dragon bared its teeth and stared at Luokan and Cheomung fiercely, as if it was protecting something behind him. Falling Dust looked at it, and saw behind it a large oval rock more than 1 meter high. This rock was gray, not rough like other rocks at all, but very smooth, like polished marble. Luokan frowned at the gray oval stone that was more than 1 meter high. This thing seemed to be an elf egg that turned into a fossil. Soft. Chapter 160. The ice giant dragon grinned at Luokan and Cheomung, and Bululu's low roar kept coming out of its throat. It was warning them that this is its territory, and hurry up. The two ignored it and took a step forward. The ice and snow dragon has been on guard against these two uninvited guests. When Luokan and Cheomung took a step forward, the ice and snow dragon immediately launched an attack. In prehistoric times, the elves practiced the law of the weak and the strong, and refused to accept it. Just do it. It howled up to the sky, like a horse, its body leaned back, its forelimbs were raised high, and the forelimbs were attached with khaki energy, and its forelimbs fell heavily on the ground. Boom. The earth yellow energy on the soles of the feet exploded, and the earth kept shaking. The land in front of it split to both sides in an instant, and a crack extended from under its feet to Luokan and their feet. At first, the cracks were very small, but when Luokan and the others reached their feet. When it was underfoot, the crack had become very large and bottomless, like the giant mouth of a man-devouring monster. Just when the crack was about to come to Luokan's feet, Cheomung's feet stomped on the ground slightly. Rumble tilde. The cracked earth tilde is closed again. Luokan shook his head. After possessing the power of law, Cheomung can be said to represent the world. Everything is under its control, and the only ones who can harm it are first-level divine beasts that can use the power of law. They walked forward leisurely. Seeing that he failed to succeed with a single blow, the ice giant dragon's eyes were very solemn, and it felt the power of destruction in Mewtwo. It howled again, the ice crystal-like sapphire on its body exuded a dazzling light, and a frozen aperture appeared under its feet. They all formed ice sculptures, and the ice crystal trees were lifelike. Soon, most of the green underground small world had turned into a white on, and the site was full of white wind and frost. This circle of light quickly swept towards the falling dust and them, with the freezing power that can freeze life, which is very terrifying. But Cheomung and Luokan still didn't care, they regarded it as nothing and walked forward. Xiaomeng's right foot landed on the ground again, and a hidden force came from under its feet. Suddenly, the ice and snow melted, everything recovered, and the grass covered by the ice layer appeared again, full of greenery. It was as if spring had come. Looking at the two people who kept walking towards him, the giant ice and snow dragon broke out completely, and an endless stream of skills shot out from it. Xiaomeng's face did not change, his thoughts moved, and a transparent protective cover floated in front of him. Skills hit it and exploded. There was a lot of movement, but it could not shake Xiaomeng's protective cover. The realm gap is too big. In the end, Cheomung was really overwhelmed by its skills. When his thoughts moved, it directly acted on the ice and snow dragon. The ice and snow dragon felt that he was carrying a mountain on his back, and the huge body was suddenly overwhelmed and suppressed. Unable to move on the ground. Luokan and Cheomung had already come to the lake. Luokan looked around the oval stone over 1 meter in the lake for a long time. This fossilized elf egg is very smooth to the touch, and feels exceptionally good, like a piece of suet jade. On the ground. Seeing Luokan touching the fossilized elf egg, the ice giant dragon seemed to have been touched by an inverse scale. His entire eyes were scarlet, and he roared at him with a disgusting face, and his body kept kicking on the ground, trying to attack him. Luokan didn't care, but said to it, "I can revive it." The ice snow dragon turned a deaf ear, still roaring at Luokan with its long mouth. Luokan patted his forehead. "I forgot that you don't understand what I said. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. He turned to Mewtwo and said, "Mewtwo, please tell it, I can revive this fossilized elf egg." Mewtwo's mental power poured out and told the other party what Luo Chen said. Suddenly, the ice giant dragon's body froze, its eyes widened, it roared at Luokan. This time it was no longer full of anger, but with a little anxiety. XXX. It's asking if you're real. Luo Chen nodded. The ice dragon's eyes became brighter and brighter. Cheomung untied its shackles, and it stood up from the ground, staring at Luokan with burning eyes, as if the drowning man had grabbed the last straw, and it seemed seeing a glimmer of dawn in despair. It has been waiting for too long, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it will bet. 0. Super Dream, can you help me ask if this is an elf egg? Chao Meng's mental energy surged, and he said something to the ice dragon, and then said, it said yes. Is it its egg? Chao Meng communicated with it again. It said no, there is a king in this egg. King. Luo Chen was a little puzzled. At this moment, the ice giant dragon, seeing Luokan's slow motion, roared anxiously towards Luokan. Luokan understood what it meant. I can't do it now, I have to go back to the territory. It urged again, as if telling Luo Chen to hurry back. Luokan nodded, took out a pokeball, and threw it towards it. The latter did not resist, and was directly put into the pokeball. He put away the pokeball and said to Chao Meng, "Okay, let's go back. With so many fossils, can you carry them around?" "Okay." Chao Meng's thoughts surged, and all the fossils, including the fossilized elf egg, floated up, and then it and Luokan rose into the sky and drilled into the exit above their heads, followed by the elf fossils. Sichuan. Chapter 161. Not long after, two figures jumped up from a deep hole in the underground cave of Dasha Valley, followed by a large push of gray stones and an oval-shaped boulder that spewed out from the entrance of the elf. Luokan and Cheomung floated in the cave. Let's go out." Chao Meng's hand was directly facing the wall on the side, and a huge energy beam was emitted from its palm. Boom! The mountain was annihilated, the rocks were broken, and the Dasha Valley was directly lost by a third. Fallen Chen sweats profusely. This great silly valley is ruined. Cheomung and Luokan walked out, and the three statues fell from the sky. They each chose one to ride up. Bidiao turned into three streams of light and spread his wings. Super Dream power poured out, and the fossils not far away also floated up, followed by Bidiao and disappeared into the sky together. They galloped through the sky, followed by countless fossils. On the ground, someone heard a very clear bird song. They looked up at the sky and saw three little bird sprites across the sky. It was normal for some birds to fly in the sky, but what was unusual was that these three, one bird was blue with shards of ice emerging from it, the other was yellow with thunder arcs dancing on its surface, and the last one was burning with flames. One by one, their eyes widened, their bodies were extremely stiff, and their eyes were full of incredible expressions. Three divine birds. After a long time, they came back to their senses. When they wanted to send out three flying elves to watch the three divine birds up close, the three divine birds had disappeared into the sky without a trace. However, many people still took photos, and these photos dropped depth charges on Kanto's online platforms in no time. In the sky, Luo Chen certainly didn't know that he had made such a big movement by accident. Ellipsis. After 2 hours, they returned to the sky above Nashi Island. Pai Diao landed with Luo Chen and Cheomung, and the elf fossils behind him were also orderly piled up on the grass beside him to form a small shonhill. The elves on the island were still fighting with each other, and when they saw Luokan and the others came back, they surrounded them one by one, looking at the gray stones that Luokan and the others brought back with great interest. The movement of the elf outside also attracted Meow Meow, who looked at the gray stone on the grass and froze. "Meow, boss, aren't these all elf fossils tilde tilde?" Its mouth opened into a big O in an instant. Meow Meow's eyes filled with excitement, and she ran back. "I'm going to bring out the ancient fossil resurrection device." Soon, the ancient fossil resurrection device was moved to the grass. "Meow, boss, I already know how to operate this ancient fossil resurrection device, let's try it now." "It's kind of impatient." Luokan nodded and said to Meow Meow, "Let's try resurrecting ordinary fossils first." Meow Meow couldn't wait to take out a fossil from the fossil pile, and then put the fossil on a laser cutting machine. The laser red line turned, and the rock outside the fossil shattered. "Come on, reveal the rock-encrusted material inside." Soon, after the outer rocks that wrapped the fossil body fell off, Meow Meow said to the stinger jellyfish on the side, "Stinger jellyfish, rinse it with a small water gun." In an instant, a fossil was freshly baked, and it was a pale yellow stone like amber. Meow Meow walked over, picked up the amber fossil, put it on the empty slot of the elf resurrection device, and then it operated on the resurrection device again. Zzz tilde. Immediately, the entire fossil resurrection device vibrated violently, and the top of the hollow slot containing the fossils had dense electric currents falling down. Suddenly, the entire fossil was flooded with lightning arcs, and the lightning arcs kept jumping on its body. This went on for a few minutes. Buzzing tilde. A soft sound came over, and the sound came from the amber fossil in the empty tank. The amber fossil floated out of the empty slot, and then countless cracks appeared on the entire amber, followed by an incomparably strong white light, just like the evolutionary light of the elf. Roar. A roar came. The white light dissipated, and it was a gray-skinned elf with wings and a ferocious head. It was a fossil pterosaur. The fossilized pterosaur, which had gone through countless ages to see the sun again, was extremely excited. It kept shouting in the sky, but when it saw a bunch of elves and a human around it, it frowned. The naturally irritable fossil pterosaur was a little angry. It roared at Luokan and the others, bursting with sound waves, showing an attacking posture. "Yo, a mere ancient elf dares to be so arrogant, then I'll show you an elf older than you." Luokan's mental power burst out violently, and in the distance, super ancient Hooty felt the call, and it flashed over with the other 3 super ancient elves using teleportation. In the air, the fossilized pterosaur that was preparing to attack suddenly felt 4 incomparably strong auras pressing directly towards it. In an instant, the fossilized pterosaur felt that the sky was darkening, and the terrifying momentum made its blood solidify, and it was extremely cold. The 4 little elves, Super Ancient Dragon, Zheng Gui, Hudi, and Fat Ding, held their hands together, and took a step forward in unison. The huge body pressed towards it like a mountain, and the sense of oppression was amazing. Looking at these 4 super huge elves, feeling the abyss-like momentum on their bodies, the fossilized pterosaur was so frightened that it was completely paralyzed, and fell straight from the air, shaking like a sieve, and its mouth moved towards it. The 4 super ancient elves uttered puppy-like whining, daring not to do it again. Diaresis, I just need to clean up. Meow Meow, continue." Then, Meow Meow started to resurrect the elf again. This time, the fossil wrapped in the rock was not the previous amber fossil, but a shell-shaped fossil. The ammonite beast was resurrected from this shell-shaped fossil, and there is also a carapace fossil, which is a fossil helmet. However, Luokan and the others also found that not every one of these fossils could be resurrected successfully, and some broken fossils could not be resurrected. In the end, they resurrected a total of 15 ammonites, 12 fossil helmets and 8 fossil pterosaurs. The ammonite beast and the fossil helmet are unusually well behaved. After being resurrected, there was no change. What was a little annoying was the fossilized pterosaurs. Every time these fossilized pterosaurs were resurrected, they would look like the arrogant old man, Tu wanted Qianqians, attacked everyone. And then, without releasing his skills, he was directly overwhelmed by the momentum of the 4 super ancient elves. Looking at the 8 fossilized pterosaurs that shrank and shivered on the ground, Luokan rolled his eyes, a bunch of things that need to be cleaned up. Luokan's eyes focused on the oval boulder on the grass, and now only this fossil remains untreated. Immediately afterwards, he threw a pokeball, and the figure of the ice dragon appeared on the grass. After coming out, the ice giant dragon saw the resurrected fossilized pterosaurs, ammonite beasts, and fossilized helmets, and his eyes flashed uncontrollably, followed by ecstasy. His whole body was shaking with excitement, and it kept calling towards Luokan, urging it. Okay, I got it. Luokan is also a little curious, what exactly is the king that the ice giant dragon in this egg is talking about? Ellipsis. Recommended books, Pirate's Faith and Conferred God, and The Return of the Great Emperor of Martial Arts. Soft. Chapter 162. Meow Meow went to the fossil resurrection machine to debug it, and adjusted the capacity of the empty slot to the maximum, just enough to hold an oval fossil egg. Under the precise calculation, the stone chips outside the fossil egg were chopped by the laser, and the stone chips were peeled off, and the stinger jellyfish was washed with a water gun. A pure white, suet-white jade-like round egg appeared in front of Luokan's eyes, without a trace of variegation, and under the refraction of sunlight, a white halo faintly emanated from his body, which was very strange. Luokan was amazed to see it. This is really different from the ancient fossils before. On the side, when the ice giant dragon saw this white jade fossil, his eyes also lit up, and he couldn't wait to urge Fallen again. Xanadu, put it on the fossil resurrection device. Standing next to Luokan, Sanaito's thoughts surged, and the fossil egg floated up and landed on the empty slot of the fossil resurrection device. The size of the empty slot was just enough to accommodate it and fit together. Meow Meow did some manipulations, and the fossil machine vibrated. Countless thunder arcs rose out of thin air from the empty slot, and the thunder and lightning continued to shoot on the fossil eggs, and the crackling sound was endless. Soon, the light of the thunder was like the sea, and it was so bright that it drowned the entire fossil egg. Luokan raised his brows. This is a bit different from other scenes of the resurrection of fossils. The momentum of this egg is a little big. Buzzing tilde. The fossil egg itself floated out of the fossil resurrection device, but at this time it can no longer be said fossil, but an egg. This egg has been revived on the fossil resurrection device, and it is now floating in the air. There is a dense white mist lingering all over the body. The egg was trembling non-stop, and soon, tiny cracks appeared on the egg. Suddenly, countless white lights shot out from it like beams, and the white light was dazzling. Apparently, the egg that had been sleeping for an unknown period of time finally hatched today. The ice snow dragon's whole body was trembling with excitement, and the cold air on his body was uncontrollable, and it stared at the egg stubbornly. Kaka tilde. The sound of eggshells being broken kept coming from the white light. With a bang, the egg was completely shattered, the white light disappeared, and a little elf appeared on the grass. Its eyes were very pure, like the sky, very agile. This little elf has a white body and a sheet-like film behind its head. The sun shines down, and the film emits a colorful glaze, which is very psychedelic. There is a flocculent ice mist floating on its body, which is crystal clear. There is also a golden 6-diamond-shaped gemstone on the abdomen, and a golden rice-like gemstone on the forehead between the eyebrows, which is very noble. At this time, it was standing on the grass, looking at this colorful world curiously, and seeing Luokan and them not far away. It was not afraid at all, on the contrary, it called out to Luokan with great curiosity. Looking at this little elf, Luo Chen was also stunned. This is actually an ice dragon, and the evolution of the ice dragon is the giant ice dragon. It's just that if I remember correctly, the skin color of an ordinary snow dragon is the same as that of the snow dragon, light blue, and the gems on its body are also a deep blue like the sea. But the ice dragon in front of him is a bit complicated. Its whole body is white, the gem on its flank is a golden hexagonal gem, and the biggest change is the rice-like golden gem on its forehead. The usual ice dragon, it's good with the ice dragons, there is no such gem on their foreheads. Is it a flashing ice dragon? Luokan looked at it and said in his heart, System, the Eye of Exploration. Name, Ice Snow Dragon King. Level, Level 40. Attribute, Ice, Rock. Qualification, Sand Level Divine Beast. Evaluation, the king appointed by the Ice Giant Dragon family. Every king of the Ice Giant Dragon will lay an elf egg before he dies, and this egg is the next king of the Ice Giant Dragon family. This Ice Giant Dragon becomes fossils, buried deep underground, after a long wait, absorb the essence of the earth, have mutated and improved their aptitude. Ellipsis. Sand Level Divine Beast. Luokan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this ice snow dragon to be so extraordinary. Not to mention a sand level divine beast, it even reached level 40 immediately after birth. Looking at the ice dragon, the giant ice dragon on the side howled, with excitement in its eyes. It howled directly at the ice dragon, and lowered its head to show submission. XXX. Luokan walked over and touched the head of the ice snow dragon. It didn't resist, but enjoyed Luokan's stroking. Then it gave Luokan a soft cry, and looked at Luokan with big watery eyes. Luokan laughed dumbly. He was very familiar with this gesture. Whenever Celebi was hungry, it would also look at Luokan like this. Meow, please go and bring the elf food here. Meow Meow brought a throwback fast dragon and brought a large pot filled with elf food. Boom. Kuailong put the pot on the ground, and the aroma of the elf food wafted out. The newly resurrected fossil elf twitched their nostrils and their eyes glowed green. After staying in the fossil for countless years, they were already hungry. Hungry. Seeing something to eat, Ice Snow Dragon ran over with hoofs and tentatively picked up a pine cone-like elf food and swallowed it. The next second, its body froze and its eyes lit up. However, it did not eat alone, but chirped at other fossil elves in the distance. The ammonites, fossil helmets, and fossil pterosaurs were so hungry that they also ran over. After taking a tentative bite, they couldn't stop, and they ate a lot. Seeing that many elves onlookers did not respond, Frozen Dragon trotted over again, pushed them, and invited them to come together. Luokan nodded. The quality of this ice dragon is very good. Okay, let's go together too, but don't eat too much, and leave the food to these fossil elves. Seeing that Luokan had spoken, they ran over one by one. After a satisfying meal, the elf from the fossil also gradually became familiar with the elves on the island, eliminated the strangeness, and played with each other. The fossilized pterosaur had been tamed by the 4 super ancient elves just now, and all the elves got along very well. After Luokan played with them for a while, the sky was already dark. Super Dream, are you going to sit at my house? Cheomung looks at the peaceful coexistence not far away, the elves who were together with a smile on their faces. No, I'll stay here for the night. Okay, then I'll go back first, and come back tomorrow. Luokan released the fire-breathing dragon on his ride, left the island, and returned to his home. After returning, he was taunted by his mother again, and asked him why he didn't come back at noon. In response, Luo Chen could only raise his hand in embarrassment and surrender. Ellipsis. After dinner, Luo Chen sat under the big tree outside the yard to enjoy the shade, looking at the silent sky. Outside the door, a figure blocked the light shining from the door. This was Sharona. She sat beside Luokan and looked up at the starry sky. After a long time, she said, I want to leave for a while. Ellipsis. Chapter 163. The serene moonlight spread on the two of them, and 2 long shadows were drawn behind them. Hearing Sharona's words, Luokan was stunned and a little stunned. He turned his head to look at Sharona. The moonlight shone down, making her fair skin becomes clearer. Leave, why do you want to leave? There has been a change in the Galaxy group on Shanao's side recently. and the Shinao Alliance has received news that they will have a big move recently, so I need to go back. Luokan lowered his head, fell silent, then raised his head and asked, how long? Sharona turned to look at him and smiled, I'll be back before the Quartz League starts. Luokan breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay, he was really afraid that Sharona would not come back after she left. And also. She lowered her voice slightly, turned her head to look at Luo Chen and said, you don't need to worry about being found out about your destruction of the Aoki family. They have been salvaging the old site of the Aoki family for a few days, but nothing has been salvaged. Useful stuff. The only clue that I have left has been suppressed by me, and the matter has been concluded. The Aoki family offended a divine beast and was exterminated. So you know that I did this. Sharona rolled his eyes at him. I'm not blind, the fast dragon that destroyed the dock city is still on your island. Luokan jokingly said, as the champion of the Shinao League, is it really good for you to be so partial to me? Sharona snorted twice. Who is partial to you? It's just a matter of being pleasing to your eyes and helping you suppress this matter. Besides, the Alliance and I are only a cooperative relationship, not its own. There is no need to explain it to it, what? I can leave anytime when I get tired. Fallen Dust Khan, unlike the King of Heaven, the champion is indeed a cooperative relationship with the Alliance in a certain sense, but one day when he is tired, he can withdraw from the Alliance at any time. This is what the talented girl Hyarna said. Now who is not fighting for the championship position with all his life, that is the supreme glory of a region, and all trainers, lifelong wish is to become the champion of the regional league. Okay, then I'll go back to the room first. Sharona got up, took a few steps forward, then paused, and glanced at the door. Then Luokan only felt the scent of the scent, and Sharona tapped on his cheek. After she finished, she glanced at the door with a guilty conscience, fearing that Lily was looking at her. Don't tell Lily. She glared at Luokan, then trotted back to the house. Luokan touched the cheek that he had been kissed, and felt a little joy in his heart. It is undeniable that if he had no fantasies about Sharona, then how could he have no fantasies about such a beautiful, and generally no girl? And now it seems that not only does she have a favorable impression of Sharona, but she also has a favorable impression of herself. But he already has Lily. Thinking of this, Luo Chen was also a little irritable, and sighed lightly, forget it, let's just let it take its course. He shook his head, stood up, and returned to his room. Ellipsis. The time soon came to the second day. Early in the morning, with the roar of the engine, a helicopter landed at the door of Luokan's house. The plane also had the Union's pattern printed on it. This was the Union's helicopter. And Luokan and the others were already waiting at the door. The two walked down from the helicopter, opened the hatch, and respectfully said to Hyarna, Miss Hyarna, we're here to pick you up. Sharona nodded, then turned to Luokan and the others and said, okay, then I'll go first. Sister Hyarna, remember to come back early. Lily muttered and hugged Hyarna with a look of reluctance. Yes, Sharona, remember to come back early. Luokan's mother held her hand and said. Well, okay, I'll be back in no time. Then she nodded to Luokan without saying anything. She stepped into the helicopter and waved at Luokan and the others, I'm leaving. The hatch closed, and the helicopter flew into the sky with a roar, and soon disappeared from Lu Chen's sight. For a time, Luo Chen felt a little empty in his heart. Ellipsis. After breakfast, Luokan felt a little bored again. The quartz competition will not start for nearly a month. Are you going to the island with me? He said to Lily. Go. Then, Luokan and Lily landed on Nashi Island on a fire-breathing dragon. At this time, the elves were still playing with each other, and when they saw Luokan coming, they all came together one by one. Wow, there are already so many elves on the island, as well as fossilized elves such as fossil helmets, ammonites, and fossilized pterosaurs. Lily's eyes lit up as he looked at the multitude of elves. Ice Snow Dragon also ran over with its hooves, arching the dust. As this, Ice Snow Dragon. Lily was immediately attracted by the cute figure of Frozen. Well, a mutated ice dragon. Luokan touched the ice dragon. Okay, I don't have time to play with you today, so I specially brought Lily to play with you. When I heard the first half of the sentence, Frozen Snow Dragon was a little gloomy, but when I heard the second half of the sentence, it suddenly regained its vitality, called Lily, and greeted Lily to come and play, and soon, Lily and they smashed together. How is it, my island? Luokan came to Cheomeng's side. Not bad. Xiaomeng looked at the picture of harmony between people and elves not far away, and sighed sincerely. Today I'm going to have a special elf training. Come and fight with me, Mewtwo. Pixie battle. None of your elves should be my opponent. No, it's not my elf fighting you, but we each command the elf to fight. How about it? Do you want to come? Okay. Mewtwo was a little interested. It had not yet commanded the elf to fight. Ellipsis. These chapters are overdone. About 2 chapters later, the Quartz Alliance and Sharona left the team because of a story in the near future, so I need her to quote that plot. Don't worry, she'll be back soon. Chapter 164. Luokan is also bored now, and wants to see who is more powerful than his elf fighting against his own elf. He clapped his hands and called his main battle elf over. He and Mewtwo chose the elves separately. On the beach on the coast of Nashi Island, Luokan and Cheomeng stood on each side. Mewtwo threw a Pokeball, and the dragon appeared. Looking at the fast dragon, Luo Chen also threw a Pokeball, and the fire-breathing dragon appeared. Because it is a special training for elves, all elves will fight at the same level. Meow Meow was on the flank, looking at the 2 people who were waiting in battle. The game begins. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaomeng and Luo Chen issued orders at the same time. Fast Dragon, Dragon Claw. Fire-breathing Dragon, Dragon Claw. The 2 elves slammed their feet on the ground, condensed a huge energy giant claw on their claws, and flashed their claws to slap the other side fiercely. Boom. There was a loud noise. The dragon claws collided with each other. The fine sand under their feet splashed up. The seawater on the coast was shaking, and half of their feet sank into the sand. The claws of the 2 elves were stalemate in midair, and sparks were still splashing where the dragon claws and the dragon claws met. It is the elf of falling dust, and the relationship is usually very good, but at a critical moment, they are not willing to step back half a point, and there is also competition between each other. Get out. Fallen Dust Road. The 2 elves put away their claws, and the fire-breathing dragon's feet jumped back, just as they were about to jump away. A glimmer of light flashed in Cheomeng's eyes, a flash of lightning. The fast dragon moved forward instead of retreating, and used a flash of electric light to circle behind the fire-breathing dragon in an instant. Dragon Tail. The fast dragon's tail is condensed with white energy light, and it is swept away with a fierce wind. Boom. Suddenly, Kuailong, who was caught off guard, staggered and flew out. However, Luokan's reaction was also very fast. He quickly said, "Fire-breathing dragon, grab the fast dragon's tail." Roar. XXX. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, and at the moment when it flew backwards, it grabbed the fast dragon's tail with both hands. Throw it out. In midair, the fire-breathing dragon violently twisted its waist, then grabbed the fast dragon's tail and spun it out. Kuailong didn't think that the fire-breathing dragon that had already been swept away by himself would have this hand. Without reacting, it was thrown out in no time, cut through the sea, rode about 200 meters, and fell into the sea with a thud. Although the description of this scene is very long, the reality is just what happened in just 1 second. This scene of lightning flashes is also beyond Xiaomeng's expectations. It looked at the dragon's tail but did not receive it. The fire-breathing dragon, who had suffered much damage, was a little puzzled. Why is the fire-breathing dragon okay? The dragon-type dragon tail trick should have an outstanding effect on the dragon-type elves. Looking at it, Luokan shook his head and smiled. The fire-breathing dragon is not a dragon type, it's a fire type and a flying type. Cheomeng was stunned for a moment, Because the fire-breathing dragon had a dragon character, it always thought that the fire-breathing dragon was a dragon, but unexpectedly it was not. Far away. Boom. The water exploded, and the Kuailong flapped its wings and jumped out of the sea, straight up into the air. We also lift off. Chow Meng raised his eyebrows. Kuailong let out a low roar, flapping his wings and chasing after him. Quick dragon, don't let it come up, Shadow Ball. The fast dragon was stagnant in the sky, looking down at the fire-breathing dragon, the small black horn above its head surging, and a black energy ball condensed in its hand, smashing it towards the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon is very flexible, its wings moved side by side, and the shadow ball fell into the sea. With a thud, countless water splashes exploded, and the waves slapped the table. Dragon Claw. Dodging the shadow ball of the fast dragon, the fire-breathing dragon also began to fight back. It charged upwards, its tail flames skyrocketed fiercely, and two huge energy claws were condensed on its claws, and it flew towards the fast dragon. Facing the dragon claws with outstanding effects on the dragon-type elves, Kuailong didn't dare to underestimate it. The momentum on its body rose, its mouth was bright, and several energy balls shot out from its mouth. In the face of several energy balls, the fire-breathing dragon did not choose to dodge, it waved its claws to meet it. Bang bang bang. The energy ball collided with the claw, and there was a big explosion. Soon, several energy balls were smashed by the fire-breathing dragon, but the price was that the energy of the two giant energy claws in its hands were also exhausted. In the air, the fast dragon flapped its wings again and flew towards the sky. Come up. The fire-breathing dragon roared and his speed increased a bit, chasing after him. Soon, they came to a high altitude. Looking up from the ground, they could only see two black dots. However, Luokan and Cheomong are not ordinary things. One has amazing strength, and the other has a riding wheel eye, so they can clearly see the situation in the sky. High in the sky, the two elves looked at each other with high fighting spirit. On the ground, the spiritual power of Luokan and Cheomong spread out, and the sound rang in their hearts at the same time. Quick dragon, 100,000 volts. Fire-breathing dragon, throw flames. Dragon claw. Tornado. Ellipsis. High in the sky, the energy overflowed, and the two elves exchanged hands rapidly. The loud bang 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 could be clearly heard from so far away, the air was shaking, and the clouds were all shaken away by the aftermath of their fight. The colorful and dazzling energy permeates the sky, and under the illumination of the sun, it forms an aurora-like wonder, rendering the entire sky into a dreamy colorful. Time passed little by little. The fierce battle is still going on. Neither the fast dragon nor the fire-breathing dragon is willing to admit defeat easily. Although the fast dragon is stronger than the fire-breathing dragon even if its strength is reduced, but the two sides have fallen into a stalemate. This is that most of Kuailong's tricks are of the dragon type. Dragon-based tricks can only cause general effects on fire-breathing dragons, and fire-breathing dragons can also use dragon-based tricks. Can cause double effect. Therefore, although the fast dragon is stronger than the fire-breathing dragon, it can't stand the fire-breathing dragon and greets it with various dragon-type skills. Reverse scale. In the end, Kuailong used the taboo trick reverse scales. The aura on his body skyrocketed fiercely, the tentacles on his forehead danced wildly, and his eyes became scarlet. The stalemate of the battle was broken, and the fast dragon began to fight against the fire-breathing dragon. Soon, the fire-breathing dragon was defeated. When the defeat of the dust has been decided, they are told to stop. Two little elves flew down. The fire-breathing dragon was not disappointed, instead, he was a little excited. It was beyond his expectations to be able to fight with the fast dragon for so long. After taking back the fast dragon and the fire-breathing dragon, Luokan and Cheomong started the next match. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. In the evening, the coast of Nashi Island. A bird chirping came over, and I saw the 9 tails of a fox elf with 9 tails like a ruby, binding a bird elf with blue flames all over its body. Tight contraction. The little bird elf kept struggling, but the more it struggled, the tighter its tail shrank. In the end, it could only look at Luokan pitifully. Luokan smiled. Okay, Kurama, let it go. 6 games, 3 wins and 3 losses, a draw. Luo Chen looked at Chao Meng and said. Chao Meng nodded and said with a smile, your little elves have been nurtured very well, and their potential is amazing. That's right, don't even look at who their trainers are. Luo Chen said. Chao Meng didn't speak, just rolled his eyes wildly. Fuck, what's your look? Chao Meng's body surged with energy, and then looked at Luo Chen with a smile. Fallen Chen immediately hesitated. Forget it, I'm generous, I don't have the same knowledge as you. Go and sit at Meow Meow's place. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Time is flying by little by little. Every day, Luokan will take time to chat with his mother. After playing with him, he will come directly to his territory with Lily, and Cheomung will play the elf battle. Special training, for example, let them run 10 laps around the island, and then swim dozens of kilometers in the sea. In his spare time, he and Meow Meow remodeled the territory together, and he lived a very leisurely life. There is no Jazzy on the island, and the cold is so cold that I don't know the year. Soon, a month will pass, and the quartz competition will start in a few days. Ellipsis. Today's Mother's Day. My mother's belly is the most expensive house we have ever lived in our life, and the rent is something we will never be able to pay in our whole life. I wish all the mothers in the world peace and prosperity, all the wishes come true, and all the best. Chapter 165. Above Nashi Island, the sky is as blue as a wash, and the sky is thousands of miles long, with only a few scattered white clouds dotted in the sky. Under the breeze, they are constantly deforming, sometimes as if invisible hands are kneading them, sometimes, like the dome of a huge building, all of which are carefully carved and flying. Birds and animals, everything. Sometimes clouds are as light as cotton, sometimes as heavy as crystal boulders. On the hillside facing the sea on the side of Nashi Island, the green grass exudes a faint fragrance of green grass, and the green grass is swayed by the breeze. At this time, 2 young people were sitting on the grass, admiring the sparkling, shimmering sea in front of them. Luokan rested his head on Lily's thigh, and held a dog's tail grass in his mouth, with a slightly lazy expression on his face. The sea breeze blew gently, and a few strands of Lily's hair fell on Luokan's face. He lightly twisted the strands of hair and fiddled them behind Lily's ear. Luokan looked up at the sky and sighed softly, it's gone so fast, it's already been a month in a blink of an eye. Yeah, it does go by quickly. Lily is also sighing, it turns out that a month has passed before you know it. The quartz contest will start in 3 days. When are we going to leave? Lily asked. Luo Chen sat up, stretched out, and spat out the dog's tail grass in his mouth. Tomorrow. As soon as she heard that she was leaving tomorrow, Lilia felt a little reluctant. In the past month, she has fallen in love with life on the island. Sister Sharona doesn't know what's going on. The Shanao alliance is too untrustworthy. Originally, Sister Sharona was going to come back yesterday, but there was something else on the alliance side. She muttered, and she was very sympathetic to the Shanao alliance. Dissatisfied. Luokan also spoke to her on the phone yesterday. She was planning to come back yesterday, but an unexpected situation happened. The Galaxy Group began to conduct large-scale operations in the Shanao area, causing riots in all parts of Shanao. Caused a great impact. In this regard, she had to rush to suppress these people in the Galaxy Group, so her trip was also cancelled, and she could only delay it for a few days, and then come back after finishing the matter of the Galaxy Group. When the 2 of them were fascinated, there was the call of the elf on the hillside. It was the little guys on the island. When they saw Luo Chen and the 2, their eyes lit up, and they all rushed over. The 2 were buried alive. Looking at the pile of elves around him, Luo Chen felt a little helpless. He seemed to spoil them all this month. It hugged a Pikachu lying on its head. Okay, let's play with Lily, I have something to go to Mewtwo __. Ellipsis. Leaving the hillside, Luokan came to a forest on the island. There was a huge book tree in the forest, just like a tower. There was a small wooden house under the tree, and there was a big bird's nest on the branches of the tree. At this time, there are 3 birds sleeping soundly on the bird's nest, which are 3 statues of different colors on their bodies. Seeing the footsteps of people coming out from under the tree, the feathers on the crown of the 3 beagles trembled, raised their heads and looked down. When they found out that it was falling dust, they went back to sleep again. Luokan walked straight to the wooden house under the big tree. This is Cheomung's home. Cheomung has no fixed place anyway. The snow-capped mountains in the north are only used by him to expel toxins from his body, not his home. Therefore, it took the 3 eagles and settled in Luokan's territory. At the beginning, Luokan asked Meow Meow to build a better house for Cheomung, but it refused, and it brought 3 beagles to the forest to build a small wooden house and a big bird's nest. Luokan pushed the door open and walked in. Although the wooden house was small, it was made very warm by Cheomung, with some shells hanging inside. At this moment, Mewtwo is floating cross-legged in midair. The energy of his body is spreading, exuding a ray of light. Hearing the movement of the door, Xiaomeng opened his eyes, and when he saw that he was his only friend among humans, he smiled, concealed his energy, and jumped out of midair. Is it still a habit to live? I really don't understand you. I don't want to help you build a better house. I prefer to live in a wooden house. I really don't know how to enjoy it. I'm used to it. Cheomung shook his head. The wooden house is pretty good. I really don't understand you divine beasts. Luokan shook his head, and then said to Cheomung, tomorrow I will be away for a while to participate in the quartz competition. Cheomung was stunned for a moment, then turned back to the gods. Well, don't worry, there is me on the island, and there is no one in the world who can come and go wild. While speaking, it carried a powerful and incomparably confident confidence. Indeed, with Mewtwo there, Luokan is very confident about the island's defense. If the island is not safe, there will be almost no safe place in the world. By the way, let me see if you can open this thing. Luokan took out an obsidian-like elf ball from his pocket, which was black and not slippery. This was one of the 3 items that were opened when the Gene Jade box was opened last time. He and Meow Meow have been studying for more than a month. I have tried all methods, but I can't open the poke ball, and I can't detect the inside of the poke ball with all kinds of high-tech means. Xiaomeng took it over and looked at it curiously. Can't you open it? Nonsense, I'll call you even if I can. Cheomung's eyes flashed red, and his mental power poured out crazily, but when he touched the pokeball, everything was bounced off. Seeing this, Cheomung began to increase his mental power output, but the elf ball did not enter the fire, rice, oil, and salt, and it was all bounced back, without any effect. Next, Xiaomeng put away his mental power, put the pokeball in his palm, squeezed hard. The pokeball tattoo did not move. Xiaomeng did not believe in evil, and directly used the X-Mega form. The muscles on his body skyrocketed. It held the pokeball with both hands, and then squeezed hard. The result is still the same. There's nothing wrong with this pokeball. Mewtwo also became interested in the pokeball in her hand. Diaresis, if I break it, it should be fine. It's fine, I don't know what it's used for anyway. Luo Chen shrugged and said indifferently. XXX. Soon, Mewtwo suddenly flashed a hidden power in the palm of his right hand. Luokan raised his brows, and the power of the law came out. The right hand that contained the power of the law directly grabbed the black pokeball, but in the end, there was still nothing at all. No matter what Mewtwo did, it would not move at all. Luokan was dumbfounded. This thing, even the power of the law is useless to it. What the hell is Shalufu going to do with it? In the end, Xiaomeng could only throw it back to Luo Chen. My power of law can't do anything to it. I feel very extraordinary about this thing. Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me that it's not easy. Luokan took the black pokeball back into his pocket. After chatting with Cheomung for a long time, it was getting late, because we had to leave early tomorrow, So after Luokan and Lily said goodbye to the elves on the island, they returned to Junshin town. Ellipsis. The next day, early in the morning. Remember to take care of yourself. Understood, I won't be out for too long this time. I'll be back after the quartz tournament. Under Luokan's mother's reluctant gaze, Luokan and Lily restarted their journey towards the quartz plateau, where the quartz competition was held. Ellipsis. Chapter 166. The quartz competition is held on the quartz plateau in the west of the Kanto region, which is the alliance headquarters of the Kanto Alliance branch. Luokan released the fire-breathing dragon, and the two rode on it. The fire-breathing dragon spread its wings and left the sky above Junshin town, heading west, towards the quartz plateau. After leaving Junshin town, passing through Joban city, and flying forward for a long distance, there were suddenly many trainers riding on flying elves in the sky. As they keep flying forward, there are more and more trainers in the sky, such as eagles, great sparrows, big-billed gulls, fire-breathing dragons. There are all kinds of flying elves. They are not very old, and their destinations are the same as Luokan, heading towards the quartz plateau. Wow, so many people, Lily said looking behind. 883. Luokan took the lead and looked around, a little surprised. There were too many people. At a glance, the sky was covered with flying elves, and it was still 2 days before the game, and this was not all of them. It's hard to imagine how many people there will be. However, he was relieved quickly. The quartz competition is an annual event in the Kanto region. Not all the people here are contestants, and some are spectators who go to watch the competition. Ellipsis. Everyone was burying their heads on the road, and some acquaintances gathered with each other, but most of them kept their distance from others and did not have any communication. After all, these people may be their opponents in the future. Get out of the way. At this time, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind, and there was panic in the crowd. Shu tilde tilde. An orange-yellow figure passed by, carrying a strong wind, and instantly came to Luokan's side. It was a young man. At this moment, he was turning his head to look at Luo Chen. When he saw the fire-breathing dragon under Luo Chen, his eyes were filled with disdain. Let me take the lead, you have no opinion. He looked at Luo Chen lightly, although his tone was inquiring, but it had an unquestionable meaning. Luokan, the elf under him, is also very familiar. It is the quasi-god Kuailong of Kanto. It's Janelli, the trainer who was lucky enough to discover a mini-dragon in the wild. It turned out to be him. It is said that he relied on the fast dragon to select all the gyms in the entire Kanto region. Ellipsis. Many people recognized his identity, with endless envy in their eyes. To be able to find a miniature dragon in the wild, it took a lot of shit to do that. Listening to the comments to himself behind him, Janelli laughed loudly, with his nostrils turned to the sky, and possessed the Kanto quasi-god. This is something he can boast about himself for a generation. I am the quasi-god of Kanto, let me take the lead. You should have no opinion, right? After Janelli owned the fast dragon himself, he fell in love with the feeling of being watched by everyone. No matter where he went, he would release the fast dragon, and then enjoy the envy of everyone and become the most eye-catching one. Looking at Nurse Janelli, Luokan shook his head. A guy who is a villain who has ambitions, is purely in the heart of a small citizen, and if he achieves a little achievement, he can't wait for the whole world to know that the more such a person lacks, the more he likes to show off. However, the arrogant tone of the other party made Luokan very unhappy. If the other party spoke normally, Luokan would give him the leading position, but now. He turned to look at Janelli and said lightly, "What if I say I won't let it go? Then I'll grab it myself. Do you think the Usanjia fire-breathing dragons on the bad street can compete with the quasi-god quick dragon? You can try it out." Luo Chen raised his brows. Kuailong, squeeze him to the back. Guanelli patted the fast dragon. Kuailong let out a low roar and rammed straight towards the fire-breathing dragon. Luo Chen squinted at Kuailong. This Kuailong's strength is at the peak of the elite. There is no hope of even doing it. He patted the few pokeballs hanging by his pocket, and one of the pokeballs shook. In an instant, a pressure from the blood came from the flying. The Kuailong's legs softened, and he suddenly braked in the air. Under the action of inertia, Janelli was almost thrown out. "What are you doing, Kuailong?" Janelli was a little annoyed. "Hurry up and hit it." Kuailong ignored him. His body trembled non-stop in the air, his mouth made a puppy-like whimper, and his eyes stared at Luokan in horror, not daring to move. "Kailong, what's wrong with you?" Janelli was nervous. This fast dragon was his heart. Kuailong still ignored him, but looked at Luokan with a pair of eyes and made a begging voice. "Go back." Fallen Dust said lightly. Kuailong was relieved and didn't want to stay for a moment, so he flew towards the back with his tail tucked in panic. "Stop, what's wrong with you, Kuailong, stop." No matter how hard Guinelli beats and scolds, he doesn't obey his orders. Seeing this, Janelli was frightened. He said to Luo Chen, "Boy, what kind of magic trick did you use?" But in the end, his voice became smaller and smaller, and the fast dragon carried him to the back of the team. This scene was seen by many people. He looked at Luo Chen with a very solemn expression, with fear in his eyes. Ellipsis. This is just a small episode. Soon, they came to the Quartz Plateau, and the destination was a huge city, several times larger than Nibi City. This is the Quartz City built on the Quartz Plateau, the largest city in the Kanto region. Beep tilde beep tilde. The whistle sounded, and a young lady Junsha riding an eagle flew up to block Luokan and the others. 5 days before the start of the quartz competition, the Quartz City is prohibited from flying. Luokan and the others nodded, all of them landed, and then walked into Quartz City. Ellipsis. Because there are still 2 days before the start of the quartz competition, there are a lot of people coming and going in Quartz City at this time, and it is very lively, especially the hotels in Quartz City. The business is so hot. Luokan and Lily went to the hotel to book a room first, put their hearts down, and were about to visit the largest city in Kanto when a familiar voice came from the door. Falling dust, falling dust. Ellipsis dot. Chapter 167. Luokan turned his head to look, and saw a boy in a red cap at the entrance of the hotel, with a Pikachu on his shoulder. In the world of Pokemon, there is no one but the foolish protagonist of the world to have this dress. Xiaoji rushed over excitedly. "I knew that with Luokan, your ability, you will definitely come back to participate in the quartz competition. I can't wait to play against you. I have been training with Pikachu and the others for a long time, and this time we met in the competition. I definitely won't lose again, right, Pikachu?" Pikapi. Pishin waved his fist. Xiaogang and Xiaosha also ran over. Xiaogang looked at Lily's eyes lit up, opened his mouth, just wanted to say something to Lily. When he saw Luokan's murderous look, he swallowed, thinking of the other party, the terrifying place. He obediently shut his mouth. Bah. "Did you just arrive too?" Luo Chen looked at Xiaoji. "Well, when I first arrived, I also booked this hotel. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that we are in the same hotel 22. Xiaoji said a little excitedly. While they were chatting, Luo Chen felt a burning gaze staring at him at the hotel's door. Luo Chen looked at him and was stunned for a moment. What a coincidence, he was actually an acquaintance again. Following his gaze, Xiaoji also looked over, and then excitedly said, "Xiao Mao." He clenched his fists. His 2 old enemies have already arrived, and it seems that they are still in the same hotel. This is all arranged by God. Xiao Mao ignored Xiaoji, but went straight to Luo Chen, looked at Luo Chen, and said, "You are finally here. I have been here for 5 days, this time I will not lose again. I will beat you upright in the game." Xiaoji was not happy anymore. He raised his head and said to Xiao Mao, "Luokan will be defeated by me, and I will defeat you too. The defeated generals, you can go to that step first and then talk about it." After speaking, he bypassed Luokan and the others and took the elevator to the hotel. "Damn, I will definitely defeat Xiao Mao this time." Xiaoji clenched his fist. He did fight with Xiao Mao many times, but every time he ended in failure. After Xiao Mao left, Xiaoji looked at Luo Chen and his eyes suddenly lit up. Luo Chen, why don't we fight now? Luochen shook his head. No. Xiaoxia slashed at Xiaoji's head with a knife. Fight against you, the big guy, the quartz contest is about to start, and Luochen won't expose his little elf. Hearing this, Luo Chen scratched his head. In fact, he really wanted to say that he chose to refuse in order not to discourage Xiaoji. Okay, let's talk when I have time. I'll go out for a walk, and I'll go to the Alliance to register my identity. Ellipsis. Saying goodbye to Xiaoji, the two walked out of the hotel hand in hand. Soon they came to an incomparably high tower building with a very large area. It was very majestic. The roof was a sand angle slope with a top. Penetrate the sky to get a glimpse of the mystery of heaven. The majestic palace main corridor stretches to the far end, and all you can see are dazzling enamel-painted window lattices and vivid living marble relief. On the wall of the building facing the gate, a golden pokeball pattern with a size of several meters is engraved. This building is the headquarters of the Kanto Alliance branch. Wow, it's so spectacular. Lily couldn't help but exclaimed. Not to mention Lily, even Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected, he is the biggest capitalist in the Pokemon world, he is rich. At this time, an endless stream of people came in and out at the gate of the league. They were all participants of the quartz competition who went to the league for player information, and of course there were also some tourists who came to visit the league. You must know that the Alliance is not open to the public at ordinary times. The Alliance will only be open to the public during the quartz competition. Luochen and Lily stepped into the grand door, which has a tall foyer that leads directly to the roof. There is a large crystal chandelier hanging on the roof. The decoration inside the building is brilliant and gorgeous. The hall seems to be made of gold. He came to the registration office of the quartz competition. The efficiency of the Alliance was very fast. After queuing for a while, it was the turn of the dust. The registration for the competition was also very simple. Just plug the computer into the registrar to register. It only took half a minute in total, and all the procedures had been registered. Putting away the illustrations, the two walked straight out of the Alliance Center and came to the largest commercial street in Quartz City. At this time, this commercial street is very lively. Looking around, it is crowded with people. The shops on both sides of the road are very popular, and all kinds of strange products are sold. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. In the 2 days before the quartz competition, Luochen accompanied Lily to the Quartz City for 2 days, and he didn't feel nervous before the competition at all. Time flies, 2 days passed quickly, and today is the start of the quartz competition. In Quartz City, not far from the city center, there is a huge open-air, sky, gymnasium. It crawls there like a wild beast. It is several times bigger than the bird's nest in the previous life. The stadium where the quartz competition is held. Luochen and the others are in the gymnasium. Everyone has already entered the arena, the audience is seated, and the audience seats are densely packed with human heads. There is a huge high platform on the south side of the gymnasium. There are stairs leading directly to the high platform. There is a huge bowl-shaped thing on the high platform. At this time, all the contestants were standing near the gate of the gymnasium, in 2 rows, and they were now welcoming the torch. Not long after, a man with a torch ran in from outside the gym. XXX. Looking at this person, Luochen was a little surprised. This is the Alliance law enforcer that Luochen met after defeating the Galaxy Group and Hunter J before, Mingya. Mingya trotted all the way to the high platform, and put the torch in his hand in front of the big bowl on the high platform. Boom! The raging golden yellow flames burned in an instant, and all the flames condensed into the shape of a flaming bird in the bowl. The shape of this flame is exactly the legendary flame bird. This flame is not ordinary fire, but a flame bird. Flame! Cry! As if conscious, the flaming bird broke out of the bowl and rushed into the sky, then swooped down, slammed into the bowl, and started countless fireworks. Boom boom boom. As the firebird fell into the bowl again, countless bright fireworks rose above the gymnasium, heralding the annual Kanto Prosperous event. The quartz competition began. Ellipsis. Chapter 168. As the fireworks rose, the scene also erupted with shouts like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis. It was very spectacular. The sound waves almost lifted the sky and scattered the clouds in the air. Dong dong dong. Countless rectangular arenas rose up in the gym, and the big screen lit up. A host appeared on the screen. It was the clown that Luokan had seen before. First of all, the clown first introduced the guests, who were the Alliance Law Enforcement Officer Mingya, the main person in charge of the Kanto Alliance, and then the 8 gymnasiums in Kanto's owner. Looking at the people on the stage, there is no doubt that the most honored person is the Alliance Law Enforcement Officer Mingya. The reason why he is still in the Kanto region may be to take care of the 3 officials of the Galaxy Corps and Hunter J who are imprisoned. After the introduction, these people were seated in the special seats, and then after the Joker's impassioned opening remarks. Quartz competition. The competition begins. In a deafening scream, it announced the official start of the quartz competition. Luo Chen looked at the crowd of contestants present. There were at least 800 contestants. The competition was very fierce. The first to start was the knockout round. The rule of the knockout round was 1v1. Those who lost were eliminated, and those who won were promoted to the next. In a round of 883, the competition was very cruel. In the first round alone, more than 400 people had to be eliminated. Okay, let's start randomly assigning opponents. I wish all contestants good luck. The clown said, and the big screen started to scroll rapidly. So excited, Luo Chen. The hot-blooded idiot on the side, Xiaoji, was both excited and worried. I don't know who my opponent is, I hope it's not too strong. Relax, don't be nervous, you can advance. Luo Chen patted him on the shoulder. Xiaoji's strength is still quite strong. In the original book, Luo Chen remembered that his final result was also the top 16 of the quartz competition, so in the knockout rounds or something, he can still pass easily. Of course, the premise is that the opponent he draws is not too strong. If his luck is against the sky and he draws himself, then Luokan can only apologize to Xiaoji. He wants to play in the knockout round. However, this possibility is not too big. After all, the protagonist of the world is sheltered by the luck of the world. After a quick scroll, the big screen in the gym quickly stopped beating. Buzzing tilde. All the elf illustrations in the pockets of the trainers and competitors made a vibrating sound at almost the same time. When they took them out, they found that the elf illustrations were all lit up with a row of numbers on them. Luokan looked at the screen. The numbers displayed on his screen were 20 stage, second match, the entry number 266, and the battle against 350. Luokan, which stage are you on? Xiaoji, who was beside him, raised his head, and Luo Chen identified the elf picture in his hand so that he could see it. When he saw the digital information on Luokan's screen, Xiaoji breathed a sigh of relief. Although he really wanted to meet Luokan in the game, he didn't want to face Luokan so early, and he was under great pressure to face Luokan. What? Which stage is yours? Luo Chen asked curiously. Stage 06, in the first game, my entry number is 106, and I'm playing against number 720. On the big screen, the figure of the clown jumped out again, holding the microphone and shouting, I think all the contestants have already seen the battle data of their elf picture appreciation, and now we have invited each stage, the first match. The players are in place. Luokan, then I'll go. Luokan patted Xiaoji on the shoulder. Well, let's go, come on. Not long after Xiaoji left, Luo Chen also found the number 20 stage. Now it's the first match, and the next match will come to him. At this time, there were already 2 contestants preparing on the 20th stage, and there were also assigned referees. Soon, the 2 people on the stage were ready, and the referee waved the flag in his hand to announce the start of the game. The 2 threw the Pokeball, 2 white lights flashed, and 2 elves appeared on the field. They are a water arrow tortoise and a wonderful frog flower. These two should be their initial elves. When the trainer who owns the water arrow turtle saw that the other side actually brought out the frog flower, his face became ugly. Although both are the final evolution of two of the three Kanto imperial families, the other side's frog the flower perfectly restrains the water arrow turtle in terms of attributes. The trainer who was weak in terms of attributes had to strike first and be stronger. He gave an order to the water arrow turtle. The water arrow turtle shot two huge water cannons from the large gun barrels behind, collided with the wonderful frog flower. Go! The wonderful frog flower did not dodge at all, but went up to the water cannon. The water cannon hit it. It didn't do anything. Instead, it made a cheerful sound, and the big flowers on its back faintly grew bigger. A little. Looking at this scene, Luokan shook his head. The water arrow turtle is a pure water elf, and all the skills are water. It's good to be able to crush the wonderful frog flower, and the water-based trick can still cause damage to the wonderful frog flower. But just now he probed the two little elves with his probing eyes, and found that the level of the water arrow turtle is much lower than that of the wonderful frog flower. In this case, the water arrow turtle will lose if it can't support it for a long time. Sure enough, soon, in the green leaf storm of the wonderful frog flower that had an outstanding effect on the water elves, the water arrow turtle lost consciousness after a long time. Seeing this scene, the water arrow turtle's trainer was full of frustration, and took back the water arrow turtle with a gray face. He lost, which means that a year of hard work, the sweat of the 8 badges, all turned into foam, but the game is so cruel. This is the game, only the winner can stay to the end. After the first game was over, there was a small display screen in the corner of the stage, and the information on the display screen was updated at this time, with the entry number of Luo Chen and the entry number of another person. The referee looked at the display and said loudly, "In the second game, number 266 will play against the battle number. 2 contestants will be invited to the stage. Come on, I'm number 266, and Luo Chen jumped onto the stage." The referee nodded after checking the information on the players on the whereabouts of the elf picture book, and then said again, "Please come to the stage." "I'm coming." A young man with red hair and ear studs came to the stage, with a little arrogance in his expression, a feeling of superiority. After the referee checks the players' information, the two sides are ready. It's AJ, who was in the top 32 last year. Many people in the audience recognized this young man's identity. The man named Az raised his chest proudly and said to the audience, "I have done a lot of hard work this year. Last year, if my opponent was not too strong, I could have reached the top 16. This year I to enter the top 8. Even, I have to enter the semi-finals." After speaking, he looked at Luo Chen and shook his fingers. "In 1 minute, I will defeat you in 1 minute. "Oh, is that so?" Luokan said with a half smile. "I think you should start preparing for the next year." The game starts. The referee waved the flag in his hand, announcing the start of the game. Ellipsis. Chapter 169. With the referee's order, Luo Chen threw the poke ball at the same time as him. 2 white lights flashed, and 2 elves appeared on the field. Luo Chen first sent a blue puppy, which was the fighting elf Liuoru. The elf sent by the opponent was a very strong elf with a boxing red glove in his hand. The elf moved like a boxer, stepping on small steps. Coincidentally, the opponent was also a fighting elf, Abelang. Seeing that the elf in the dust is Liuoru, who has not evolved even though refining, the other party's eyes were hurt and stunned, and then he burst into laughter. Hey, you actually let Liuoru in his original form appear. This is a 1v1 knockout match. As long as your Riolu loses you will be eliminated. You actually took out Liuolu in the knockout round. I'm curious how you beat 8 gyms to get 8 badges. Are you a student of Pokemon Academy? I heard that Pokemon students only need to graduate as soon as they graduate. The Alliance has 8 badges by default. 83. Then I advise you not to have too much expectations. The best result of Pokemon students in history is the top 32. That was a few years ago. In recent years, most Pokemon students have not survived the knockout rounds. While laughing at Luokan, he also looked at Luokan with jealousy in his eyes, a guy with shit luck. Leo Lu is a very rare elf, and when he evolved to Lucario, he was even more handsome. Is simply the rich and handsome among the fighting elves. I can solve you in 30 seconds in less than a minute. 30 seconds. Luokan shook his head, looked at him and said lightly, 10 seconds is enough. 10 seconds, you have self-knowledge. Since you don't want to admit defeat, don't blame me. After he finished speaking, he issued an order to Abilene. Abilene uses high-speed movement. Shoot tilde. Abilene's powerful legs kicked on the ground, the strength in his muscles exploded, and he came to Leo Lu's side in an instant. Leo Lu was in front of it, just like a child facing an adult, from the outside. Judging from the above, regardless of size or strength, Leo Lu is not at all a match for Abilene. Abilene uses Sonic Fist. Abilene instantly punched, and the strong fist shook the air. With a whistling fist wind, its fist turned into countless fists because of its excessive speed, and smashed it towards Leo Lu. Leo Lu looked at the fist that was bombarding him. His face was expressionless. If you look closely, you can see that Leo Lu's eyes are actually still vaguely disdainful. The trainer on the opposite side called as he saw Leo Lu standing still, and sneered again. Your Leo Lu must have been frightened by my Abilene, right? I'm on the go. One of the top 32 players. It's normal for your Riolu to be scared silly. As he spoke, his sense of superiority was undoubtedly revealed. Luokan shook his head, and a hint of mockery appeared on the corner of his mouth. He really did his best to show off his status as the top 32 in the previous session. Again, the more people who lacked something, the more they liked to show something. He looked at Leo Lu. He said lightly, okay, Leo Lu will solve it. Shunchu, Rachel. I saw Leo Lu's body swayed slightly and disappeared directly from Abilene's face. Then there was the sound of zzz like thunder and lightning, and Rachel slammed directly into Abilene's back, and then Leo Lu used the teleportation technique again to return to his original position. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The other spectators under the stage, as well as Azzy on the opposite side, only saw that Leo Lu disappeared for a moment, but when he blinked, Leo Lu did not disappear. They had to classify it as their own just dazzled. Okay, Leo Lu, let's go. Luo Chen then took another look at his opponent. Exactly 10 seconds. Referee, please, you can already announce the result. After speaking, Luo Chen took Leo Lu off the stage. Hey, are you going to admit defeat? See for yourself. Luo Chen's voice came faintly. At this moment, on the stage, he suddenly found that his elf, Abilene, was stunned and stood motionless. Hey, Abilene, why are you not moving? Zzz tilde tilde tilde. Suddenly, countless electric arcs scurried around Abilene's body, and then it spit out a cloud of black smoke from its mouth, and fell to the ground with circles in its eyes. Seeing this, the referee was also a little horrified. He announced the result. Player number 266 Luokan wins and advances to the next round. Many trainers who had already finished or were waiting for them to play exploded in an instant. What happened just now? It's so fast, that Leo Lu didn't seem to have moved just now. No, it moved. I remember it disappeared for a moment. At first I thought I was dazzled, but I didn't expect it to be. Many people at the scene looked at Luokan's back in horror, which meant that his Leo Lu killed Abilene in just the blink of an eye. Joined the ranks of rivals. Aziz's eyes widened when he saw Leo Lu lying down on the field. His face was unbelievable. He actually lost. 10 seconds. What he said was that it was not his own Abilene who killed Leo Lu. But the time when Leo Lu killed Abilene. At this time, his heart collapsed, and he actually lost in the knockout round. Listening to the discussion behind him, Luokan smiled. After a month of training, Leo Lu's progress was terrifying, and in the last week or so, Mewtwo taught him personally. Originally, Mewtwo had no fighting attributes. In order to teach Leo Lu, it also deliberately used the Megax state with 2 attributes of superpower and fighting to teach Leo Lu. With half a foot into the teaching of the first-level divine beast, Liu Lu's progress is terrifying. Ellipsis. After the game, Luo Chen saw Xiaoji again. Luokan, I won. He ran over excitedly, sharing the joy in his heart. Congratulations. Luokan said cheerfully. Okay, let's go to Liliai, Xiaosha Xiaoging and the others. We've finished the game, and the next knockout match will start in the afternoon. Because only competing players can enter the stadium, Lilia can only wait in the auditorium with Xiaosha Xiaoging and the others. Soon, they found Lily and the others. How is it? Did Xiaoji win? Xiaogang saw Xiaoji coming, got up and asked. Looking at the look on his face, you know he will definitely win. Xiaosha looked at Xiaoji and said with disgust, look at how calm people are, and then look at you. Xiaoji was a little depressed. Hey, whose partner are you? How do you know that Luo Chen won? What if he loses? Then why don't you ask? You can win, how could Luokan lose? Xiaosha 4.4 looked contemptuous. XXX. Lily stood up and came to Luokan's side. She didn't ask the result, because she knew that Luokan would not lose without asking, she said with a smile. You tortured your opponent again. No way, it's just 10 seconds to solve him. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Is this still a human being for 10 seconds? Okay, it's already noon, let's go eat first, the next game won't start in the afternoon. Luo Chen took Lily's hand and said to Xiaoji and the others. After eating at noon and going to the elf center to help the elf recover, the group returned to the gymnasium of the quartz competition again. The second knockout match in the afternoon was about to begin. There were 3 knockout rounds on the first day of the quartz contest. Among the more than 800 contestants, only individuals could advance to the next round. The competition is very cruel. Today's knockout match will wipe out more than 700 people. Ellipsis. Chapter 170. One after another, all the people returned to the gymnasium. After a while, the big screen in the gymnasium lit up, and the figure of the clown jumped on it. There was no unnecessary nonsense. He directly announced the start of the second knockout. The big screen was rapidly scrolling, and soon, the scrolling screen stopped. Then, for all the contestants who won the first knockout match, the elf illustrations in their pockets shook again. Okay, the grouping for the second knockout match has been completed. For the specific grouping situation, please watch the contestants' elf illustrations. Luokan took out the picture book, and there was another piece of information on it. It showed, Stage 10, the first game, the entry number, 266, the opponent, 101. Luokan, which game are you in? The 10th stage, the first game. I'm also the first, but I'm on stage 35, so I'll go first. Well, then we'll see you later, come on. After Xiaoji left, Luokan also found the 10th stage. At this time, the small screen in the corner of the 10th stage also displayed Luokan and his opponent's entry number. Because it was the first game, he jumped up directly. Not long after, his opponent number 101 also came to the stage. He was about the same age as Luo Chen. After he jumped on, he saw Luo Chen. Bitter, why is my luck so bad? In the morning, by coincidence, he was also watching the game on a stage next to Luokan. He happened to see the scene where Luokan beat Abilene in 10 seconds, which really shocked him. The referee gave the two of them 10 minutes to prepare, and 10 minutes later, the referee came to the center line of the arena. There are elves who please choose to play. The two threw the elf ball at the same time, 2 white lights flashed, and the one who fell out of the game was Liu Lu, while the opponent was an elf with a light red body, a slender neck and a long beak. One of the house birds in Kanto, the final evolution of the strong sparrow, the big-billed sparrow. When he saw that the elf released by Luokan was still Liuru, he was relieved. He knew that he made the right bet. The other party did not change the elf, but Liuru. He half squinted his eyes and looked at Liu Lu. His flying sparrow can restrain the fighting type, and he still has hope of winning. Under Luokan's competition stage, many contestants were watching Luokan's game. To be precise, they wanted to explore Luokan's bottom in advance. Today, the news that he defeated Abilene in 10 seconds had already spread. They all want to come over in advance to watch Luokan's game, so that they can make corresponding countermeasures. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee waved the flag in his hand fiercely. The game begins ... At the moment when the referee's voice fell, Luo Chen's opponent's eyes twitched, and he immediately issued an order to Big Mouth. Big Mouth, take off. The flapping wings of the big-billed sparrow came to the sky above the arena. Sword dance. Then it used sword dance, which can increase the attack power of skills. Continuously use air slash. In the air, the big-billed sparrow made a crisp cry, and it violently fanned. He moved his wings, vibrated the air, and sent out a slash, and several white rays of air fell towards Liu Lu. Get out of the way. Liu Lu shook his body slightly, turned into a blue phantom, and instantly came to another corner of the arena. So fast. This speed. Off the field, many onlookers exclaimed. They could see that Liu Lu did not use any skills. It was not a skill similar to flashing lightning and high-speed movement, but completely relying on his own speed. Their eyes widened. Their own speed was able to ignore the flash of electric light and high-speed movement, which simply subverted their three views. Boom boom boom. The air smashed to the ground, and all of a sudden, a cloud of smoke was created on the ground. Luo Chen looked at the big-billed sparrow flying in the air and nodded secretly. His opponent was quite experienced. He used the liftoff to distance himself from Liu Lu, and then used the long-range skills of the flight department in the sky to attack Liu Lu. Attacking, in this case, no matter how powerful Liu Lu is, it can't attack the Big Mouth. It can only be reduced to a target, and in the end, the Big Mouth is forcibly consumed to death. But the corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched. On the opposite side, Luo Chen's opponent was looking at Luo Chen solemnly. When he saw a smile on the corner of Luo Chen's mouth, he froze for a while, and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Could this Liu Lu be able to attack the sparrow? Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted at Big Mouth, fly higher. It's too late. Luo Chen gave an order to Liu Lu. Liu Lu, shoot it down for me. Hearing this, Liu Lu's eyes flashed, his knees flexed slightly, and then the strong muscles on his calf exploded with a loud bang, and the ground under his feet collapsed directly, cracking open. Liu Lu rose into the sky like a cannonball, and came to the Big Mouth in an instant. The Big Mouth flapped its wings and wanted to continue to fly high, but where would Liu Lu give it a chance? It raised its right leg high and stomped its head towards the sparrow. Bang tilde hoo. I saw the sparrow fell on the field of competition as fast as a shooting star. With a thud, a pit was smashed into the arena, and the ground cracked like a cobweb. As for the sparrow, he had already lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, the people watching the match widened their eyes, opened their mouths, took in a breath of cold air, and all made a huge uproar. How is this possible? What did they see just now? This Liu Lu actually jumped so high. This is a hell. It jumped even higher than the Big Mouth flying in the air. And it was another move, one move after solving the Big Mouth. The game only took a few dozen seconds to pass. They were all drooling, looking at Luokan with deep fear, and some were even praying that they must not encounter Luokan in the following games. This man is simply a big dark horse, extremely terrifying and terrifying. Not far away, the people sitting on the special seats in the gym also heard the bursts of discussion from Luokan's side. The movement over there seems to be a bit loud. They turned their heads and looked over. When they saw the people standing on the stage, the eyes of many gym owners lit up, and a flash of clarity flashed in their hearts. It turned out to be that kid. Ellipsis. After playing the first game, Luokan waited for more than 2 hours. After everyone finished playing, half of the contestants on the scene were eliminated again. The stadium that seemed to be a little crowded suddenly became a little empty. Stand up. Immediately afterwards, the third knockout round also began. He was quickly assigned an opponent. This time, it was no different from the previous two competitions. Luokan still released Liu Lu, and his opponent was Bug plus Flying Ba Dahu. As the game started, there was still no suspense in the end. In less than a minute, Ba Dahu lay dead on the ground. And Luokan also became the first player to stand out from the knockout round. Soon, the others also finished playing one after another. The Joker came out to announce the end of the first day of the game, and only one contestant advanced to the next game. The crowd dispersed, and time soon came to night. Ellipsis. Diaresis Luokan, you are famous. In the evening, Luo Chen and Xiaoji were having a meal on the first floor of the hotel, when Xiaogang suddenly ran over with a booklet. I'm famous. Luokan was puzzled. Well, look. Xiaogang put the booklet in his hand in front of Luo Qian Qinhao Chen, and saw on the cover of the booklet, Quartz Contest Billboard. And Luokan's name is also on the billboard, and he is at number 15. It reads, Fallen, ranked 15th. The elf is Liu Lu, the rest of the elf are unknown. Only one elf was used in the 3 knockout matches, and each game was usually used for less than half a minute. The strength is very amazing. If it's not that he's probably in the top 10 because he only uses one pixie. Looking at this thing, Luo Chen was taken aback. What is this? It's the name of an organization ranked according to the performance of the Quartz contest players. This ranking is quite accurate and very prestige. What about me, Xiaogang? Xiaoji asked. Xiaogang flipped through it. This booklet only records the names of the top 50. As for you, no. Xiaoji, uncle. Luokan looked at the booklet, and he was only ranked 15th. Who was the first? He flipped the booklet forward, turned to the first page, and looked at the information on it. His eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing playful smile. It turned out to be him. It seems that this Quartz competition is not as boring as imagined. Ellipsis. Chapter 171. When looking at the number 1 information, Luokan's eyes also flashed solemnity. Among the known trainers, there was only one person who could make him feel solemn. Luokan did not expect that he would actually come to participate in the Kanto region Quartz contest. Xiaoji and the others were also a little curious about the first place. When they looked at the information on the first page, they all lost their voices. This is not true, right? This information is wrong. The information on the first page reads, Dakoto, ranked first, has unfathomable strength. If nothing else happens, he is the champion of this Quartz competition. There is only one known elf, and the remaining 5 are unknown. The only pixie it used in the knockout round was Flaming Bird. Looking at the information that jumped into his eyes, Luokan squinted his eyes and meditated in his heart. Mythical Beast Man tilde, Dakoto. That's right, the first place is the Mythical Beast Man Dakto in the original book. With the help of 2 elves, a nightmare god Darkrai, and a blue water city Latios, Xiaoji blood abused again. In the original book, his first 2 elves were divine beasts, and together with the current flame bird, it means that he has at least 3 divine beasts, and even all of his 6 elves are divine beasts. The mysterious Pokemon trainer in the original book. I don't know who is more powerful between your Darkrai and my Darkrai, and I don't know who is more powerful than Fire Chick and your Firebird. Luokan's eyes showed a long-lost fighting intent. I hope you don't let me down. Luokan began to look forward to the next competition, and the Quartz competition was not as boring as he thought. Ellipsis. The page of time turned once again, and the next day soon came. The people who fell into the dust came to the arena of the Quartz conference. Today's game was 128-64, and the game was also very cruel. More than half of the people had to be eliminated. Since there are only 128 people today, the numbers for the competition will also be reassigned. At this time, all 128 players are standing in the Quartz competition venue. There are also familiar faces in the team. Apart from Xiaoji, Xiaomao is also there, as well as the one who provoked Luo Chen before, Janelli, who has a fast dragon, and the hair is slightly curly, with a long light blue hair. wearing the young man in the cape, Dakuto. At this time, Dakuto's side was a little strange. There was no one within a few meters of him, and a vacuum was formed strangely, which was very conspicuous. One by one they whispered. Is he the Dakuto with the legendary elf? That's right, he is the Dakuto who is at the top of the billboard. It's too terrifying to have a legendary elf, I hope I don't meet him. Is it really the flaming bird? Could it be the person who compiled the quartz contest billboard who was confused? Each of the participating trainers looked at him with deep horror. They had all read the booklet of the quartz contest last night, and naturally they knew about Dakuto. It was because they knew it. Just afraid. It is incredible to have a mythical beast. The legendary elf is synonymous with power. It is also the first time they have seen someone who can own a legendary elf, or the very popular flame bird in Kanto. At the same time as they were discussing, the ground of the venue also made a rumbling sound, and the stage of all competitions landed on the ground. Soon, the layout of the venue changed. Yesterday, the densely packed stage disappeared. Instead, in the middle of the venue, there were 8 pixie stages. Today's competition system is 8 stages at the same time. In the competition, there are 16 games in each table, and through the 16 games in each table, the top 64 will be won. The clown appeared in the middle of the stage, the big screen in the gym lit up, the clown figure appeared on it, and his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. First of all, congratulations, you have successfully killed after a fierce competition. The knockout round is out, but at the same time, we have to observe a moment of silence for you, because the next game will be more cruel. The next game is 128 to 64, and each trainer can play 2 elves. Now because of the number of people, we will rearrange the number of each contestant according to the total length of the 3-long game yesterday. First of all, the trainer of number 001 is Luokan. There was a flash on the big screen, and Luo Chen's avatar appeared first. Luokan, you are the first. Xiaoji said excitedly. Those who didn't know thought that the first person was him. At the same time, other people's eyes are also towards Luokan, with a trace of solemnity in their eyes, because this ranking is arranged according to the end time, which means that in yesterday's knockout, he ended the fastest after the competition. This also shows that this person named Luokan is very strong. Even the mythical beast man Dakuto was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the first place was not himself, but this guy named Luo Chen. The Joker then announced the next number attribution. The number 1 trainer is Dakuto. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Ellipsis. XXX. Soon, all the contestants' entry numbers have been reset. New allocation complete. Now start randomly assigning opponents. On the big screen, the portraits of all the contestants began to scroll rapidly. The order was all disrupted, and then they were combined together. Looking at the screen, Luo Chen was assigned the following matches. Stage 01, Game 3, and his opponent also made Luo Chen laugh dumbly. Very coincidentally, it was the Quick Dragon trainer Janelli. Many people did not look at the opponent they assigned for the first time, but were looking for Dakuto, and found that he was in the first game of the 05 stage, and his opponent was the number 50 trainer. Immediately, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not assigned to them, and one of them was as pale as a concubine. He was the number 50 trainer who was very unlucky to draw Dakuto. Okay, the grouping order of the competition has been allocated. Please go to the player rest building to wait. The first game will start in half an hour. The player building also has a elf teleporter. If you need to replace the elf, players can also go and change the pixie. Ellipsis. Half an hour passed quickly, and the 16 contestants who participated in the first game walked out of the building where the contestants were resting. There are also 8 large screens in the player rest building, each of which broadcasts the game of a stage. On the screen, the clown didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Amid the overwhelming cheers, he directly announced the start of the game. At this time, the other 7 screens were a little deserted, and all of them were almost crowded in front of the TV screen broadcasting the 05th match, because the protagonist of this match was Dacto. The game started soon. On the screen, Dacto threw a pokeball, and a crisp bird's cry hit people's hearts. One had a long streamlined crown and a tail that was churning like fire. The whole body was covered in flames. Each feather on its wings was also formed like a flame, and a little elf radiating bright light all over the body appeared. It's really a flame bird. Flaming bird. Damn it, it's true. Ellipsis. In front of the screen, everyone's eyes widened, their pupils shrunk to a point, and a storm surged in their hearts. Before, they still had luck and fantasies in their hearts, thinking that it was just an elf similar to a flame bird, but this realistic scene, what they saw with their own eyes was like a heavy hammer, which woke them up. Sichuan. Chapter 172. In the gymnasium of the venue, all the spectators lost their voices when they looked at the flaming birds hanging in the sky like the brilliant sun. They were all terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. There was a dead silence, and needles could be heard. After a few seconds, the entire auditorium was boiling. It's actually a flame bird. The legendary elf was actually subdued by a trainer. The incarnation of flame, the flame bird. Because there were too many stages yesterday and there were too many battles, and every match of Dakido ended very quickly, very few spectators found the flame bird yesterday, and even if they did, it was too far away, so I thought it was just another bird with flames, but I didn't think in the direction of the flame bird. Today, there are only 8 stages on the field, and the big screen above the stadium is also divided into 8 pieces. Each screen plays a battle between the stages, and the audience can clearly see the difference between each stage through the screen. During the battle, the audience can now clearly see the appearance of the flame bird. The audience was very excited to be able to see the legendary elf up close. Without blinking, they stared straight at the dreamy flame bird above the sky. The picture came to the arena again. At this time, Dakoto's opponent also threw a pokeball in dismay. His Pokemon was a fast-swimming frog of the water system. Even if the water element can restrain the fire element, everyone at the scene would not think that the fast-swimming frog of the water element will win. After all, it is facing the legendary elf. When the two sides were ready, the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. Dakoto's opponent is also a man. Although he knew that he was facing a flaming bird, he did not choose to back down, but chose to fight. At the moment when the referee waved the flag in his hand, he chose to strike first. Swimming frogs, use blizzard. The strong fist of the fast-swimming frog slammed his chest hard, making a muffled sound like a drum, and then the weather above the sky suddenly changed. The flame bird whistled. But it was of no use. When the blizzard was a few meters away from the flame bird, it was directly evaporated. Even if the entire arena was full of ice and snow, within 2 meters of the flame bird, there was no trace of it. Snow and ice. However, the flame bird is a fire-type Pokemon after all, and there is still disgust for things that are opposite to its own attributes. It directly issued a crisp chirping sound, and it emitted a hot red light, which directly formed a red light. The halo then exploded, and the ice and snow clouds in the sky melted directly, and the snow and ice in the sky disappeared without a trace. Flame bird, use jet flame. The flame bird opened its mouth and spit out a flame beam, which was extremely powerful, and shot towards the fast-swimming frog. No, swim the frog quickly, freeze the light. The fast-swimming frog quickly emits a flash of freezing light wire. However, when the two collided, the freezing light that was supposed to restrain the fire element was directly vaporized when it hit the jet flame, and could not block the jet flame for half a minute. In the end, the jet of flame slammed directly on the fast-swimming frog without even howling, and the fast-swimming frog just lay on the ground and lost consciousness. Dakoto's opponent lost his mind. Is this the power of the legendary Pokemon? He couldn't resist even a single move. He looked at the flame bird in the sky with a very complicated expression, and shook his head in self-deprecating manner. Taking his own humiliation, he confessed to the referee on the side, and then jumped off the stage very freely, and being able to play against the legendary elf, his quartz competition was not in vain. Player number 002 Dacto will advance to the next round. Tilde. When the referee announced the result, the audience burst into violent cheers again. Ellipsis. Time is passing little by little, and the competition is also going on fiercely. Some people are promoted and others are eliminated. Some are happy and some are sad. Soon, the top two games on stage 01 were over, and the screen displayed the avatar of Luo Chen and the avatar of the fast dragon trainer Janelli. Luochen, it's your turn, Xiaoji said from the side. Well, then I'll go first. Luochen walked out of the player rest building and came to stage 01. His opponent Janelli also came up. He looked at Luo Chen and said, although I didn't know what magic trick you used last time to make my fast dragon stop me, this time I will show you how powerful I am. Luochen didn't answer. He was too lazy to talk to such a person. I have asked the two contestants to release the elves. The rules of the game are 2v2. Neither party is allowed to change the elves in the middle. The game will end until the two elves on one side lose consciousness. The referee announced the rules of the game. Luochen and Janelli threw the Pokeball at the same time, two white lights flashed, and two western dragons with the same orange complexion appeared on the field. The one who fell to the dust was the fire-breathing dragon, while the other was the fast dragon he was proud of and worth blowing for a lifetime. Seeing that Luochen released a fire-breathing dragon, the other party turned on the mocking mode again. Why is it the final evolution of the little fire-breathing dragon, one of the three imperial families in Kanto? This kind of little elf is already rotten on the street. You are too embarrassed to take it out, then I'll let you see how powerful I am. Mine is a fast dragon known as the quasi-god of Kanto. Hearing this, Luo Chenhuang rolled his eyes. This person is really showing off that he has a fast dragon all the time. I really don't know how such an arrogant person has survived until now, and he was not beaten to death by a sap. It's unbelievable. Logically speaking, the grass on the grave of such a person is already as tall as a person. Fire-breathing dragon, the other party looks down on you, and it'll be up to you later, until he doubts his life. The fire-breathing dragon, who had seen the other party unhappy for a long time, spewed out two rough air with sparks from his nostrils, and looked at the fast dragon with contempt in his eyes. Such a weak fast dragon was too embarrassed to show it off. In this month's time I don't even know how many fights I've had with the king of fast dragons. The two sides were ready to prepare. The referee retreated to the center line outside the arena, and waved the flag in his hand violently. The game begins. The fast dragon moves at high speed, thunder and lightning fist. At the moment when the match started, the opponent chose to attack first. The Kuailongxuang legs kicked on the ground, and the little fleshy wings on the back slammed violently, directly turning into an orange-yellow phantom rushing over. Make a sizzling sound. It came to the front of the fire-breathing dragon in an instant, holding the thunderbolt fist in its right hand and blasting it directly towards the fire-breathing dragon's face, very fast. Luo Chen is not in a hurry or slow. Stop it. The fire-breathing dragon did not panic at all, and even had a trace of disdain in his eyes. Although he was fast in the eyes of others, in the eyes of the fire-breathing dragon, the other party was simply a snail, and no matter how fast he was, he could be fast the fist that opened the 8th-door Dunjia Riolu. Can it be faster than Shinedo's teleportation? During the month of special training, the fire-breathing dragon was not less abused by other elves who fell into the dust. Although it was often abused by other elves on the island, those elves were almost all champions and beast-level elves. Now it is an elite. The fast dragon of the Peak also dares to be in front of it. Just living impatiently. At the moment when Kuailong's thunderbolt fist smashed, the fire-breathing dragon stretched out his fist and directly blocked the opponent's thunderbolt fist. Impossible. Janelli couldn't believe it. Kuailong's thunder fist was so easily blocked. Nothing is impossible. The fire-breathing dragon's opponent is too weak. Let's end it quickly. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, spewing two air columns from its nostrils, and then the tail flames on its tail skyrocketed, and the momentum on its body exploded. Feeling the momentum on the other side, Janelli was taken aback, and quickly said to Kuailong, Diaresis quick dragon, come back." He didn't need to say that Kuailong knew that the fire-breathing dragon in front of him seemed to be stronger than himself, and it wanted to back away, but the fire-breathing dragon's hand was like a pair of iron pliers, and it clamped itself tightly, making its fist alive and dead. "Can't be pulled out. You can use the dragon-type skills as you like," Luo Chen said again. "It's just a fast dragon at the top of the elite peak, it's really too weak, and he doesn't even have much yuang to command the battle." Hearing Luoken's words, the fire-breathing dragon grinned strangely at Kuailong, and Kuailong had an ominous premonition in his heart. Suddenly, a huge energy giant claw condensed on the claws of the fire-breathing dragon. This is the dragon claw, which is a dragon-type trick, and then the dragon claw fell directly on the fast dragon. With a bang, Kuailong was shot and flew out. Then the fire-breathing dragon kicked its feet on the ground and jumped up quickly. The dragon's claws and dragon's tail greeted it directly. Bang 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 bang. The sound came incessantly, and the fast dragon was like a sandbag being continuously swept out by the fire-breathing dragon, and it never landed. A minute later, the fire-breathing dragon finally stopped, and the fast dragon was lying on the ground, losing consciousness. After fighting Kuailong for a while, the fire-breathing dragon only felt that his whole body was transparent, and it was not cool. The depressed mood of being abused on the island before was swept away in an instant. On the side, Janelli looked at the fast dragon lying on the ground, and felt that his brain was dead, and his fast dragon just lost. Lost to the fire-breathing dragon. He couldn't believe it, and finally came back to his senses after the referee's urging, and realized that he was still in the game. He collected Qian Chenjiao and played a fast dragon, and threw a Pokeball again. A blue dragon-shaped pixie with a ferocious head appeared on the field. It was the final evolution of the Carp King, the violent carp dragon. The tyrannical carp dragon of the water element beat your fire-type fire-breathing dragon. I have the upper hand in terms of attributes. Let's see how I abuse you this time. Janelli returned to his previous arrogant look. Luoken was a little speechless. This guy is really uncomfortable if he doesn't pretend for a minute, and when the scar is healed, he forgets the pain. The level of this tyrannical carp dragon is also around the peak of the elite, so it can't change the result of the game at all. The referee waved the flag again and announced the start of the game. Fire-breathing dragon, let's settle the battle quickly. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, flapping its wings and disappearing directly. The speed was so fast that the tyrannical carp dragon had no time to react at all, and it rushed directly in front of the tyrannical carp dragon. Then, the sound of bang bang bang, punching to the flesh came again. After a few minutes, Janelli was dumbfounded again when he looked at the corpse lying on the ground. He said that the water element restrains the fire element. How can it be better than the fast dragon this time? The battle will soon be over. He looked at Luoken as if he had seen a ghost. When did the fire-breathing dragon become so strong? He walked off the stage in despair, and now he was really beaten by the dust and began to doubt his life. Congratulations to No. Luoken player for advancing to the next round. Amid the cheers of the audience, the referee announced the result. Chapter 173. In the rest building of the players, there were also many people watching Luoken's game, wanting to see how strong the person who won the number 001 was, but the result in front of them shocked them. Unexpectedly, facing the fast dragon and the tyrannical carp dragon, the opponent can solve the battle so quickly. They calculated the time from the start to the end of the game, but the result surprised him. Luoken is actually the second fastest game to solve the battle in the game that starts now. It takes 2 minutes. The first is of course Dacto, who has the legendary elf. He takes 1 minute, but don't forget many opponents actually admit defeat after a fight. This also means that if Dakota plays more than 2 games, then Luo Chen will be almost as good as the opponent in terms of the total duration of the game. Such a result makes everyone a little disappointed. On the metal bench in the corner, Xiaomao sat there with a booklet in his hand. It was the booklet of the quartz competition billboard. He was at the bottom of the billboard, that is, 50th. Xiao Mao clenched his fists when he saw Luo Chen's avatar and a great victory on the screen. Returning to the player rest building, Xiaoji greeted him. Luochen, you are so amazing, the battle is over so soon. It's okay. Luo Chen smiled. Seeing Luo Chen coming in, everyone at the scene looked at Luo Chen with the eyes of a great enemy, their eyes extremely solemn. Hey, Xiao Mao is here for you. At this time, when Luochen came back, the avatar of Stage 01 was also changed from Luochen to Xiao Mao and his opponent, and his competition venue was also Stage 1. I know. Xiao Mao got up from his chair and walked towards the door. Come on. Xiaoji cheered at him. Well, don't lose too ugly, don't lose the face of our true new town. After that, he walked out straight. Go away, let's go watch Xiao Mao's game. The two came to the metal bench sitting in front of the number 1 screen and watched Xiao Mao's game. XXX. At this moment, on the screen, Xiao Mao and his opponent came to the stage, and they both released their own elf. Xiao Mao's elf was one of Ibrahimovich's evolutionary types, the moon elf, while his opponent was electric 3-in-1 magnet. There is no attribute restraint in the elf between the two. Soon, the referee announced the start of the game. 3-in-1 electromagnetic monsters use electrical fields. At the moment when the game started, the electric arc flickered on the body of the 3-in-1 electromagnetic monster, turning the entire arena into an electric field that was beneficial to the electric-type elves. Then, incessant electricity-type tricks emanated from it, bombarding the moon elf. But Xiao Mao's moon elf is not a vegetarian either. It is very fast, and like a ghost, it hides all the skills of the 3-in-1 electromagnetic monster. Dong dong dong. The energies of black and yellow collided with each other on the field, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. In the end, the moon elf relied on its own, human, speed to turn the 3-in-1 electromagnetic monster around, and the 3-in-1 electromagnetic monster could only be beaten passively. The moon elf swung around behind the 3-in-1 electromagnetic monster, and hit the 3-in-1 electromagnetic monster with a shadow ball, causing it to lose consciousness. Immediately after the second match began, Xiao Mao's opponent saw that Xiao Mao was a moon elf, and he took out a fighting-type elf that could restrain evil-type monsters with 4 arms. Although the monster power of the fighting system can restrain the evil moon elves, the level of the little moon elves is obviously very high. Even if there is restraint between attributes, it does not have much effect in the face of absolute power, and the strange power is worthy. After supporting for a while longer than the electromagnetic monster, he lost consciousness and lay on the ground. Referee, what is my total time? Xiao Mao asked the referee beside him. 10 minutes. Cut. Xiao Mao secretly spit, 10 minutes and 2 minutes, the difference of 8 minutes. Ellipsis. The game is still in full swing, and soon it will be Ash's turn. It's time for me, then I'll go. Seeing his avatar displayed on the screen, Xiaoji grunted and stammered a little. He was obviously nervous, although he was a hot-blooded idiot. But in the quartz competition, he is also a big girl on the sedan chair. For the first time, nervousness is inevitable. Seeing this, Luochen patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't be nervous, come on, I'll be waiting for you in the next game. Hearing this, Xiaoji took a deep breath and uttered what he said before, to meet Luo Chen in the game, and then defeat him. Xiaoji's eyes became serious. Well, then I'll go. He came to the field, and the game started quickly. Xiaoji's opponent is also quite strong. In the first game, Xiaoji took out the insect-type Heracross and played indistinguishably with the opponent. In the end, the opponent caught a flaw and lost the first game. However, Xiaoji is the protagonist of the world after all. In the second game, he released Pishin and let him chase too. In the end, Pishin won the game with a close call. Time is passing bit by bit, and the competition is also fiercely going on. Time flies, and soon the evening will come. The sunset is on the west mountain, and the setting sun is shining. Soon, the 16 games on each of the 8 stages have all ended. After a day of fierce battles, the top 64 have been competed. With the end of the game, in the cheers of the audience, the Joker announced the list of the top 64. Some people are downcast, some are high-spirited, some are unwilling to beat their chests, and some are expressionless. All beings are undoubtedly revealed at this moment. But no matter what, the second day of the quartz competition is over. The losers will regroup and come back next year after they are sad. The winners will not have time to sigh, because tomorrow's battle will be more intense. The second day's game came to an end, and Luokan and the others found Lily and Xiaogang. Congratulations to both of you for making the cut. With their congratulations, they left the venue. As soon as they went out, someone blocked their way. Yo, long time no see. Ellipsis. It's not easy. The elective credits are finally enough. Yesterday, the 2 electives were completed. Wow, I can finally resume the update. Chapter 174. It was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a haircut like a hedgehog who stopped Luokan and the others. After saying hello to Luokan, he stepped forward and knocked on Xiaogang's head. And you son of a bastard, I've been here for 2 days, and I haven't seen you come to me. You're so busy, how could I be so embarrassed to find you? Xiaogang covered his head. This person is Xiaogang's father, Wu Nang, the head of the rock gym in Nibi City. After chatting with Xiaogang for a while, he said to Xiaogang again, boy is not bad, I have watched a few of your games, and you are much stronger than before, and I also heard Chisong say, I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level that even Chisong was defeated by you. What a terrifying evildoer, I really look forward to your future performance. Chisong. Luo Chen was a little puzzled when he heard the name. It's the master of the gym who fought you at the Red Lotus Gym. He is the son of the master of the Red Lotus Gym, Sha Bo. He was about to go back to accept the position of the master of the Red Lotus Gym, but he fought with you. He was stimulated by you after one flight, and he set off for a trip again. This time he traveled to Carlos. Before he left, he passed by Nibi City and came to me and told me about you. After saying this, Luokan suddenly realized that it was him. The young people today are really tougher than each other. I didn't expect that in addition to this dark horse, there is also a super dark horse, Dacto, who actually owns the legendary elf. Wu Neng said with some emotion. Okay boy, come on, don't capsize in the gutter. If there is no accident, the champion of this quartz competition is Dakatuo, and you are the runner-up. Even if there is an accident, it's in the top 3. In Wu Neng's heart, he didn't think that Luokan would be Dakoto's opponent. After all, the power of the legendary elf has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It can be said that everyone in the Kanto region grew up listening to the legend of the 3 divine birds and the phoenix. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, but he didn't rebutted, but from the smile on the corner of his mouth, he knew that he didn't take it to heart. Dacto. Mythical beast. It's as if he doesn't have a mythical beast, and when he encounters Dacto, who will die? At the same time, Luokan is also a little playful in his heart. I hope that when I fight against Dakoto, you will not be shocked. Hearing Wu Neng's words, Xiaoji on the side was not happy. He said, who said that? In the final, it's obviously me and Luo Chen. Then I'm the champion, and Luo Chen is the runner-up. Okay, all of you. Wu Neng is a little bit hurt. Although Xiaoji's Pikachu has amazing potential, there is only a 1% chance of reaching the finals, but he didn't say it, and he didn't want to hit Xiaoji. Positivity. After chatting for a while, Wu Neng left. Ellipsis. The time for one night passed again. In the morning, in the quartz arena, the clown appeared on the screen, announcing the start of the 3rd day of the quartz competition, and the schedule of the 3rd day of the quartz competition changed. The layout of the venue today is different from yesterday. Yesterday there were still 8 stages, but today there are only 4 stages left. Today, 64 contestants will compete for the top 32 on these 4 stages. The clown is still as resolute as ever, without any unnecessary nonsense. He said directly, the screen is scrolling, let's see the grouping situation today. Soon, the portraits of the top 64 players on the big screen were scattered, scrolling rapidly, and soon they were combined together. Today's grouping situation came out soon. This fall is the first game on stage 02. Okay, the grouping situation has come out. Give the contestants half an hour to prepare. If you need to replace the elf, you can go to the elf teleporter on the first floor of the player's rest building to replace it. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. Come on Luokan, Xiaoji said to Luokan. Luokan came to stage 03. Today's game is still 2v2. His opponent also came to the stage, looking at Luo Chen with a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't expect that he would actually draw Luo Chen. After yesterday's battle, he was also among all the contestants, except Dakoto, many contestants. One of the opponents you least want to meet. Soon, the referee announced the start of the game, and the elf used by Luo Chen was still Liu Lu. In the end, there was no suspense in the result. Soon after, with a huge rumbling sound, a figure fell heavily from the sky on the stage, causing countless smoke and dust, and then Liu Lu's figure fell lightly from the sky. Down. Miaoahua lost consciousness. Player number 50 and the two elves have been defeated. Player number 01 Luokan advanced to the top 32. Liu Lu easily defeated the opponent's two elves and advanced to the top 32. Ellipsis. The game was still in full swing, and the entire quartz venue was filled with cheers from the audience, roars from elves, and shouts from trainers. Soon, Dakoto also came on stage. The elf he used was still a flame bird, and the incomparably powerful flame bird directly killed two of his opponent's elf. After a long time, Xiaoji and Xiaomao also played one after another. Xiaoji, relying on the skin god, made it to the top 32 without any risk, while Xiaomao, relying on his own proud strength, also won after a fierce battle with his opponent. The next 32 places. The time of the game always passed quickly. The time soon came to the evening, and the third day of the game also ushered in the end. After passing through 4 stages, each with 16 matches, the top 32 were finally decided. Ellipsis. The title page of time has turned a new page again, and the 4th day of the competition has also been ushered in. At the quartz venue, the clown announced the start of the 4th day of the competition. The portraits of the contestants on the big screen scrolled again, and the opponents were randomly assigned. Soon, the opponents' information came out. Looking at the grouping situation displayed on the screen, Luo Chen was slightly taken aback, and then looked at Xiaoji and Xiaomao. These two natural friends, did they finally meet? That's right, Xiaoji's opponent is Xiaomao. Ellipsis. I heard Shuaibi say that I am water. Sorry, I have already accelerated the process of the competition, and the time has come to the next day. So he also said that I am water, and he wrote more than 60 chapters and 12 words for the same type of book as me. Also, I have a lot of stuff to lay out, and there's no way around that. Do you think the quartz contest is the climax? Humph, it seems that you still don't understand my show. In my outline, the quartz contest is just a prelude to the climax. No more than the specified number of words, no money. Chapter 175. Looking at the avatars of the two people leaning against each other on the screen, there was a big versus between the avatars. Xiaoji and Xiaomao did not expect that there were 32 people in total, and they would be in the same group so coincidentally. Finally going to meet Xiaomao. Xiaoji looked at Xiaomao's eyes with burning intent. The players adjusted the time in the player rest building for half an hour, and soon half an hour passed. The Joker announced the 4th day of the competition, and the 32-16 officially started. The game between Ash and Xiaomao is also in the first game. Come on. Luo Chen patted Xiaoji on the shoulder. Well, I will. Xiaoji nodded vigorously, and then walked out of the player resting building. Luo Chen sat on the metal bench, watching the screen in front of him. Xiaoji and Xiaomao came to the stage of the competition. The rules of the game today are also different from yesterday, because 32 people entered the top 16. These 32 people can be said to be the elite trainers of this generation in Kanto, so the rules of the game have also changed slightly from yesterday. Today is 3v3. On the screen, both Xiaoji and Xiaomao threw a Pokeball. Xiaoji was the first to fight the giant claw crab, while Xiaomao was the moon elf. When the two sides were ready, the referee on the side waved the flag in his hand violently. The game begins. Giant claws, use foam light. Moon Spirit 22 Spirit, Shadow Ball. At the beginning of the game, Ash and Xiaomao gave orders to the elf at the same time. Boom! The foam light and the shadow ball collided in the air, and the water mist filled the stage, making it difficult to see the specific situation inside. Moon Elf, the lightning flashes. In the fog, a small whirlwind suddenly rose. Shoo tilde. A ghostly black figure jumped out, the fog was blown away, and the moon elf used a flash of electric light to charge at the giant pincer crab. In front of the extremely fast speed of the moon elf, the giant pincer crab was beaten without any strength to fight back. It was used as a sandbag and kept being knocked out. Giant claws, use it to harden. The giant claw crab tightened its claws, and the shell on its body began to become extremely hard, and the moon elf would make a metallic, clanging sound when it hit it. But this move is only a cure for the symptoms but not the root cause. The giant claws are still constantly being attacked by the moon elves. They can only passively defend and cannot actively attack. Moreover, this hardening cannot completely resist the skill damage of the moon elves. Resist some damage. Xiaoji looked at the situation on the field and frowned. If he kept being attacked by the moon elf as a target, he would have little chance of winning. He frowned, and he had to find a way to limit the speed of the moon elf. Xiaoji suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his eyes lit up, and he said to the giant claw crab, "The giant claw crab, use the freezing light on the ground." A white ray of light was sprayed onto the ground from the mouth of the giant claws. In an instant, the cold air hit, and the entire surface of the arena was frozen, covered with a thick layer of ice, and became extremely smooth. And the moon elf also stopped at this time, slid on the ice, and stumbled with every step. Its claws were not suitable for walking on the ice at all. Obviously, its proud speed has been abolished. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji was in high spirits, and finally restrained the speed of the moon elf. The giant claw crab uses the crab claw hammer. The impatient giant claws rushed over like a tank, raised its claws and greeted the moon elf. The moon elf wanted to dodge, but its speed on the ice was very slow. After walking a few steps, he almost fell. Bang bang bang. In the end, the giant claws of the giant claws landed heavily on the moon elf, directly hitting the ladder and flying out. Giant claws, use the freezing light. A freezing ray blasted out from the giant pincer crab the next time, and the moon elf could not avoid it at all on the ice surface. The freezing ray hit it head on, turning it into an ice lump. XXX. Guillotine. The giant claws rushed over, the huge claws glowed with white light, and finally slammed the moon elf out. The ice cubes shattered, the moon elf fell at Xiaomao's feet, and his eyes rolled in circles. Xiaomao put away the moon elf without saying a word. "Yeah, I won the first game, the giant claw crab." Xiaoji jumped up excitedly. Ellipsis. On the field, Xiaomao released the second elf. It was an extremely ferocious one, with sharp teeth like a silly fish and scarlet eyes. It was the quasi-god elf that fiercely bit the land shark. Luokan looked at Lu Shark. Xiaomao's Lu Shark was much stronger than before, and Xiaoji was in danger. With the start of the game, Libite Lu Shark flapped his wings and came to the giant pincer crab in an instant, so fast that Xiaoji didn't even have time to command. Biting the land shark fiercely, the dragon claws slammed down on its head. Boom! With an astonishing muffled sound, the thick ice on the surface of the field was shattered, and half of the giant claw crab's entire body was shot into the ground. With a circle in its eyes, it was instantly killed by the fierce bite land shark. Xiaoji was also a little horrified. He didn't expect his giant crab to be instantly killed. In the face of such a powerful biting land shark, he didn't know which elf to use. Pikachu. Pikachu under his feet patted his chest. "Pikachu, are you going? Pick up." "Well then, Pikachu has decided it's you." Pikachu jumped to the field. Ellipsis. In the player's rest building, Luo Chen looked at Pishin, who appeared on the screen, and smiled. Is Pishin finally going to play? If so, this game should be won by Xiaoji, or a draw. On the field, the referee waved the flag again and announced the start of the game. Pikachu uses lightning balls. A thunderball condensed at Pikachu's tail. It jumped up and flicked its tail. The thunderball traversed towards the bite land shark. Dragon's Fury. Xiaomao was neither in a hurry nor slow, and the anger of the dragon shot out from the mouth of the fierce bite blue shark. The two collided in midair, making an earth-shattering sound. A hole exploded. Dragon Claw. The bite land shark flapped its wings and pressed towards Pikachu. Steel Tail. Pikachu's tail suddenly radiated a metallic sheen. It twisted and jumped vigorously. The steel tail and the dragon claws kept colliding in the air. In just a few seconds, the two collided dozens of times. Each smash sends a flurry of sparks in the air and the sound of metal crashing. Bang bang bang. Pikachu and Lai Bite Blue Shark were fighting each other very quickly. The audience could only see two figures, one black and one yellow, running around on the stage. The speed of the fight was very fast, making people dazzled. Chong. Pikachu and Bite Land Shark collided again in midair, and the two were deadlocked, with sparks constantly shooting where they collided. However, after a short stalemate, the balance was broken. Pikachu was at a disadvantage, and the steel tail could not resist the dragon claw. The dragon claw kept pressing the steel tail inch by inch, grabbing towards Pikachu's head. But after all, it is the skin god who is strong enough to hang the beast, just when the dragon's claws are about to catch on top of Pikachu's head. Pika-Chu. Pikachu's steel tail slammed away the dragon claw that bites the land shark, and then it struggled to pick it up, twisting its waist. The steel tail slammed into the face of the fierce bite road, and it flew out. Good job, Pikachu. Ash on the side jumped up excitedly. Xiaomao was also a little stunned when he saw that his Bite Blue Shark was actually kicked out by a Pikachu. He said solemnly to Bite Blue Shark, "Bite Blue Shark, flaming teeth." Pikachu, Shadow Clone Technique. Pikachu's figure appeared densely on the field. The sharp serrations that bit the land shark bit on a Pikachu, and then disappeared with a puff. This Pikachu was just a shadow clone. Discharge. Shu tilde. Pikachu suddenly jumped on its back and hugged the dorsal fin of the bite land shark. Pika Pika. Skin. Countless electric currents jumped out from Pikachu's body, and the blue shark was instantly enveloped by the dazzling thunderbolt. The arcs scurried around it. The crackling sound was interrupted, and the whole body of blue shark was swept away by the incomparably strong electric current. Can't move the whole body. Ellipsis. Chapter 176. But after all, Bite Blue Shark is a dual attribute elf. In addition to the dragon type, there is also a ground attribute. It has resistance to electricity type tricks. Although the scene is very scary, the discharge does not cause much damage to it. The only effect is that it is now paralyzed and unable to move. Xiaoji also saw that the electric discharge did not cause much damage to the fierce bite land shark, and he said to Pikachu, "Pikachu, use thunder with all your might." Pi-Ka-Chu. Pikachu gritted his teeth, and a high-pitched cry came from his mouth. A huge column of thunder and lightning rose from it and penetrated directly into the sky. The sky was covered with black clouds for a while, and soon it rained heavily and rained down. This amazing scene also attracted the attention of all the audience. Now all the eyes of the audience are on the stage where Xiaoji is. When they saw that it was a Pikachu and a fierce bite land shark, they were all indistinguishable. It is also unbelievable that a Pikachu can be so strong. Bite Blue Shark's whole body was soaked in rain. In the dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashed and thundered, and thunder arcs kept moving on it. Boom! There was another huge explosion of thunder, and an incomparably huge thunder dragon jumped out of the dark cloud, and attacked fiercely towards Bite Blue Shark. Bite Blue Shark was terrified. It felt an unprecedented threat on it, but now its whole body was paralyzed by electricity. Bite Blue Shark fiercely, break free. Xiao Mao looked at the thunder dragon in the sky and was also very horrified. He didn't expect Xiaoji, this Pikachu, to be so powerful, to be able to attract such a strong thunder and lightning. It was roaring non-stop, trying to break free from the shackles of lightning, and soon, it forcibly broke free from the shackles of lightning. But at this moment, the thunder dragon roared in the sky, carrying this tens of thousands of power, and came directly towards Lai Bite Lu Shark. This 1-meter thick thunder dragon made Lai Bite Lu Shark too late to escape. Mao could only say to Lai Bite Lu Shark, Lai Bite Lu Shark uses the dragon's tail on Pikachu. Roar! Lai Bite Land Shark roared, his tail glowing with a dangerous white light, and he slammed hard at Pikachu. Pika! Pikachu screamed and was kicked out. And Thunder Dragon finally landed on it. Boom! In an instant, the arc of thunder shone through the world, and endless thunder light penetrated the stage, which was very spectacular, and instantly turned the stage into a sea of thunder. It took only a few minutes for Lei Hai to slowly dissipate, and the stage was revealed again. At this moment, Li Bite Lu Shark fell to the ground with his eyes rolling in circles. The terrifying blow just now made him lose consciousness. Not far away, Pikachu, who was ejected by the dragon's tail, stood staggeringly up. The referee on the side also recovered from the shock. Looking at the situation on the stage, he raised the flag in his hand. Bite Lu Shark lost consciousness, skin. Skin. Just as he said that, Pikachu, who stood up, fell to the ground again, his eyes rolling in circles. Bite Lu Shark and Pikachu lost consciousness at the same time, and the two sides are tied. The result was similar to what Luo Chen had guessed, and Xiaoji and Xiao Mao were tied. Then it's a matter of life and death now, the crucial third game is over. Ellipsis. Soon, Xiao Mao threw the third elf ball, white light flashed, and a dragon-shaped elf appeared on the field with a small horn and 2 tentacles on the top of its head. Feeling the powerful momentum of Kuailong, Xiaoji frowned, not knowing which elf to take out. Finally, he took a deep breath and took out an elf ball, hesitating in his eyes, but in the end he's still throwing the poke ball out. It's up to you in the end. A dragon-shaped elf appeared with flames burning on its tail. What Ash uses is the fire-breathing dragon. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon that appeared, Xiaoji's eyes also flickered with worry, because this little fire-breathing dragon has not listened to his own words since it evolved into a fire-breathing dragon. After the fire-breathing dragon appeared, it spit out 2 rough air from its nostrils, yawned in its mouth, and roared at Xiaoji with some dissatisfaction. Just when he was about to use the jet flame on Xiaoji, the side light from the corner of its eyes aimed at Xiaoji. To the fast dragon not far away. It straightened its body and felt the powerful momentum of Kuailong's body. The fire-breathing dragon burst out with fighting intent, and before the referee announced the start of the game, it rushed towards Kuailong with a roar. But the level of fast dragons is much higher than that of fire-breathing dragons. Dragon Tail. The fast dragon used the dragon's tail. The fire-breathing dragon was not empty either, twisting his waist. He also used the dragon's tail. Boom! The 2 dragon tails collided in the air, but the level of the fast dragon was much higher than that of the fire-breathing dragon. In the confrontation between the dragon's tail and the dragon's tail, the fire-breathing dragon was at a disadvantage, and the dragon's tail of the fast dragon directly broke the fire-breathing dragon. Dragon tail, and then swept the latter out. Fire-breathing dragon, are you okay? Ash looked at the fire-breathing dragon nervously. The fire-breathing dragon stood up from the ground, ignoring Xiaoji. It was extremely angry at this time, and the flames behind its tail had turned light blue. Fire-breathing dragon, use the jet to shoot flames. The fire-breathing dragon didn't listen to Xiaoji's order. It roared, and then charged towards the fast dragon, still using the dragon's tail. Obviously, it lost to the fast dragon in the battle of the dragon's tail just now, and it refused to accept it. Bang bang bang. The 2 little elves were constantly fighting each other. With the sound of the fight, the air was constantly vibrating, and there was a sense of tremor on the ground. At first, the fire-breathing dragon could barely fight against the fast dragon, but at the back, it was pressed and beaten by the fast dragon. Soon, the fire-breathing dragon was bruised all over. Quick dragon, solve it, use dragon god to dive. The fast dragon spread its wings, flew high into the sky, and then dived towards the fire-breathing dragon. Because of the friction with the air, blue flames arose around its body. Watching the terrifying dragon god swooping down, Xiaoji said to the fire-breathing dragon, "The fire-breathing dragon, stay out of the way." The fire-breathing dragon still ignored Xiaoji. Its legs were half-tied, its waist sank, and the flames of its tail were burning fiercely. It stared at the dragon god swooping in the sky, and it refused to accept it. Boom boom boom. The dragon god swooped and fell, making a loud explosion, and a small mushroom cloud rose, causing countless smoke. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, and the entire stage was filled with dense cracks that were almost cut in half. In a big pit, the fire-breathing dragon did not fall down. It was still standing, but its feet had already sunk deeply into the stage, and its body was shaking. Against the head of the fast dragon. Obviously, it just swooped down the dragon god of Kuailong from the front. The fast dragon spread its wings and flew down. The fire-breathing dragon looked at the fast dragon with disdain flashing in his eyes, and he exhaled 2 rough breaths from his nostrils, as if to say, "I'm blocking it, I'm still standing, your ultimate trick is nothing more than that." Then Kuailong closed his eyes and rolled in circles, but he lost consciousness and his body didn't fall down. Seeing this scene, the referee directly announced, "Fire-breathing dragon lost consciousness, contestant Xiaomao advanced to the top 16. Xiaoji looked at the straight fire-breathing dragon standing. Even if he lost consciousness, his eyes were a little shocked and throbbing, but he was not disappointed. He stood there for a long time before looking up at the fire-breathing dragon. "It turns out that the reason you didn't admit me was because I was too cowardly. Do you like head-to-head?" Xiaoji took the fire-breathing dragon back, patted the pokeball, and said with a smile, "Okay, I understand, then let's get stronger together next time." Ellipsis. Back at the players' rest building, Xiaoji looked at Luo Chen with some helplessness. "I lost." XXX. "Yes, I saw it, it's already very good, and you have grown a lot." Luochen comforted him. "It's okay, I also discovered a lot of my own shortcomings through the quartz competition." Xiaoji smiled. "Then I will watch your performance with Xiaogang and the others in the audience for the next game." After speaking, Xiaoji waved at Luo Chen and walked out. Looking at Xiaoji's back, Luochen also shook his head. If Xiaomao didn't have Kuailong, then Xiaoji would have won, but there was no way. Who said Xiaomao had a great family background? Ellipsis. The game is still going on. Soon it was the turn of Falling Dust. Luochen came to the stage, and with the referee's order, the game started. Luochen still used fire-breathing dragons. The final result was also very unsuspenseful. Soon, the fire-breathing dragon destroyed all 3 of the opponent's elves, and successfully advanced to the top 16. Because Xiaoji was eliminated, Luo Chen felt bored by himself. After the competition, he didn't go to the players' rest building, but went directly to the auditorium. Amazing, he killed the opponent in 1 second. Luochen sat next to Lily. Xiaogang looked at Luochen and sighed. "Luochen is really strong. In the end, no one can make one of his elf lose consciousness." At this time, there was another loud noise in the audience, the reason being that Dakto also used the flame bird to instantly kill the opponent's 3 elves. Xiaogang looked at Dakto on the field and said in his heart, "Maybe only Dakto, who is also a dark horse, can force Luochen to use his true strength. But I don't know that these 2 dark horses are known as the blackest in this year's quartz competition. Who is more powerful?" Ellipsis. The time soon came to the second day. Today is the match between the top 16 and the top 8. There are only 2 stages for the top 16 to advance to the top 8, and each stage has 4 games. In the first game, Luo Chen and Daxto were on different stages. In today's game, Luo Chen is still the same as before, using Liuru to give all the opponent's elves to Ko, and directly advance to the top 8. And Dakito is the same, A flame bird is invincible all over the world, and also quickly eliminated his opponent and advanced to the top 8. The two lost their opponents at almost the same time. Seeing that both of them advanced to the top 8, the screams of the audience broke through the sky and made people's ears tingle. At this time, Luokan and Dakuto have been secretly become two dark horses by the audience. They are the popular players of the championship. They are now. I am looking forward more and more to the moment when the two dark horses collide, looking forward to the fierce battle when the two meet. The game is still going on. It is worth mentioning that Xiaomao is also very thrilling, narrowly defeating his opponent and entering the top 8. Time flies. Soon the top 8 players have won. Ellipsis. The title page of Time opened again, and Time came to the next day. Today is an 8-in-4 competition, and the remaining 8 players can be said to have experienced many battles, and they are the 8 strongest players in this quartz competition in the Kanto region. The figure of the clown appeared on the big screen. Okay, today is an exciting day to decide the top 4. Amid the enthusiastic voices of the audience, on the big screen, the portraits of the 8 players in Luokan began to change rapidly, and after tens of seconds, the grouping was completed. Is it finally our turn? I can't wait. Aside, Xiaomao looked at Luo Chen. This time, Luo Chen's opponent is Xiaomao. Ellipsis. Okay, the 2 chapters add up to 6,600 words. I'm too lazy to divide it into 3 chapters. I'm not short today. Don't say I'm short. The final it's very fast. I have already accelerated the process so much, although the quartz competition is not a Gao tide, but it is also very important. I can't go any faster. Don't talk about my water. Chapter 177. Seeing the grouping on the screen, Xiaomao looked at Luokan. Have I finally met you? I can't wait. He looked at Luo Chen. You shouldn't need to adjust the elf and make other preparations, right? Unnecessary. A smile appeared on Xiaomao's face. His eyes were extremely hot. Why don't we wait for 30 minutes and start the game directly? I can't hold it anymore. Okay. Luo Chen raised his head and said, he also had this intention. The waiting time was really annoying. Xiaomao took a step forward and came under the stage to look at the referee and said, Referee, we apply to start the game now, we don't need to rest. The referee was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. If it was an ordinary competition, he would have rejected it, but this is a quartz competition. 8 strong people, how dare he refuse to be a referee? He can only say, please wait a moment, I will ask the above for instructions. He trotted away and ran back after a while. Okay, the above agrees. At the same time, the clown also stood up again, holding the microphone in his hand. Okay, I just got the news that players Luokan and Xiaomao can't wait. Their match will start right away. In the audience, violent cheers erupted. Luokan and Xiaomao walked onto the arena. The referee walked forward and announced the rules of the game. Each player will play 6 elves, and the elves cannot be replaced in the middle of the game. Only after the end of the game can the elves be replaced, until all the 6 elves on one side are down. The game is over, and the winner will advance to the top 4. Since the game is already 8-in-4, there are only 6 Pokemon that can be used. Please both players choose the elf to play in the first match. Luo Chen and Xiaomao threw a Pokeball at the same time. 2 white lights flashed, and both sides had already selected the Pokemon for the first battle. Luokan chose to fight with the fire-breathing dragon, while Xiaomao chose to fight with his initial elf, the water arrow turtle. Both are the final evolution of one of the 3 Kanto imperial families. Xiaomao looked serious. Although his water arrow turtle restrained the fire-type fire-breathing dragon in terms of attributes, he did not dare to underestimate the fire-breathing dragon in front of him. The horror of dragons. These days of competition, the dust is overwhelming part of the game was won by the fire-breathing dragon in front of him, and he almost killed his opponent in seconds, so he didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that both sides were ready, in the cheers of the audience, the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. The water arrow turtle uses the water gun to attack. Two powerful water guns shot out from the two barrels behind the water arrow turtle. Spray flames. The flames burned at the corner of the fire-breathing dragon's mouth, and a beam of flame greeted it. Water and fire are incompatible. The collision of the two, the power of the flame is rapidly reduced, the water gun is quickly evaporated, the two are mutually depleted, and countless water vapors rise on the scene. Rocket headbutt. The water arrow turtle let out a low roar, kicked both feet hard on the ground, and the ground on the soles of the feet sunk down. Shoe tilde. The airflow changed, a strong airflow appeared, and the water arrow turtle jumped out of the water vapor like an arrow off the string, and slammed into the fire-breathing dragon fiercely. Stop. The fire-breathing dragon did not retreat, but stepped forward, kicked his feet on the ground, rushed up quickly, stretched out his hand, and with a loud bang, he also took the rocket head of the water arrow turtle, but the fire-breathing dragon it was also pushed for several meters under the inertia of the rocket's head hammer before it stopped. Dragon tail. The fire-breathing dragon roared, with a bright white eye attached to its tail, and then slammed towards the water arrow turtle fiercely. No, water arrow turtle, use the shrink shell. Xiao Mao's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately thought of the countermeasures. Looking at the dragon tail whistling towards him and tearing the air, the water arrow turtle was also startled, and quickly retracted its head and limbs into its shell. Inside. Boom. The dragon's tail directly swept the water arrow turtle that had retracted into the shell, and the turtle shell flew out fiercely in the distance. Water arrow turtle, use the water gun in the shell. Countless splashes of water were sprayed out of the turtle shell, and the entire turtle shell was spinning like a spinning top in the air, removing all the force from the body. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen raised his brows. Yes, Xiao Mao's progress is also very great. After unloading all the force, the water arrow turtle re-emerged from the turtle shell and stood beside Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's expression was very solemn. He sighed towards Luochen. You are still too strong. In fact, I let the water arrow turtle hide some things in the previous games, but now I finally met you. The water arrow turtle is not it needs to be hidden. After finishing speaking, he took out a necklace from his clothes. The end of the necklace was inlaid with this glass bead-like gemstone. At the same time, there was a similar glass jewel stone on the neck of the water arrow turtle. Xiao Mao pressed his fingers on the glass beads, and said solemnly, Water arrow turtle, Mega Evolution. Ellipsis. I have something to do at home. I ran back from school to get something, but I didn't bring my computer home. Chapter 178. In an instant, countless multicolored thin lines burst out from behind Xiao Mao and the water arrow turtle, and then connected to each other in the air. What followed was an endless white light erupting from the body of the water arrow turtle, shrouding its entire body, and it was extremely devastated. In the white light, the body of the water arrow turtle was constantly rising and deforming. Soon, the white light dissipated, and the figure of the water arrow turtle reappeared. At this time, the water arrow turtle has changed a lot, and it is completely different from the previous image. Its eyes have turned scarlet, its body has become very large, standing there like a bright armored vehicle, its limbs have become more sturdy, and the most striking thing is that the two gun barrels on the turtle shell behind it have disappeared. In exchange for a huge cannon barrel derived from the middle of the tortoise shell, the diameter of the barrel is very large. A small tortoise shell grew out of the back of each arm, just the same size as the back of its hand, and a small cannon barrel extended from the small tortoise shell on the back of the hand. Wherever you stand, it gives people a very extraordinary feeling, very cool. Wow tilde. Looking at the water arrow turtle whose image has changed greatly, there was an uproar in the audience. Isn't the water arrow turtle already the final evolution of the Jenny turtle? Why can it still evolve? Because the place with the most mega stones is the Carlos region, there are many people in the Kanto region who don't know about mega evolution. That is mega evolution, commonly known as super evolution. It originated in the Carlos area. Even in Carlos, mega evolution is very difficult to see tilde. There are many people who know mega evolution and then give popular science to those who see mega evolution for the first time. I didn't expect that I would be able to see Mega Evolution at the quartz competition. After the popular science of the people around them, those viewers who only learned about the evolution of Mega today also widened their eyes and were extremely excited. They didn't expect to be so blessed today. One by one, as if they had been beaten with blood, the cheers were endless. Ellipsis. Looking at the water arrow turtle behind the Mega, Luo Chen raised his brows. He didn't expect Xiao Mao to have such a trick, and he thought silently in his heart, System, the Eye of Exploration. Name, Mega Water Arrow Turtle. Level 60, Quasi-King. Attribute, Water. Qualification, Elite. Evaluation, the Mega Water Arrow Turtle, the attack range of the water cannon behind it can reach 10 kilometers, and it does not have the dragon attribute, but it can use the reverse scale and dragon wave. Ellipsis. Look at according to the information in his mind, the opponent's attack range is actually 10 kilometers. This is simply a mobile fort. Luo Chen smiled, but the level is only a quasi-king, which is not enough to see. The water arrow turtle moves at high speed. Shu tilde. The water arrow turtle flickered, and if the speed was very high, it would bring a series of phantoms behind its back. This speed did not match its huge and heavy body at all, and it came and circled behind the fire-breathing dragon in an instant. XXX. Use hot water. The water arrow turtle's arms and the large cannon barrels on its back spurted huge columns of water, and it was steaming. Obviously, the temperature of these waters is very high. Get out of the way. The fire-breathing dragon seemed to have eyes on its back. It flapped its wings and kicked on the ground, instantly soaring into the sky. The giant column of scalding high-pressure hot water slammed on the ground, the masonry shattered and exploded, and the water vapor flew in the sky. Use the continuous water gun. Shish tilde tilde. The water gun was blessed by the huge barrel of the water arrow turtle, and each water gun blasted towards the fire-breathing dragon in the sky like a high-pressure water cannon. Luochen is still in a hurry, get out of the way. The fire-breathing dragon spreads its wings, and its body is very flexible. Even a leaf in the thousands of flowers does not touch its body, and it has avoided countless water gun attacks in an understatement. Dragon Claw. While avoiding the water gun, the fire-breathing dragon dived towards the water arrow turtle, and the dragon claw in his hand shot directly at the water arrow turtle's head. Iron Wall. The water arrow turtle had a metallic sheen all over its body, and the dragon claws slapped its head hard, hitting a series of sparks on its head, making a metallic crashing sound, just like hitting steel. Diaresis fire-breathing dragon, grab it. The fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and snapped the water arrow turtle's limbs. Shrink the shell. The water arrow turtle's reaction was also very fast. Its body was very slippery, and it got into the shell with a brush. Luochen raised his brows, then grabbed the barrel behind its turtle shell and used the earth to throw it. The fire-breathing dragon grabbed its cannon barrel with both hands, then soared into the sky, flew high in the sky, and then swooped down, mercilessly threw the water arrow turtle wheel out of its hand and smashed it towards the ground. The water arrow turtle fell towards the ground like a shooting star. Just when it was about to fall on the field, Xiao Mao quickly said, "Water arrow turtle, use the water gun on the ground." Qian Nuo Hao. In midair, the water arrow turtle stretched out from the turtle shell, the cannon behind the turtle shell was facing the ground, and then a huge powerful water gun was released. Following the reaction force of the water gun, it stopped its falling body, relieved the falling force, and landed steadily on the ground. It's pretty good. Luochen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the cast on the earth would be cracked like this. But, Luochen smiled, but it was still of no use. He said to the fire-breathing dragon, "Fire-breathing dragon, have you finished your warm-up yet?" Opposite, hearing this, Xiao Mao's pupils suddenly widened. Ellipsis. The author of the book, Hokage of Uchiha Glory, Dirty Little Lily. Chapter 179. In the air, the fire-breathing dragon nodded, indicating that the warm-up was over. Then let's settle the battle. Great flame ring, flame emperor. The fire-breathing dragon roared in the sky, raised his hands to the top of his head, the flames on his tail skyrocketed fiercely, and a round fireball appeared on his hands. The fireball is also getting bigger and bigger. It is very hot and terrifying. The diameter soon reaches 2 meters, and it is not over yet, it is still growing. In the end, it turned into a huge fireball. In the sky, it was like 2 suns hanging high. All the people raised their necks and widened their eyes, looking at such a marvelous scene, this fire-type trick. It was their first time seeing each other. The player rested in the building. The god-beast Mandacto looked at the big fireball displayed on the screen in front of him, and his eyes flashed, solemn. The fireball fell directly towards the entire stage, carrying a terrifying power. On the stage, Xiao Mao was horrified, and hurriedly said to the water arrow turtle, "Use the light cannon with all your strength." The water arrow turtle roared, and the huge cannon behind formed a force of suction. Countless white lights condensed in the cannon barrel, which was extremely dazzling. Then, the huge light cannon shot up into the sky and blasted towards the big fireball Yandy in the sky. Bump away. Soon they collided, but unfortunately, the light cannon couldn't stop Yan Emperor at all. Emperor Yan still fell towards the water arrow turtle. Use iron walls and shrink shells. In the end, Xiao Mao had no choice but to let the water arrow turtle use its defensive skills. Soon, Emperor Yan finally fell on the stage. In an instant. Boom boom boom. A small mushroom cloud was pulled up flat, covering the entire stage. The ground was shaking non-stop, and a typhoon-like hurricane erupted on the scene. This situation lasted for a long time before it slowly returned to calm. After a long time, the strong wind disappeared, and everyone stared at the big screen above the gym, eager to know the outcome. Soon, the smoke and dust on the screen dissipated, and the stage was revealed again. Looking at the scene of the competition stage, everyone's eyes narrowed. The entire competition stage had disappeared. In exchange, there was a huge pit. The pit was still smoking black smoke, and the soil was extremely charred. The attack was so terrifying. In the pit, a giant tortoise shell lay quietly there. "Water arrow turtle, are you all right?" Xiao Mao said nervously. The water arrow turtle got out of the turtle shell, turned its head to one side, rolled its eyes in circles, and lost consciousness. Seeing this, the referee hurried back and announced the result. Water arrow turtle lost consciousness, fire-breathing dragon wins. Boom. There were countless cheers and screams at the scene, and the persistence of this game is too exciting. Ellipsis. Xiao Mao gritted his teeth and put away the water arrow turtle. Since the stage was destroyed, Luo Chen and Xiao Mao could only move to the next stage. Does the dust player need to replace the elf? Unnecessary. Then, let Xiao Mao choose the elf to play. Xiao Mao nodded, and threw a elf ball. A red elf with 2 large pincers appeared. It was the evolution of the flying mantis. The 2 sides were ready, and the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. Fire-breathing dragon, flame splash. The fire-breathing dragon claws slammed on the ground. Boom boom boom. The ground cracked open, and countless flames exploded, extending towards the giant pincer mantis. Giant claw mantis, move at high speed. Shu tilde. The speed of the giant pincer mantis is also extremely fast, stomping its feet on the ground, and instantly turning into a red phantom and disappearing. Cross slash. It appeared again that it had come to the flank of the fire-breathing dragon. Its 2 huge pincers were crossed together, glowing with white light, forming a cross and slashing towards the fire-breathing dragon. Dragon tail. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The fire-breathing dragon was very fast, twisting its body, its tail snapped away, and suddenly collided with the pincers of the giant pincer mantis. The giant pincer mantis only felt a huge force coming from his hand, as if a truck was ramming over, and when he reacted, it was already pumped into the air. Dragon claw. Luokan was a little tired. The strength of this giant pincer mantis was a little weak. The fire-breathing dragon kicked its feet and rushed over again. The dragon claws slammed violently, and the giant pincer mantis didn't even have time to respond, and was slapped out again. This giant pliers mantis is a little weak, and Luo Chen hastily felt a little tired. Fire-breathing dragon quickly resolved the battle. Dragon's fury. The fury of the dragon roared out from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon. The giant pincer mantis in midair couldn't dodge at all. It was hit directly, and it was hit and flew out again. Was instantly killed. The giant pincer mantis lost consciousness, and the fire-breathing dragon won. The referee announced the result. Xiao Mao put away the giant mantis and released the third elf. A yellow elf with black stripes appeared on his body. It was the evolution of the electric beast, the electric beast. The momentum of this electric shock beast is amazing, and the arc of lightning is constantly pulsating on its body. Luo Chen raised his brows. Is it an electrical type? Fire-breathing dragon, come back. He retracted the fire-breathing dragon, and then threw a pokeball. A yellow elf also appeared, but this elf was the same size as a puppy. This was Pikachu, and there was a hair on top of this Pikachu's head swaying in the wind. Pick up. Pikachu thought Luokan was asking him to come out to play, so he called out and jumped onto Luokan's shoulder. Okay, Pikachu, I didn't come out to play. Luokan patted its head and pointed at the electric monster on the opposite side. Can it do it if you win? Pick up. Pikachu patted his chest and jumped onto the field. Sichuan. Chapter 180. Seeing that Luo Chen was using Pikachu, Xiao Mao was a little surprised, but even if it was Pikachu, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee waved the flag on his hand again to announce the start of the game. Electric beasts, use high-speed stars. At the moment when the game started, Xiao Mao gave an order to the electric monster. In an instant, countless energy bodies composed of stars charged towards Pikachu. Looking at the impacting high-speed stars, he didn't panic at the drop. He was neither in a hurry nor slow. Use high-speed movement. Shu tilde. Pikachu's powerful figure suddenly disappeared after a meal on the ground. The high-speed star smashed to the ground, making some small pits on the ground. At this time, Pikachu had already circled behind the electric shock monster. Steel tail. Luo Chen's words came. Pick up. Pikachu let out a soft whimper, then jumped up vigorously, with a metallic sheen on his tail, and slashed towards the electric monster. Flaming fist. XXX. At this time, Xiao Mao's words also came over, and the electric shock beast let out a low roar. His fist rose to flames, and he punched it towards him. With a bang, the steel tail and the flame fist collided. The two elves froze in midair, and then Pikachu let out another high-pitched scream, his waist down. With a hard twist, the arc of thunder kept rushing out from the surface of his body. A huge force was generated, the balance was broken, and the flame fist of the electric monster was broken. The stone statue of the lightning beast staggered back and took a few steps back. The result of this collision made Xiao Mao have no idea that a Pikachu like a puppy actually won the electric shock thunder beast 6 times larger than it in the competition of strength. But what Xiao Mao didn't expect is still further behind. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Luo Chen's words came over. As soon as the voice fell, I saw countless thunder mons emerging from Pikachu, turning into a dazzling lightning bolt and going towards the electric beast. The speed of 100,000 volts was very fast, and the thunder and lightning came across and directly hit the body of the electric shock beast. ZZZZ tilde. In an instant, the electric demon beast was enveloped by endless thunder light, and the hair all over her body stood upright. Countless thunder arcs beat non-stop on her body, making a sizzling sound. In the thunder light, the lightning thunder beast, which was wrapped by the thunder and lightning, let out a painful howl. Xiao Mao is horrified. As we all know, when the electricity-type elf hits the electricity-type elf, the electricity-type trick of the weaker electricity-type elf will not be too big when hitting the stronger electricity-type elf. Effect, but will be directly absorbed by the latter. But isn't the current scene just saying that the power of this Pikachu's electricity type trick is stronger than that of the electric monster? But this is impossible at all. Pikachu is in the middle and back of the electric elf, and the electric monster is the top electric elf. Pikachu's electricity is stored in the electric bags on both sides of the cheeks, but it is on the cheeks. How these two little electrical bags store so much electricity? But after all, the electric shock demon is also an electric elf. It roared lowly, and its two tails like electric plugs were inserted straight into the ground, and the electric lights on its body flowed into the ground along its tail. Electric beast, use thunder tilde tilde. The two tails were retracted from the ground, and then went straight up to the sky. ZZ tilde. Lightning covered its entire body, and it all converged on its two tails. With the influx of electricity, the black tail of the electric shock beast also turned into a destructive golden color. Shoo tilde. Two huge lightning beams surged out from its tail and shot into the sky. Boom tilde. Suddenly, the sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and a lightning bolt with a thickness of more than 1 meter traversed directly. Seeing this thunder and lightning falling, he didn't panic at all, and he didn't give any orders to Pikachu. Pikachu himself didn't panic at all, but looked at the thunder and lightning that struck him with interest. The thunder and lightning hit Pikachu directly. In an instant, Pikachu was wrapped by the thunder and lightning, and the entire stage turned into a sea of thunder. Absorb, Luo Chen said lightly. Pick up. The sound of Pikachu's calling came from the thunder and lightning, and the thunder sea was rapidly shrinking, and all of it was absorbed into the body by Pikachu. Pikachu's body was revealed again, unscathed, his eyes were piercing, and there were traces of thunder and lightning flickering between his eyelids. Seeing this, Xiaomao furrowed his brows. Sure enough, the power of electricity contained in this Pikachu itself is higher than that of the electric shock monster, so the electric shock monster's electric trick will not cause any damage to it. He half squinted his eyes. His brain was spinning rapidly. Since the thunder-type trick didn't work, he could only use melee attacks. Having made a decision, he did not hesitate, and said to the electric monster, "The electric monster, the electric light flashes, and the empty hand slashes." Shoo tilde. There was an electric current flowing under the sole of the electric shock beast's feet, and when he kicked his foot, it disappeared instantly. Close combat. Luo Chen raised his brows and said with a smile in his eyes, "I want to say that Pikachu is actually good at close combat, so let's show you a Pikachu who knows how to escape." Pikachu, Raiden Chakra Mode. The strong electric current kept moving in its body, stimulating every cell in it, and every cell was very excited, releasing countless blue electric currents. In an instant, Pikachu's whole body was enveloped by blue electric lights. Like an armor formed by lightning on the surface, the crackling sound was incessant. At this time, the lightning thunder beast also came to Pikachu, and his right hand slashed towards Pikachu fiercely. As a result, when it touched the lightning armor on the surface of Pikachu's body, it only felt that it was on the steel. It was all numb, and the lightning armor still remained motionless, and bounced the hand of the electric monster. Pikachu clenched his fist, kicked his foot, and instantly turned into a blue lightning bolt, hitting the belly of the electric beast with a punch. Boom! The electric shock monster didn't even have time to react, and was blasted away directly. Then, Pikachu bent his legs slightly, turned into a blue lightning bolt and chased after him again. He punched him again, and the electric beast flew out again. Then, the blue lightning kept scurrying around on the stage, and the electric monster was beaten and flew in the air, let alone resistance, it couldn't even get down to the ground. Seeing this intense scene, all the audience widened their eyes and almost forgot to breathe. Okay, let's solve it. Lei dun katakana middle. Yi lei shen furious thunder axe. Pikachu nodded, raised his foot, and immediately kicked the electric monster into the air. Then it kicked its foot and soared into the sky. The blue electric current in its whole body gathered on its right foot, and the right foot exuded a dazzling blue light. Then, it lifted up, He kicked up his feet and slashed an axe towards the electric monster from top to bottom. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion. The electric beast fell to the ground like a meteor and hit the stage directly. The entire stage was cracked, and a huge crack ran through the entire stage, dividing the stage into two halves. There was also a big pit in the middle of the stage, and the electric shock beast was lying there, his eyes rolling in circles, and he had lost consciousness. The entire quartz venue erupted into a huge cheer again. It was too intense and unbelievable. A Pikachu could actually be so strong. In the distance, in the special seat, Xiaobo, the master of the Red Lotus Gym, looked at Wu Nang, the master of the Nibi Gym, and said suspiciously, Diaresis, I've never seen this trick used by Pikachu before. Is there such a trick in the electric system? Wu Nang let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. There is no such trick in the electric system's trick. I'm afraid this is the same as the fire-breathing dragon's trick, Emperor Yan, and it is a unique trick created by ourselves. This player named Luokan is very good. On the side, the person in charge of the quartz conference sent by the Kanto Alliance nodded and said, relying on his own unique trick, a Pikachu in a mere area can actually be defeated by the electric monsters that are in the top ranks in the electricity department. Fallen Chen's plan to recruit into the alliance. Not only him, but also some family leaders who were watching the game. Qian Nuohao, whether it's the fire-breathing dragon's self-created trick called Yandy or this Pikachu's self-created trick, they are all extremely powerful. I was also shocked when I watched the game. Ellipsis. Luokan naturally didn't know that he had entered the sight of the major families in the alliance. Even if he knew, he would laugh. The trick Pikachu used just now was actually Raikage's skill in Hokage. During the month of special training, Luokan used the black lottery ticket, and as a result, he took out the Raikage skill collection, and he taught Pikachu all Raikage's skills. Opposite, Xiaomao looked at the electric monster lying in the pit. His face was very ugly. He had already defeated 3 elves, and Luokan was still 6 elves. He gritted his teeth. The gap between himself and Luokan was just that. How big? Taking back the electric monster, Xiaomao threw a Pokeball again, and a pixie appeared. Looking at the little elf that Xiaomao was fighting, Luokan was also slightly taken aback and stared, but he didn't expect that Xiaomao actually had this little elf. Ellipsis. This chapter is a 3,000-word chapter. It's a bit long to code. And then push another one book, a friend's book, Traveling Through the Heavens. If you like it, you can go to see it. Chapter 181. Appearing in front of him was a baboon-like figure with beige skin, brown hair, a pink nose, and brown eye contours, just like the dark circles under the eyes that have been insomnia for a long time. At this moment, it was leaning on its side, dozing off with its head on one hand. This little elf is the King of Leave. Anyone who has played Pokemon knows that the King of Leave has the same racial value as 670. Even if it encounters a second-level divine beast, its racial value is not false. In the game, the race value of Cheomung is only 680, while the race value of Sansan birds, Sanshin beasts, and Sanshinju is only 580, so it is simply a bug in the Pokemon game. However, this is not a game after all, but the real world of Pokemon. But it is so. The strength of the King of Leave is also very powerful. Even under the same level, it is stronger than the quasi-god elf, and it is also very rare elf. Asking for leave, the king. Luokan looked at the king who asked for leave, and said in his heart, System, the Eye of Inquiry. Name, the King of Leave. Level 61, First Entry King. Attribute, General. Qualification, Quasi-Champion. Comment, the elf who is the most troublesome in the world of Pokemon, usually sleeps during the time, but once it is provoked, it will be very terrifying. Ellipsis. Are you asking for a leave of absence? Looking at the information about asking for leave that appeared in his mind, Luo Chen said to Pikachu, Pikachu come back. Pick up tilde. Pikachu jumped back. Luokan put it away, and threw another Pokeball. Roar. A bear whistling sounded, a brown bear appeared, and there was a yellow circle on its abdomen. It was Luo Chen who was subdued when he first started traveling. It is also a circle bear of the general 893 nature like the King of Leave. The circle bear, who hadn't fought for a long time, was a little excited. It kept roaring and roaring at the king who was lying on the ground. The sound stirred the air, and the sound wave was real, forming a sound wave to rush to the king who asked for leave. The King of Leave, lying on the ground with his eyes closed and dozing off, felt the provocation of the bear. He opened his eyes in confusion and yawned. First of all it was squinting at the bear, but he felt the latter's body when the strong pressure was exerted. Its eyes became a little dignified. It stood up from the ground, no longer lazy, looking at the circle bear. It stamped its feet on the ground. The stage was shaking. It returned the salute, took a deep breath, and then roared from its mouth. A sound wave rushed out towards the circle bear, causing the hair on the circle bear to keep fluttering. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The referee also waved the flag in his hand. The game starts. King of Leave, use the arm hammer. Circle bear, arm hammer. The two ordered at the same time. Dong dong dong. The ground is shaking constantly. Two bodies. The huge elf rushed over with its big feet, and smashed its heavy and huge fist towards the opponent. Boom. Carrying the power of Wan Jun, the two big fists collided together, and with a thud, the Leave King stumbled and took a few steps back. The King of Leave has just entered the King of Heaven, and the circle bear has been in the King of Heaven for a long time. Its current level is already at the peak of the King of Heaven, and half of its feet have entered the championship, so the King of Leave is at a disadvantage in the battle. However, this also angered the King of Asking for Leave. Its eyes suddenly turned blood red, as if it was congested with blood, and all the brown hair exploded. Its fist hammered its chest hard, making a muffled sound like a big drum. Dong dong dong. It stepped on its big feet and rushed towards the circle bear again. Its fists roared, and it smashed towards the circle bear with a punch. The circle bear stretched out, punched out his fist, directly blocked its fist, and then smashed an uppercut on the chin of the king who asked for leave, and the King of Leave took a few steps back. Use double refund. The King of Leave forcibly stabilized the retreating figure, stepped forward with his foot, and drove up. The same punch hit the face of the bear, and the attack of the bear was doubled back. It staggered back and forth. However, this also angered the circle bear, who was actually beaten by an elf whose level was much lower than himself. The circle bear was angry, it roared, and the momentum on his body was no longer reserved, and the momentum was oppressing the King of Leave. It rushed over directly, and it was a violent beating for the king who asked for leave. The King of Leave immediately turned into a human flesh sandstorm and was beaten continuously. Rock blockade. The king asking for leave forcibly broke free and let out a low roar. Countless huge stone cones appeared in the sky, and they roared, entered directly on the stage, forming a roadblock and isolating the circle bear. Using the earthquake, Xiao Mao said again. The circle bear unfolded its double tui, and squatted down slightly on the bottom plate. It roared, and then the entire stage vibrated violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred, making people unable to stand firm. But the circle bear didn't seem to be affected at all. It smashed the rock all standing in front of it with one punch and smashed it. It rushed over like a tank, and it came to the king's leave in an instant. Before. Let's ask for leave, get out of the way. Looking at the circle bear that appeared in front of him, the Leave King was also nervous and wanted to escape, but where would the circle bear do what he wished? He kicked the next plate and directly brought the Leave King down. XXX. The king asking for leave wanted to struggle to stand up, but the circle bear smashed it with a heavy punch, knocking it stunned, and then the circle bear directly pressed it to the ground and kept beating it violently. As the punch of the fist fell, the stage vibrated rhythmically. After a few minutes, Ring Bear stood up, leaned back, and roared into the sky. As for the king who asked for leave, he was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face. The king of asking for leave lost consciousness, and the circle bear wins. The referee came out to announce the result. Xiao Mao was a little lost. It was already the fourth one. He had already lost 4, and the other 6 were still alive. Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. He no longer wanted to win the dust, he just wanted one of the pixies that can dry out dust. He threw the poke ball, and a shark-like elf appeared on the field. It was his fierce bite of the land shark. Seeing Lai bite Lu Shark, Luo Chen raised his brows. Since it was Lai bite Lu Shark, he said to the elf who was sleeping on his stomach at his feet, "Kurama is your old rival, come on." Kyubi opened his eyes and nodded, yawned and came to the arena. Lai bite Lu Shark stared at Juwei. It had already lost twice in front of Juwei. Both times, it was almost instantly killed by it, and it was almost cast out of the shadows. Game start. Juwei yawned a little bored, and looked at Li bite Lu Shark. It disappeared immediately, and instantly circled behind Li bite Lu Shark. The same trick is useless to us. Fierce bite Lu Shark, be careful behind, get out of the way. The strong bite land shark flapped its wings and jumped away. Juwei's tail slapped empty and hit the ground, but what's very strange is that when the tail slapped on the ground, there was no sound at all, as if it was fake. Is it really useless? Luokan laughed playfully. Xiao Mao suddenly widened his eyes, because the figure of the nine-tailed was actually broken like a foam board, and the nine-tailed was fake. Be careful above, bite the land shark fiercely. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a fiery red figure. He reminded Lai to bite the land shark, but it was too late. Bang bang bang. The nine tails like whips danced wildly on the body of Lai bite Lu Shark. Boom. The fierce bite Lu Shark landed directly on the stage, creating a big hole. Kurama, Foxfire. Ninetails let out a soft cry, and the red energy on her body surged violently, condensing 3 dark red flames mixed with black flames around her body. Shish tilde. These 3 flames dived directly towards the big pit on the stage. Xiao Mao suddenly felt frightened when he saw the 3 flames, bite Lu Shark and escape. Li bite Lu Shark jumped out of the pit and quickly jumped out. At this time, the 3 flames also swooped down, but when they were about to hit the ground, they turned out in unison, as if they were conscious. In the same way, chasing directly towards the fierce bite land shark, the speed is extremely fast. How could Lai bite Lu Shark think that these 3 flames would still lock him in? When he was careless, it was directly chased up, the flames exploded directly on its body, and the red mixed with black flames directly covered its whole body. The red flame did not cause much damage to it. The most terrible thing was that it was mixed with a small group of black flames. This small group of black flames jumped directly to its brain, and an evil and strange force directly invaded it. Brain. In an instant, Lu Sha roared fiercely. It felt that its soul had been frozen, the pain was penetrating to the bone, and finally it tilted its head and fainted. Xiao Mao's eyes widened, and it was another instant kill. Lai bite Lu Shark and Juwei fought 3 times, and the result was the same 3 times, instant kill. He gritted his teeth, put away the Lu Shark and threw his last Pokeball, and the fast dragon appeared. Is it fast dragon? Kurama come back. Calling Juwei back, Luokan threw a elf ball again. The air in the entire arena suddenly became a lot colder. An elf with a white body like Diplodocus and 2 colorful films on the back of the neck appeared. It was the ice and snow dragon. The moment the ice dragon appeared, it caused another shock. This kind of ancient fossil elf is very rare. Ever since the ice dragon hatched from the egg, its potential that has been dormant for countless years has finally exploded. It has accumulated a lot of money, and it has the aptitude of being a divine beast. It can improve its level even when it is asleep. A month has passed, and its level is now directly in the first stage of the championship. The promotion is simply very terrifying. Luo Chen once sighed, he is worthy of being the king of the ice and snow clan. Soon, the game started again. Quick Dragon, Dragon's Wrath. As soon as Xiao Mao made his move, it was a dragon-type big move, and the dragon's rage spurted out of Kuailong's mouth. Frozen Light. The ice dragon let out a cry, and the freezing light emitted and the dragon's rage cancelled each other out. Then the fast dragon spread its wings and flew into the air. Hail. The two colorful films on the neck of the snow dragon radiated dazzling light, and a fist-sized hailstone fell from the sky. The Kuailong's head bore the brunt, and the fist-sized hailstone fell directly and hit it. As the hail got bigger and bigger, it finally had to be forced to land. The hail kept falling on Kuailong. Kuailong was very uncomfortable and could only fight quickly. It quickly approached the ice dragon and wanted to solve the battle quickly through close combat, but it obviously underestimated the ice dragon. When it is close to the 1-meter range of the ice dragon, Luokan said directly, "Primitive power, frozen storm." The ice dragon stomped its feet, and the extremely strong freezing force erupted directly from its feet. The blue-white frozen light circle spread out from under its feet like ripples. The ice surface rushed over, and the entire stage was frozen. It is very scary. As for the fast dragon, it has also become an ice sculpture, and it still maintains the posture of rushing towards the ice and snow dragon, which is lifelike. The battle was resolved in an instant, almost instant kill. Kuailong lost his ability to fight, Ice Snow Dragon won, Xiaomao players 6 elves all lost consciousness, player Luokan advanced to the top 4, and participated in the semifinals. With the announcement of the results, the lively atmosphere of the scene directly shattered the sky, and the audience was addicted to each other. The game was really exciting. First, the magical mega evolution, then the self-created skills, and then 2 consecutive god, a fast dragon, a fiercely biting land shark, and in the end, even the long-disappeared fossil elf appeared. This fierce competition made the audience reluctant to blink. Ellipsis. Xiaomao was a little lost. Put away the frozen dragon, he looked at Luokan in a complicated way. When he first started traveling, he was able to compete with Luokan, but as time went on, the latter became more and more difficult. You can already crush yourself directly, almost killing yourself in seconds. Xiaomao was fascinated, and at the beginning, his grandfather, Dr. Damu, once said to him, "There is a kind of genius in this world, and their existence will make others unmatched in their entire lives." On one ride to the dust. I didn't believe it at the beginning, I didn't accept it. He laughed at himself. Now, I believe it, and I accept it too. He said to Luo Chen. There was no fighting intent or jealousy in his eyes, but very calm, with a little helplessness in his calm. "You won again, congratulations." "Thank you, you are also very strong." Luo Chen is telling the truth. Among his peers, he can count on one hand who can surpass Xiaomao. Xiaomao shook his head and walked straight off the stage without saying anything. Ellipsis. Luokan put away Bingshuilong and left the stage directly amidst the cheers of the audience. He originally wanted to go to the auditorium to find Lily and the others, but the audience was so enthusiastic that Luokan had no choice but to go to the players' rest building to stay. Soon, the divine beast man Dakdo also appeared. He relied on a flame bird to directly knock out the opponent's 3 elves. But in the 4th game, he replaced the firebird and threw the second Pokeball. As for which elf his second elf would use, the people on the scene were very curious. Soon, with a flash of white light, Dakdo's second elf appeared, a yellow one with feathers like lightning like birds. The audience boiled again, and it turned out to be another legendary elf, a lightning bird. Soon, the lightning bird also destroyed the opponent's remaining 3 elves, and Dakduo successfully advanced, level to the top 4. Ellipsis. The next 2 games were also underway, but the battle for the remaining 2 top 4 spots was very difficult. From noon to evening until night was approaching, 2 people narrowly defeated their opponents and got the remainder. Of the 2 semi-finalists, the Joker announced the end of today's game, and tomorrow is the exciting semi-final. Ellipsis. Wow, a big chapter of 4,600 words. Don't say I'm short, praise me. Chapter 182. After a day of fighting, the top 4 have already competed. When night falls, the moon rises, the night is silent, and the entire quartz plateau is extremely silent. In my sleep, time always flies by quickly. The time suddenly came to the early morning, the moon disappeared again, the fish-maw white rose in the eastern sky, the sun replaced the moon again, and slowly rose into the sky. In the morning, Xiaolu, the air is fresh, and the time has come to the second day. Luo Chen and the others came to the quartz venue. At this time, the quartz venue was already crowded. Today is the warm-up for the finals. On the day of the semi-finals, the audience also came very early. It was still early, and the auditorium was full. Xiaoji and the others went to the auditorium, while Luo Chen walked into the quartz venue from the player passage. Walking into the venue, the entire quartz venue has changed. In the center of the quartz arena was a huge competition stage, about the size of a football field. After waiting for a long time, the screen of the venue lit up, and the figure of the clown appeared on it. He first interacted with the audience, and after the lively speech, he directly stirred up the enthusiasm of the audience, the scene boiled over, and the cheers resounded. Shish! He put his index finger in front of his mouth and made a silent gesture, and the audience really quieted down. The Joker then took a deep breath, raised the microphone, and shouted with all his strength, "Let's invite our top 4 players. They are Luokan, Dakituo, Tuiwan, and Brewer." Wow! There were louder screams and shouts than before, almost bursting people's eardrums. In the cheers, the top 4 players of Luokan walked out of the player lounge. The atmosphere has been mobilized, and the clown has no unnecessary nonsense, and directly said, "Today is the 2 places to enter the finals, so let's see who of the 4 people today can break through the barriers and enter the finals." On the big screen at the venue, the portraits of Luokan and the 4 of them appeared. The heads of the 4 people began to merge together, and the cards were quickly shuffling. Everyone held their breath and stared at the screen attentively. They were also very entangled in their hearts at this time. They both hoped that Luokan and Dak would be in a group and wanted to watch the battle between the 2 of them, but they did not want them. Being assigned to a group, the match between Luo Chen and Dakito is very exciting without thinking. They should be put into the finals. But soon the result came out. The 4 avatars on the screen were combined in pairs. Luokan stared at the screen. He did not face Dakituo. His opponent was the trainer named Brewer, and Dakituo's was the one called Tuiwan. Seeing this result, the audience at the scene was also relieved. This is the best result. The match between Luokan and Dakito should be put in the final. After yesterday's battle, Luokan and Dakituo have long been recognized as candidates for the finals. In yesterday's 8-in-4 battle, only he and Dakito were the easiest to solve their opponents, and their own elf still had won. Not defeated. As for the other 2, it took more than half a day of fierce battles to narrowly win over their opponents and win the semi-finals, and you can tell at a glance who wins and who loses. Tuiwan and Brewer were also very helpless when they saw the results of Luokan and Dakituo. They looked at each other and felt bitter in their hearts. It seems that they can only fight for the 3rd place with him. Ellipsis. The first match was Dakito versus Tuiwan. After resting for half an hour, Dakito and Tuiwan came to the arena. The referee announced the rules of the game, the 2 sides were ready, and after releasing the elf for the first battle, the game began. For Dakito, it was Fire Bird, and for his opponent, Tuiwan, Chunglong. At the beginning of the game, although it was an ice-type fire-type, there were attributes that would counteract each other, but Chunglong also supported him for a long time, and then he was defeated. Then came the second elf. The third. The fourth. Ellipsis. The game goes by little, and each little game passes quickly. Boom. With a loud explosion, Tuiwan's last elf lay on the ground, his eyes rolling in circles. At this time, it was less than half an hour before the game, and Tuiwan's 6 elves were completely defeated by the Flame Bird and the Lightning Bird. XXX. Tuiwan's 6 elves have all lost consciousness. Dakito advanced to the finals. Amid the cheers of the audience, the referee announced the result. Ellipsis. Time has passed for a long time again. Today's second game, Fallout vs. Brewer, is here. Luokan and Brewer walked to the stage, and the 2 released the first battle elf. Both of them were fire-breathing dragons. The game starts. The referee waved the flag in his hand and announced the start of the game. The two fire-breathing dragons let out a low roar and fought together, but the opponent's fire-breathing dragon was the opponent of the falling dust fire-breathing dragon, and soon lay dead on the ground and lost consciousness. Then there was the second one. The other party was using a water-based gem starfish, but even the gem starfish quickly lay on the ground, his eyes rolling in circles. Seeing this result, Luo Chen shook his head. The opponent was much weaker than Xiao Mao. Diaresis fire-breathing dragon, go all out. After half an hour. Brewer's sixth elf also lay on the ground and lost consciousness. Brewer's six elves have all lost consciousness, and the dust player will advance to the finals. The referee announced the result. The Joker also came out at this time, holding the microphone in his hand. Okay, audience friends, today's semifinal is over, and tomorrow will be an exciting final moment. When he said this, the clown was also very speechless. This is the semifinal. Why is it like a knockout match? The two games only add up to 1 hour. This is the fastest semifinal in history. But he also knows that this situation does not mean that Tuiwan and Brewer are too weak. They are not weak at all. If it was in previous years, both of them could be the candidates for the quartz champion, but good for Qian Nuo, they are the two of them. Unfortunately, this session encountered two big metamorphoses. Seeing the end of the game, the spectators were also a little depressed. Their buttocks hadn't gotten hot yet, so how could the game have ended? Although they were depressed, they didn't have much resistance in their hearts. After all, there would be a major event to watch tomorrow. They exited in an orderly manner, and they also guessed to each other whether the champion tomorrow would be Luokan or Dakto. Soon, all the audience left the stage, and Luo Chen walked out of the quartz arena from the contestant passage. Outside, Ash and Lily were already waiting there. Congratulations on entering the finals. You've made it. Luokan smiled and nodded. It's still early, do you want to go shopping in Quartz City? Xiaoji and the others were taken aback. You don't need to make a battle plan for tomorrow. Luokan shook his head. No need, it will be just tomorrow. Let's go shopping. The group wandered around Quartz City for a long time, and didn't return to the hotel until evening. Chapter 183. The next day, the morning sun was born, and all things revived in a golden light, spreading their leaves. At this time, Quartz City, the whole city is empty, and there is not a trace of people walking on the streets of Quartz City. Even the shops on the downtown streets have their doors closed, like a dead city. In fact, it is not just Quartz City. This is the case in the entire Kanto region today, and there are few people on the road. Because today is the final of the Quartz Contest, the Quartz Contest is a prosperous world in the Kanto region. Everyone in Kanto is watching this game. Those who have tickets are watching at the Quartz venue, while those who don't have tickets stay at home and hold the TV watch. The finals of the Quartz Contest in previous years have not been so lively. This year, it will attract so much attention because today's Quartz Contest is very different. This year's Quartz Contest has the legendary elf appearing, and this year's two finalists are also the same. Two of the most powerful players in years. On Nashi Island, in the unnamed valley, Meow Meow moved a huge display screen to the grass, and the screen was displaying the picture of the Quartz Conference. The valley is surrounded by densely packed elves, swarms of venomous stinging jellyfish, Pikachu groups, and some other elves, the most notable of which are a few gigantic elves, who are standing in front of the screen at this time. Looking at the screen, Qiao Meng stood at the forefront of the elf, holding hands and looking at the display. Why doesn't Luokan appear? The ruby on the forehead of the giant stinging jellyfish flashed, and a burst of spiritual power spread out. Pick up tilde. Hearing the words of the giant stinger jellyfish, the Pikachu group also chirped at Meow Meow. Don't worry, this is a live broadcast, and I can't help it. Meow Meow spread her hands. Here, Cheomeng said lightly at this time. Many elves stopped talking, and all looked at the screen. Ellipsis. 2 flowers bloom, one for each. Quartz Plateau, Quartz venue. Under the guidance of the staff, Luokan and Dakuto walked out from the opposite side of the venue, and the two walked into the venue almost at the same time. There was a camera next to Luokan and Dakuto, and their figures appeared on the big screen at the same time, the moment they entered the quartz venue. Bang 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 bang. The fireworks exploded in the sky, bursting out incomparably bright fireworks, and the sound of fireworks was mixed with the cheers of the audience. Falling dust. Falling dust. Dakuto. Dakuto. Ellipsis. All the audience were almost shouting the names of the two. This scene was very shocking. In the special seats, the owners of the 8 gymnasiums were a little speechless. How could they feel that the popularity of these two people seemed to be higher than that of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto? Even if the 4 heavenly kings were here, they would not cause such a big battle. Fight. Wu Nang, who do you think will win the championship? Xiaobo, the master of the Red Lotus Gym, turned his head to look at Wu Nang, the master of the Nibi Gym. Wu Nang touched his chin. Although Luokan, is also very pleasing to the eye, but to be honest, I think Dakuto will win this game. After all, the opponents is a legendary Pokemon, and Dakuto is at this time. The small we only know of 2 elves, and Luo Chen's elves had already used all of them in the match against Xiaomao the day before yesterday. Really, why do I think Luokan will win? Xiaobo asked. No, the dust is very hanging, the legendary elves, their energy is simply destroying the world. Wu Nang still insisted that Dakuto would win. Then let's make a bet, shall we? Xiaobo said. What bet? I bet Luokan will win. If I win, I remember that you traveled to the Carlos area before. In addition to the Mega Stone of the Big Steel Snake, there is also a Mega Stone of the Fire-Breathing Dragon. If I win, you just give me the Mega Stone of the Fire-Breathing Dragon. Xiaobo continued, if I lose, I'll give you a rock-type fossil elf, a fossil pterosaur, how about it? Fossil pterosaur. Wu Nang's eyes lit up, he wanted one fossil pterosaur, and he was afraid that Xiaobo would go back on it, so he quickly said, deal. Xiaobo smiled and nodded, okay, then it's settled. Looking at Xiaobo's smiling eyes, Wu Nang suddenly had a bad premonition, but he shook his head again. It's impossible, no one can beat the legendary elf. Ellipsis. In the same way, although all the audience are including the names of Luokan and Dakuto, but if you listen carefully, you will find that there are actually many more people who support Dakuto than Luokan. After all, Luokan used it when he beat Xiaomao. Got 6 elves. Fire-Breathing Dragon, 9 Tails, Leo Lu, Snow Dragon, Pikachu Circle Bear. These 6 powerful elves should be the strongest elves in the competition in Luokan's hands, and Dakuto only used 2 elves, a lightning bird and a flame bird, and the remaining 4 elves are still unknown. Dakuto has seen Luokan's 6 elves, and he must have formulated corresponding countermeasures, but Luokan only knows Dakuto's 2 elves, and the opponent's 2 are legendary elves. It's not easy to formulate, so thinking about it this way, Dakuto's winning rate is much higher. If Luokan knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. The day before yesterday he fought with Xiaomao to be his strongest elf. He laughed without saying a word. With the completion of the fireworks in the sky, the clown appeared, following, please come to the competition venue with Luokan and Dakuto. Today's competition venues have all changed. Although the size is still the same as yesterday, there is a 2-meter diameter platform at each end of the competition venue. Luokan and Dakuto stood up. Buzzing tilde. The platform rose in an instant, floating in midair. Today's competition field has a total of 5 types, namely regular, grass, water, fire, and rock. Every time a battle ends, the competition field will change randomly. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The Joker explained the changes to today's competition system. The referee in charge of the final came forward and said, the rules of the game are 6v6. During the battle, the 2 sides are not allowed to change the elf. Only after a short game can the elf be replaced, but the 6 elf on one side will all lose consciousness. It is judged as a failure. The referee opened his hand. First, Dacto presses the button in front of him to select a random venue. Z tilde. A small control console rose from the circular aircraft with a red button in the middle. With a slap of Dakota's palm, the 5 fields on the big screen were constantly changing, and finally stopped on a fiery red pattern. Boom. At the feet of Luokan and the others, the arena was vibrating non-stop. The last field was extremely hot, and there was a field where flames burst out from the ground from time to time. It was the Field of Flames. With the completion of the construction of the venue, the audience also boiled again. Then, please send the first battle elves. The referee said again. Without hesitation, Dacto threw an elf ball, and a fiery red bird elf with orange-red flames on his body appeared. It was the flaming bird. Luokan also threw the Pokeball, just when the audience guessed that Luokan would use fire-breathing dragon, Ninetales, Leoru, Snow Dragon, Pikachu, Ring Bear, which of the 6 Pokemon? Cry. An incomparably ethereal, crisp bird chirping filled the sky above the entire quartz venue. Looking at the arena, everyone was stunned, and their eyes almost fell out of shock. I saw an elf with a light blue flame burning on its body appearing opposite the flame bird. It has a pair of bright golden pupils, and the light blue flame on its body is very gorgeous. But the most important thing is that if the blue flame on its body turns orange-red, it is simply another flame bird. The entire auditorium suddenly fell silent. There was no sound, the needles could be heard falling, and the silence was terrifying. This scene lasted for half a minute, and half a minute later. Boom! The audience at the scene suddenly boiled, with uproar and screams everywhere, all staring at each other. Flaming bird. They all had disbelief in their eyes. Isn't this a flaming bird with a light blue flame? Luokan actually owns the legendary elf. After the shock, the hearts of the audience were incomparably excited, and they were able to watch the match between the flame birds and the flame birds in their lifetime. In the end, they had nowhere to vent their excitement and stood up one by one. As if he had been beaten with chicken blood, his neck was thick, his saliva was flying all over the sky, and he kept roaring the names of Luokan and Dacto. Ellipsis. 3000 word chapters. Sichuan. Chapter 184. On the special seat, Wu Nang, the master of the Nibi Gym, stared wide-eyed at the phoenix burning with light blue flames in the sky. It did not flap its wings once, and it would draw a brilliant blue light in the air, which was very cool. Ike, you immortal bird, Wu Nang's heart is surging with waves. I didn't expect Luokan to have a flaming bird, and it looks like this flaming bird is still shining. He has seen a ghost. Luokan is hiding so deeply. Wu Nang lost a lot of energy to calm down. He seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Xiaobo who was beside him, and saw that Xiaobo did not have a shocked expression on his face. Wu Nang said, you already know. Xiaobo smiled and nodded. Of course, when he fought Chisong in the Red Lotus Gym before, he also had this elf, but this elf is not a flame bird. Isn't it a flame bird? Wu Nang was taken aback. Xiaobo put away his smile. His face was a little solemn. Well, at that time he said. This little elf is called the Phoenix, and it is an elf that surpasses the flame bird. Wu Nang's eyes shrank suddenly, and his heart was horrified. Super flame bird. That's right. Remember, give me the Mega Stone of the fire-breathing dragon after the game. Xiaobo smiled again. Wu Nang, who had come to his senses, rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly. You sly and cunning fellow, it hasn't started yet, and I don't know the result yet. Don't be too complacent. Ellipsis. Back on the field again. 22 Dactuo was also stunned when he looked at the phoenix burning this light blue flame in the sky, and his eyes were full of surprise. You actually have a flaming bird. He looked at Luo Chen and opened his mouth. Luokan smiled. This is not a flame bird, but a phoenix. XXX. So that's the case, Phoenix. He looked at the phoenix and narrowed his eyes. And Luokan also looked at the other side's flame bird again. Although his flame bird was not the flame bird with the name of the three god birds, but an ordinary flame bird in the flame bird population, it was undeniable that it was powerful. System: Eye of Probing. Name: Firebird. Level: Level 70, Peak of Kings. Attribute: Fire. Qualification: Champion. Ellipsis. The flame bird at the peak of the King of Heaven. Luokan half squinted his eyes. The flame bird was no different from the phoenix in terms of level, and the level of the phoenix was also at the peak of the Heavenly King. Seeing that the initial elf from both sides had already appeared, and both sides were ready, the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. Flaming bird, wing attack. Phoenix, claw strike. Shoot tilde. The two elves flapped their wings at the same time and charged towards each other at a very fast speed. Boom. The claws and wing attacks collided with each other, making a loud noise. The two elves didn't even fight in the slightest. They fought each other with a single blow. Seeing that the other party could not help flapping their wings, they immediately separated, hovering in the air and watching the opponent vigilantly. Phoenix, lightning flashes. The phoenix's wings shook violently, and it instantly turned into a blue streamer in the sky, rushing towards the flame bird. Descent, dodge. The flame bird descended quickly, came to the field on the ground, and flew close to the field at a low altitude. The phoenix leaned slightly and followed closely, its blue wings swept across the ground of the arena. In an instant, its wings were like extremely sharp knives. Wherever the wings crossed, the ground was divided and drawn out. A deep scratch. Divine bird strike. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Dakdo changed his strategy. The flames of the flame bird's whole body began to surge fiercely, forming something like armor, and its speed also skyrocketed several times. Hit down hard. Suddenly, the phoenix was hit. With a bang, it smashed directly to the ground, creating a big hole and shaking the smoke. We also use Divine Bird Slam, Luo Chen said. Cry. In the big pit, the blue flame penetrated the smoke and dust barrier, and reflected directly. Directly in the big pit, the blue flame was like pouring gasoline, rising steadily, and it was extremely fierce. Shoot tilde. The phoenix soared into the sky, with a brilliant blue light like an aurora behind it, and it charged directly towards the flaming bird. The flame bird was not afraid at all, the flames on its body soared, and it used the divine bird strike to meet it again. Bang bang bang. The two flames, one orange and one blue, collided fiercely in the sky. The speed of the fight between the two elves was also very fast. In just a few seconds, they had already fought countless times, and every collision could be in the air. There was a deafening sound. But the result was a stalemate between the two sides, and neither could do anything to the other. Flame bird, use jet flame. After seeing Nihib at each other, the two elves quickly separated again. The flame bird lightly opened its beak, and an extremely hot jet flame that had solidified into magma directly traversed the sky and blasted towards the undead bird. Go. Spray flames. The phoenix was also greeted by a huge blue jet flame. Boom. The two jet flame beams collided in the air, and the two flame energies exploded in an instant. The magma-like flame overflowed from the collision and dripped onto the ground, immediately corroding the densely packed small pits on the ground. The collision of the two flames rendered the entire sky orange and blue. Flame splash. Big character explosion. Flame vortex. Hot wind. Energy storage flame attack. Ellipsis. Various fire-type skills kept colliding in the sky. As the two elves kept fighting each other, the temperature of the entire venue began to heat up violently, the air burned and distorted, and the space began to deform. Terrifying horror. In the auditorium, all the audience were sweating profusely, their clothes were soaked with sweat, and everyone seemed to have been fished out of water. For this reason, the audience with the ice-type elf had to release the ice-type elf to create air conditioning, which made them feel a lot better. On the field, the stalemate battle continues. In countless skill encounters, both sides couldn't help each other, and the battle situation was very stalemate. Since the fire skills were not good, the two elves started close combat again. Swallow return, wing attack, air slash, steel wing, divine bird slam, grab. Various melee skills emerged in an endless stream, and the loud bang-bang sound burst out of the air constantly. Under their fighting, the air was overwhelmed with whining sounds, the sky was wrapped in endless flames, and the whole world was shaking. This intense and wonderful scene made all the audience's eyes widen without even blinking. The wonderful game almost made them forget to breathe. Time has passed in a minute and a second. Soon, an hour passed, and the two elves were still swiftly exchanging hands in the sky. Nearly 2 hours later, neither of the two elves had yet to decide the winner. Boom! Another blow collided, and the two elves separated, each staying in front of their trainer, gasping for breath, and even the flames on their bodies became somewhat sluggish, not as bright as before. In the face of an evenly matched enemy, they did not hold back at all. Every blow was full of strength. The nearly 2-hour collision had already exhausted them. Luokan looked at Dakituo, and I have to say that the opponent is also very strong. Since traveling for so long, Luokan is also the first time he has encountered such a difficult opponent. Victory. But the phone turned again, looking at the two little elves who were panting and the flames became stagnant. Luo Chen smiled and said lightly, "The victory of this game still belongs to me." He looked at the phoenix and said solemnly, "Phoenix, use the ashes to be reborn." Chapter 185. Luo Chen said to the phoenix in a deep voice, "Use the ashes to be reborn." Cry. The incomparably crisp bird chirping resounded through the sky, and the blue flames on the phoenix's body rose steadily, and the rise was extremely fierce. The golden light in the phoenix's eyes began to get brighter and brighter. It chirped again, the golden light in its eyes burst out, and endless golden flames emerged from its pupils, turning directly into a sea, and the golden flames were burning. Burn the phoenix. The phoenix was bathed in the golden sea of fire, churning constantly, like an elves in the fire. Not long after, the phoenix raised its head and sucked, and the golden flames that filled the sky returned to its body. At this time, the blue flame on its body was even worse than before, a pair of golden eyes shone with golden light, and the spirit was very full. Whereas the sluggish look before, it looks like this now, it is simply even higher than it was at its peak. In the distance, feeling the reality of the phoenix, Dakduo's eyes flashed with horror, and the opponent's physical strength had completely recovered. Looking at the phoenix, Luokan directly ordered, "Phoenix, it's time to solve the battle, the divine bird strikes." The blue flame on the phoenix body surged fiercely, flapping its wings directly across the sky, and attacking the flaming bird fiercely. "Flaming bird, we also use divine bird slam." The flaming bird also greeted him with the same trick. Bang tilde bang tilde. The two collided, and there was a loud collision sound. This time, it was no longer evenly matched. Wherever they collided, a figure quickly fell out, and there was an orange flame on his body. It was the flame bird. At this time, the flame bird was exhausted, but the phoenix was still at its peak. The exhausted flame bird could no longer fight against the phoenix. Next, the flaming bird was pressed and beaten by the phoenix all the time. At first it was enough to resist slightly, but slowly, its strength was finally exhausted. Sunshine flames. A bang. In the end, an incomparably huge white beam hit it directly, and the flame bird let out a scream, as if it had broken its wings, fell on the field and then bounced back heavily. Awareness. Seeing this, the referee on the side came out and announced the result. Flamingbird lost consciousness. That. The referee looked at the phoenix flying in the sky and didn't know what to call it for a while. "Phoenix," Luo Chen said to him. "The flaming bird loses consciousness, the phoenix wins profit." On the big screen, there are 6 pokeballs under Dakdo's portrait, one of which has turned into the portrait of a flaming bird, turning black and white. The cheers of the audience sounded, and the hearts of countless people were surging, not only the audience at the scene, but also the entire Kanto region, the audience sitting next to the TV watching the live broadcast, the entire Kanto region, the people who have seen the flame bird can be said to be it is very rare. Only those who are lucky can have good luck and can glimpse the figure of the flame bird haunting the volcano from a distance. Most people have never seen the legendary elf, only in some books. Seen above. On Nashi Island, seeing that Luokan had won, all the elves were also boiling, chatting and celebrating each other. We'll celebrate later, the other party still has 5 elves. Ellipsis. Player Luokan, please choose a venue. A small console rose up, and Luo Chen took a photo of the red button on it. The 5 venues on the big screen were changing rapidly, and finally settled on a blank pattern. This time the venue is a regular venue. Boom tilde. Below, the flame field sank into the ground, and an ordinary field made of cement rose up. Dakto threw his second elf ball, the white light disappeared, and the figure of an elf appeared. It was an elf with feet floating in the air like a cloud of black mist. The audience at the scene of the elf had not seen it either. They took out their elf picture book, and then aimed at the elf, and soon the information about the elf appeared on the screen of the elf picture book. Clay, the legendary Pokemon, the Nightmare God. Looking at the elf information on the elf picture book, everyone took a deep breath, and the audience at the scene was in an uproar again. In addition to the Flame Bird and the Lightning Bird, Dakoto actually has a third legendary elf. Elf, Nightmare God, Darkrai. Darkrai. Seeing the Nightmare God appearing, Luo Chen raised his brows, took the phoenix back into the Pokeball, and threw another Pokeball. The audience was looking forward to it, wanting to know which elf Luokan would use to fight Darkmare God Darkrai this time. A white light flashed, and Luokan's elf appeared on the field. Suddenly, countless audience members widened their eyes, as if petrified, their mouths wide open. I rely on it. In the special seat, Wu Ning jumped up in fright when he saw the elf used by Luo Chen, and fell directly from the chair. Luokan is also using an elf that is like a cloud of black mist, with both feet floating in the air, and his second elf is actually the god of nightmares, Darkrai. I didn't expect that Luokan actually had a second legendary Pokemon, and it was a coincidence that Luokan and Dakduo were also using nightmare gods. Wu Ning and Shabo looked at each other. When did the legendary elf become so worthless? Looking at the two people on the field, Wu Ning and Shabo sighed that they had lived on a dog for most of their lives. Ellipsis. Chapter 186. XXX. Looking at the other party's nightmare god, Luokan said silently in his heart, System, the Eye of Exploration. Name, Darkrai. Level 75 Champion Intermediate. Attribute, Evil. Qualification, Sand level Divine Beast. Comments, can cause others to enter into nightmares endlessly, usually in unconscious behavior. It can also lure humans and elves into the power of deep sleep, causing people and elves to have nightmares and drive them out of their territory. Ellipsis. When Luokan was investigating Dakatuo's nightmare god, Dakatuo was also carefully looking at Luokan's forehead fruit, and surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't think Luokan actually had a Darkrai. And he frowned, looking at Luokan's nightmare god, feeling its aura. It vaguely felt that the other party's nightmare god seemed to be more powerful than his own nightmare god. In fact, his feeling is not wrong. The nightmare god of Luokan is indeed higher than his nightmare god, and it is not 1 or 2 points higher. His nightmare god is only at the middle level of the champion, and the nightmare god of Luokan has just conquered it. At the time, it was already a San level divine beast, and now his nightmare god is already at the peak of a Sa-en level divine beast. The gap between the San level mythical beast and the champion is like a moat. The elves from both sides have been selected, and the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. Buzzing tilde. On the arena, Dakoto's nightmare god suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and exploded, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Luokan nightmare god. Surprising blow. Dakto's nightmare god's eyes flashed red, and he smashed the nightmare god towards Luokan with a punch. But before it hit, the nightmare god Falling Chen also exploded and turned into a cloud of black mist and escaped, and recondensed and formed not far away. Then, the two nightmare gods were chasing each other. The audience could only see two groups of black smoke chasing each other. Clear which is just the nightmare god of Luokan, and which is only the nightmare god of Dakduo. Darklay, use the dark black hole and drag it into the nightmare. Dakoto's nightmare god flashed, and suddenly appeared in the nightmare god Luokan. In front of him, its eyes stared directly at the latter, and the eyes were like two vortexes, spinning non-stop, as if to devour people's minds. In an instant, Luo Chen's nightmare god's body was stiff, his eyes were blank, and the whole person had been sucked into the nightmare world. But this state lasted for less than a second, and I saw Luo Chen's nightmare god raised his head. Seeing that the other party actually broke through his own dark black hole, Dakdo's nightmare god was horrified, and there was an ominous premonition in his heart. When he was about to escape, the corner of Luokan's nightmare god's mouth had a strange smile, and its eyes were glowing with deep eyes. The dim light, which is mind-bending, it stares. In an instant, Dakdo's nightmare god was stunned in the air. The gap between the two sides is really too big. A champion, a sand-level divine beast, the difference between the two is like the difference between clouds and mud. The nightmare world of Dakdo's nightmare god doesn't have any effect on the fallen nightmare god at all. Was directly broken through in less than a second. Dakoto's nightmare god was absorbed into the nightmare world. In mid-air, its body was shivering like a sieve. Fix it. Fallen Dust Road. The nightmare god nodded, the black energy on his body was surging violently, and several basketball-sized shadow balls condensed in front of him. These shadow balls roared directly on Dakdo nightmare god, and a huge explosion sounded. Come, black smoke rises. A black voice was blasted out directly, carrying a series of black smoke that flew far and wide, and finally fell heavily on the ground. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. After a strong collision of external forces, Dakoto's nightmare god also woke up from the nightmare world, and his consciousness returned to the real world. It staggered up like a drunken drunk, but in the end it still insisted, unable to stop. He tilted his head and fell to the ground again, with circles in his eyes. This battle between the nightmare gods is not as anxious as the flame bird and the phoenix, but the winner is quickly determined. After all, the level gap between the two is there. Dakdo's Darkrai lost consciousness, and Luo Chen won the second round. The referee came out and announced the result. Ellipsis. Recalling the nightmare god, Dakdo's face did not fluctuate. He threw an elf ball again, white light flashed, and a little elf with a blue lower half and a white upper half appeared. The elf's it looks like a bird, with wings like the wings of a jet plane, and its ears are horn-shaped. Looking at this little elf, there was a sensation in the audience. It was another legendary Pokemon, and this Dakoto actually had 4 legendary elf. The third elf from Dakdo is Latios. In the special seat, Xiaobo and Wu Neng's eyes widened, and they were actually another legendary elf. How many elf did this Dakduo have? They looked at Luokan again, and there was a faint illusion in their hearts. Could the next elf from Luokan be also a legendary Pokemon? In their expectation, Luo Chen threw the Pokeball. In the audience, there was another huge commotion. Damn it, really? Wu Neng and Xiaobo took out the elf picture book and looked at the information on the elf picture book. They opened their mouths and looked at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching. It was really another legendary Pokemon. Sichuan. Chapter 187. The elf that Luokan used this time was all blue, resembling a bat, with a pair of wings, and the edge of the wings was in a golden arc, which looked like a golden scimitar. At the same time, it also has a luminous body in front of its shang mouth, which is clearly presented through its shang cavity like a star nucleus. A half moon. From the moment it appeared, in a single thought, the sky and the earth changed, the sun and the moon were reversed. It was like a black hole, all the light was swallowed by it, the sky suddenly became extremely dark, and it instantly turned from daytime to midnight night. However, its range at midnight night is also limited, and the affected range is only 10 kilometers. Because the elf that fell from the dust can only affect a radius of 10 kilometers, so the sky at this time has a miracle that subverts people's common sense. The sky within 10 kilometers of the quartz venue suddenly changed from day to night, and 10 kilometers away, the sun was still hanging high and the sun was scorching hot. Under the same sky, day and night appeared at the same time. This scene really made many people almost stare down. This is like water and fire, which are incompatible with each other. Day and night can actually appear at the same time. The elf used by Luokan flapped its wings and stagnated in the air. It was silent, very quiet and elegant. Every time it flapped its wings, a little bit of sparkling starlight would fall from its wings, which was very dreamy and dazzling. Looking at the bat-shaped elf looking at the sky, Wu Neng also took a deep breath when he saw the information in his elf picture book, as if he wanted to spit out the shock in his heart. He did not expect that Luo Chen would actually there is this legendary elf. This elf is the moon god, Lunayala. The legend of the moon god has been circulating since ancient times until today. Even a few years ago, it flew over the Kanto region. At that time, it was also daytime. When it flew over, the sky was full. Also like now, from day to night. It's just that the scope of the night was not as wide as it is now in such a small area, only 10 kilometers away. The dark night at that time was very wide, and when you looked up, it was like turning the entire world's sky into night. So the moon god that fell to dust should not be the moon god that came from the sky over the Kanto region 2 years ago. Wu Neng's guess was right, the moon god Luchen was not the moon god from 2 years ago. The moon god from the sky over Kanto 2 years ago should be the one that was in the Alola area at this time. A divine beast, the moon god who controls the power of law. Luokan is just a moon god further evolved from his Cosmogu. During the month of Luokan's special training, Meow Meow made a machine for 2 Cosmogus that can condense and absorb moonlight and sunlight. After a month, Cosmog finally absorbed enough moonlight and sunlight. Because Cosmog, which belongs to fallen dust, evolved at night, it evolved into a moon god, while Lilia's Cosmog evolved into a sun god, on the contrary. Ellipsis. The third elf who looked at Luokan was actually another divine beast. Dakduo was stunned. Because of his special status and some special circumstances, he only had so many legendary elf. Thinking that the other party also has so many legendary elves, this really made him unexpected, and he sighed in his heart, this person is really a monster. Looking at Luokan, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and countless thoughts were spinning in his mind, and soon a light was flowing in his eyes, as if he had some plans in his heart. While he was looking at the moon god, Luo Chen was also looking at Latios of Dakdo. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Latios. Level, 2nd class Divine Beast Peak. Attributes, Dragon, Superpower. Qualification, Level 2 Divine Beast. Evaluation, Latios has a mild temperament, has a high IQ, and hates fighting. He is very gentle in dealing with everything. He can distinguish the heart of human beings. Only people with good hearts can get close to it. Ellipsis. Looking at the results of the investigation, Luo Chen's eyes widened. This Latios was actually a 2nd level divine beast, and he said to Dakduo, this Latios is the one from the water capital. At first Luokan thought that Latios of Dakdo was not the one from the water capital, but when he saw its level, Luokan felt that he might be wrong. Only the one in the water capital. Hearing Luokan's words, Dakdo was a little surprised, but nodded anyway, that's right. Luokan shook his head with a wry smile. His moon god was only at the top of the championship, and he almost stepped into the sand level divine beast, but the opponent was a 2nd level divine beast. How could he fight? Seeing that the two were ready, the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game starts. Luokan's expression finally became solemn. Although he knew that the moon god might not be Latios' opponent, the game was a game after all. At the moment the game started, Luokan immediately issued an order to the moon god, Lunayara, teleport. The wings of the moon god were dotted with streamers, the stars in its eyes flashed, and the figure disappeared directly, appearing behind Latios. Air slash. On the edge of the moon god's wings, the golden curved wings like a machete suddenly flashed a sharp edge, and a transparent slash like a sword energy cut through the air and shot towards Latios. Swoosh tilde. The speed of Latios is not undeserved. At the moment when the air slashed, Latios instantly turned into a blue light, and escaped with a series of phantoms behind him. Latios, mind hammer. There was a flash of light in Latios' eyes, and with a chirping sound, his spiritual power surged out into a streak that was visible to the naked eye, and the translucent giant hammer whistled and slammed down towards the moon god. The moon god took one of its mind hammers in the head, but it didn't work at all, because the mind hammer was a super power type, and the moon god also had an evil attribute in addition to the super power type, the super power type meaning Thought Mallet does not have much effect on evil type. Move in an instant, lock its action with mind power. The moon god once again used teleportation to dodge behind Latios, and then his mental power poured out, and the activation of his mental power directly bound Latios for the time being. Dark blast. Buzzing tilde. The starlight on the moon god suddenly became extremely dazzling, reflecting the entire sky brightly. The rich black energy kept rolling over it, and then a black shock wave blasted directly from it, carrying countless numbers on it of starlight. The dark blast hit Latios, and it exploded directly, and Latios was blown away. Luokan raised his brows. He never thought that he would succeed so easily. At first, he never thought that he would succeed. Latios, use the wave of the dragon. Latios quickly stabilized his body, and then the energy surged in his body, and a dragon's anger blasted out. Teleport. The moon god still used teleportation to escape. Latios, catch up, use your mental strength. Swoosh tilde. At the moment when the moon god appeared, Latios instantly turned into a phantom green light and chased after him. Endless spiritual power erupted in his eyes. Mysterious rays of light filled his pupils, and then he turned into spiritual power. For the sake of substance, bursting out from its eyes, an incomparably powerful thought, the force shot straight towards the moon god. Magic reflection. The moon god's eyes flashed red, and the stars all over his body erupted, forming a mirror-like thing in front of him. Latios's mental force hit the mirror, and then was bounced back. The powerful mental force directly bounced on Latios's body. The powerful mental force directly smashed it, and his body stiffened in the air, his eyes became dull. Good chance, Lunayala uses the light of shadow. The moon god looked up to the sky and let out a mysterious howl, only to see above the starry sky, a full moon appeared on it. They are all bathed in the moonlight, shining brightly, and under the moonlight pillar, the aura of the moon god is also fiercely skyrocketing, and all abilities have been increased. Dark blast. Then the starlight all over its body suddenly condensed into a stream, and then turned into a huge shock wave and hit Latios. Boom. The dark blasting did not deviate from the center of Latios at all. A mushroom cloud rose in the sky. Latios was blown out, and then fell straight from the air like a bird with broken wings. The eyes are still rolling in circles. Latios lost consciousness. Lunaya wins. The referee came out again to announce the result. Not right. Not right. At this moment, Luo Chen looked at Latios, who was lying on the ground, and he was in shock. How could a Latios who was at the peak of the second-level divine beast be defeated by a moon god who was at the peak of the champion? You must know that this Latios is of the same level as Mewtwo. Before Luokan, I saw Mewtwo's shot, let alone a champion-level elf. Even if sand-level mythical beasts get together, they may not be able to fight past Latios, the second-level divine beast. So Luo Chen felt that something was wrong, then he would win. There was only one possibility. He looked up at Dacto, half squinting his eyes. XXX. That is, Dakoto. He was letting out the water. He was deliberately making Latios pretend to lose the game, and the skills he commanded Latios to use just now would not cause damage to the moon god, or would be damaged by the moon god gives rebound skills. He had never used any skills that could cause substantial damage to the moon god. Luokan dared to guarantee that Latios was pretending to be stunned now. If the champion moon god's skill hit it, it wouldn't cause much damage at all. For it was almost like scratching a tick. Luokan's eyes flashed solemnly. This Dakoto seems to have no intentions. Ellipsis. This chapter is 2 in 1. The finals should end tomorrow. The pits have already been buried, and they can be filled soon. Gaochao, it's coming soon. I have to think about it. I am here today. I have to finalize some details. Wow, this Gaochao has been prepared for a long time. Wow. Chapter 188. Luokan looked at Dakduo with half-squinting eyes. This Dakdo is really mysterious. In the original book, he also appeared suddenly without any sign, and defeated Xiaoji with 2 legendary elves to get the god. The champion of the Austrian Lily of the Valley competition. Not to mention the original work, even now he is extremely mysterious. Luo Chen glanced at the 8 gym masters in Kanto on the special seat. He found that he had been ignoring a problem. That is, before these 8 gym masters seeing Dakoto's reaction, when Dakoto used the flame bird, the 8 pavilion owners were as shocked as the audience, and looking at the appearance of these pavilion owners, they didn't seem to know Dakoto. Logically speaking, Dakoto has challenged the 8 gymnasiums in Kanto, and the elves he uses are all divine beasts. The owner of the museum should have a very deep impression on him, but now they seem to have never seen each other. Same as Dakoto. And there is an even more strange thing. Dakoto is probably using the legendary elf, so he should have used the legendary elf more or less during his travels. In the Pokemon world, every time the legendary elf appeared, it caused a sensation on the internet, but before the quartz competition, there was not a single bit of news about Dakoto on the internet. Combining all of the above information, it can only show that Dakoto suddenly appeared during the quartz competition, and his identity is a mystery. At this moment, Luokan's heart is full of doubts and puzzles. What is this Dakota expecting, or what is he plotting? At this time, Dakoto didn't know that he had already been exposed to Luokan's eyes. It is estimated that he would never have imagined that Luokan had a system. Luokan touched his chin and made up his mind. He wanted to see what Dakoto wanted to do. Ellipsis. When my thoughts came back, the 4th game also started. The venue was randomly changed again. This time it was the venue of water. Does the Luokan player need to replace the elf? The referee looked at Luokan and asked. Need. He took the moon god back. When the moon god entered the Pokeball, the night and the starlight in the sky all dissipated, the sun hung high in the sky again, and the sunlight shone from the sky above the quartz venue again. Please choose the elves to fight. Luokan and Dakoto threw a Pokeball at the same time. 2 white lights flashed. Twoman's battle elf appears. The elf used by Dakoto is an elf that looks very similar to Latios, but the color of Latios is blue, and the color of this elf is red. It's Latios's spouse, the elf, Latios. Latios is a male elf, while Latios is a female elf, and the two are spouse elf. It seems that Dakoto is using another legendary Pokemon. Everyone is not too shocked. To be precise, they are already shocked and numb. Even Dakoto's 6 elves are legends. In the elf, they will not feel the slightest strange. On the contrary, they looked at the elf used by Luokan expectantly, and Wu Ning also looked at it at the same time. When they saw that the elf that Luokan used this time was not the legendary elf, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. A non-legendary elf finally appeared in this final. However, even if it is a non-legendary elf, the elf used by Luokan is very rare, even rarer than the legendary elf, because the elf used by Luokan is a super elf. The evolution of the rare fossil elf Ice Dragon. Ellipsis. Sure enough, it was Latios. When Luokan saw Dakoto use Latios, his eyes flashed with a look that was as expected. Latios and Latios are spouse elves. They both appear in pairs and will not be separated. System: Eye of Probing. Name: Latios. Level: Level 110, second level Divine Beast Peak. Attributes: Superpower, Dragon. Qualification: Level 2 Divine Beast. Comments: a peace-loving and helpful elf, who can perceive people's hearts very keenly, and can feel goodness and malice. He and Latios are the spouse elf, and the two can resonate. Ellipsis. Second level divine beast. Looking at this Latias, Luokan knew in his heart that this Latias was also the one from the water capital. The two sides were ready, and the referee waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. The fourth game has begun. Looking at Latias flying high in the sky, Luo Chen launched an attack first. Ice and Snow Dragon, use Blizzard. The blue gem on the ice dragon exudes a crystal-clear mysterious light. The air suddenly becomes extremely cold, and soon the sky above the arena is whistling, and pebble-sized hail mixed with snowflakes swept across the sky. Latias, who was flying high in the sky, was the first to bear the brunt. The dense hail and snowflakes fell on it like a torrential rain, making a sound of ping bells and pong. In response, Latias had to descend from a high altitude to a low altitude, just entering the attack range of the ice dragon. Use, freeze the light. A white beam traversed and attacked Latias. Latios' speed was also very fast, and he instantly turned into a red phantom to escape, and came to the flank of the ice dragon. Dragon's Wrath. Dakoto's voice came over, and a dragon's anger smashed towards the ice giant dragon. Rock Blockade. Several giant stone cones fell from the sky, and the dragon's anger was intercepted halfway. The dragon's anger shattered countless stone cones, and finally its own power disappeared. Are you really pouring water? Looking at the power of this dragon's wrath, Luo Chen squinted his eyes, knowing that when he met the ice giant dragon in the underground space before, the ice giant dragon couldn't shake the super dream, who was also in the second level divine beast, even if he tried his best. The dream was suppressed by a single thought. And Latias, who is also a second level divine beast like Mewtwo, used the dragon's fury to shatter the blockade of the rock. Luokan is now more and more wanting to know what the hell the other party is up to. Ice and Snow Dragon, Primordial Power. The ice dragon and Latias are fighting each other. Ellipsis. After dozens of rock blockade. Taking advantage of a gap in which Latias appeared, the ice dragon used a rock blockade, and Latias' giant stone cone hit it, and with a scream, it fell directly from the air and hit the ground. Just when it wanted to fly, Luokan's words came again, use Earthquake. Like a horse, the ice and snow dragon leaned back, raised its forelegs high, and then stomped heavily on the ground. Boom tilde. The entire arena was vibrating non-stop, the ground cracked, and a shock wave formed on the ground, rushing towards Latias, and Latias, who was about to take off, was directly hit, making a miserable sound. Screaming, and then laying on the ground with his head tilted, his eyes rolled in circles. Latias lost consciousness, and the ice dragon wins. The referee came out and announced the result. Luokan smiled faintly when he saw Dakoto, who had lost his consciousness, back into the Pokeball. He was really full of curiosity now, what kind of calculations the other party was playing. Ellipsis. Chapter 189. Luokan has already won 4 games in a row. Seeing that Luokan once again chopped down the legendary elf, there were violent cheers on the scene, and the sound roared through the sky. Contains the name of the dust. In the special seat, Wu Neng looked at Luo Chen with a haunted look, and when he heard that before him and Luo Chen, he couldn't beat Dakoto, who had the legendary elf. When he remembered that scene, his face became panicked, and now this scene here is like a slap on his face. This is not only a win, but a clean and neat 4-game winning streak. These two are evildoers. Wu Neng is speechless, and evildoers can't be dismissed with common sense. Not to mention Wu Neng, even the person in charge of the quartz competition shot by the Quantung League is a little worried now. He was full of confidence before. When the game is over, he will find Luo Chen. He will definitely be able to convince him. He will definitely join an alliance. But as the game went on, he saw that the legendary elf in the hands of these two people was just like Chinese cabbage. Almost every scene was when the two legendary elf faced off. Now he has no confidence in his heart. With the legendary elf, he is very worried about what he will use to persuade the other party to join the alliance. The same is true of some clansmen. Before, They wanted to promise each other a favor after the game and then let him join their clan, but now, ever since they saw Luokan and Dakdo take out the legendary elf one after another, their faces were all black, and they completely rejected the idea of recruiting them. Looking at the joke in recruiting, with the strength of the other two people, they can directly destroy their own family. What can I use to recruit the other party? However, generally people who have this kind of thinking are weaker families. As for some powerful families, they look at Luokan and Dakatuo with a slightly obscure light, and they don't know what they are thinking. Of course, Luokan and Dakado didn't know what was going on in these people's hearts at this time, because the fifth game was about to start. Does the dust player need to replace the elf? Need. Luokan took back the ice giant dragon. Please choose to play the Pokemon. The two threw the Pokeball again, 2 white lights flashed, and the Pokemon they saved and played appeared on the field. A bird elf with a whole yellow body and its feathers stiffened like lightning appeared in the air, with thunder and lightning beating between the feathers. The elf that Dakdo chose to play this time was the lightning bird. And the one that Luokan chose to fight was the fighting elf, Liolu. The game starts tilde. The referee waved the flag in his hand. Liolu, the 8th door Dunjia, open the door, close the door, live the door, and hurt the door. There is no unnecessary nonsense. Luokan directly asked Liolu to open the 8th door Dunjia to the injury door. Green energy overflowed from the surface of its body and rose into the sky, and even Liolu's hair also rose into the sky. The green energy bulged. Liolu stepped on the ground, a small whirlwind swirled around it, the ground collapsed, the bluestone cracked and inserted upside down, Liolu's figure disappeared directly. With a swish, he came directly under the lightning bird in an instant. Then it bent its feet, the strength of the footsteps exploded, the ground slumped downwards, it rose directly into the sky, came to the back of the lightning bird, and smashed its back with a punch. Lightning bird didn't have time to react at all, and was immediately punched by Liolu and flew into the air. After one punch, Liolu reappeared and landed on the ground. All of this happened in just 1 second. When people came back to their senses, the lightning bird had been knocked out and flew towards the ground. Fall away. Looking at Liolu, who was filled with green energy, everyone was horrified. This was another powerful self-created trick. The speed and power of Liolu had skyrocketed several times. This self-created skill was simply terrifying. Looking at the lightning bird that was about to fall to the ground, he said again. Teleportation, Metal Claw. With a bang, Liolu's figure disappeared again, and there was an incomparably strong wind on his claws, and he slapped the lightning bird fiercely. However, the lightning bird was already prepared, and hurriedly flapped its wings and flew. 100,000 volts. A backhand thunder and lightning slammed towards Liolu. Liolu kicked his feet, twisted his body, and ducked. The two elves were fighting with each other one after another, but when the lightning bird could release water, the lightning bird couldn't hold it any longer, and was hit by a wave of missiles from Liolu, and fell to the ground from the air. Turn in circles. Lightning bird, lose consciousness, Liolu wins. The referee announced that Luo Chen had won the 5th game. The scene was boiling, and there was one more game left to win the quartz competition, and this is too incredible. Dakdo, who owns the legendary elf, was actually defeated by the legendary elf for 5 games in a row, which is simply appalling. It's unbelievable. Immediately afterwards, the 6th small game started soon. Luokan took back Liolu. Please choose to play the Pokemon. Dakdo threw a Pokeball. A bird elf with blue body and glittering ice crystals appeared. Looking at this elf, Luokan was a little speechless. This Dakdo really gathered all the god birds of the 3 god bird family. That's right, his last little elf is just as famous as the lightning bird and the flame bird. Freeze the bird. XXX. The audience's eyes are already numb at this time. All the 6 elves of Dakdo are really divine beasts. Luokan also threw out an elf. A black elf with a black fluffy skirt appeared on the field. It was Shinado. Soon, the game begins. Freeze the bird, freeze the light. A white beam of light shot towards Shinado in an instant. Teleport. Shinado ducked, and the freezing light fell on the field, instantly freezing the entire competition field. Shinado, Shadow Ball. The black energy surged on Shinado's body, and a black ball of light the size of a volleyball was condensed in his hand and smashed towards the frozen bird. Boulder. A giant ice cube collided with the shadow ball, causing a huge explosion. Magic Leaf. Absolute Zero. Teleport. Diaresis the bird strikes. Shinado and Frozen Bird were fighting back and forth, and the battle was intense. Xanaduo, Mega Evolution. Luokan said in a deep voice, and then the spiritual power of the two exploded directly and connected to each other. White light erupted from Shinado's body, instantly entering the evolution mode of bondage with Luokan. The two elves fought together again, and Shinado quickly gained the upper hand, and finally beat the Frozen Bird completely. This Frozen Bird is at the peak of the championship, and although Shinado is also around the champion's strength, after the Mega Evolution, its level has briefly entered the Sand level Divine Beast. Whereas the champion's Frozen Bird the opponent of the Sand level Mythical Beast Shinado. Soon, rumbling. An incomparably huge explosion flame exploded in the air, and the Frozen Bird fell directly, hitting the ground heavily, with a circle in his eyes. He had already lost consciousness, and he didn't want the previous Latias and Latios. This Frozen Bird it really lost consciousness. Ellipsis. Seeing this, the clown ran out at an unknown time and replaced the referee. He took a deep breath, and then shouted out with all his strength. The Frozen Bird lost consciousness, all the 6 elves in dock were defeated, and they won this round. The winner of the quartz contest is, Falling Nord's Dust. Boom. The scene immediately exploded, and roaring cheers sounded. Under this huge sound, the ground of the entire quartz venue trembled slightly, the atmosphere was boiling, and the roar broke through the sky. Everyone was shouting Luokan's name. Luokan ignored the lively atmosphere at the scene, but turned to look at Dakuto. At this time, as the loser of the game, there was no trace of disappointment on Dakuto's face. At this time, he was standing in the same place, with his eyes closed as if he was feeling what. All of a sudden, his eyes snapped open, and the light flashed in his eyes. Come. Luo Chen knew what he said through his lips. He was stunned for a moment. Here. What is coming? Just when he was stunned. Boom. Bang. A huge explosion resounded between the sky and the earth, and the huge explosion covered the cheers of the quartz venue, and everyone's ears hummed like a thorn in the huge explosion. Song. The sound of this explosion became the eternal sound of heaven and earth in this instant. Ellipsis. 3000 word chapters tilde. Chapter 190. After the explosion, the ground was shaking continuously, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Everyone could not even stand up. The last second was overwhelming and the cheers of excitement had become overwhelming. Terrified screams were deafening, everyone staggered and couldn't even stand, and the audience was in a mess. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen stabilized his body in the shock, and said to Shinado, Xanaduo, please take Lily and the others next. Shinado nodded, and his mental power was released from his body, covering the auditorium. Soon it felt the breath of Lily and the others, and it used teleportation to disappear in place. After a second, it took Lily with him. Xiaoji, Xiaosha, Xiaogang and the others reappeared in front of Luokan. The earthquake was still going on, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Under the incomparable shaking, the walls of the entire quartz arena were cracked, and large pieces of rubble fell. The earthquake lasted for about half a minute before it stopped. At this time, everything almost fell to the ground in a mess, and the scene was full of panic. A lot of people bumped into it during the vibration just now, and suffered a lot of injuries. Are you all right? Luo Chen looked at Lily and the others beside him. It's okay, what the hell happened? Luo Chen shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. But at this moment, bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was an incessant sound of explosions in the distance. Luokan looked up at the sky. There was gunpowder smoke rising in the distance, Luokan's eyes froze. That direction was Quartz City. In the special seat, the person in charge sent by the Alliance stood up from the ground with a face full of anger. There was still blood on his forehead. It was because of the sudden shock just now that his forehead hit the corner of the table. Beep 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 tilde. The communicator in his pocket rang. He put his hand on his forehead, took out the communicator and saw the incoming call information. He directly connected the call and roared at the other end of the phone. What happened? But then, his pupils shrunk sharply to a point, and he screamed in disbelief, "What? Quartz City has been invaded." His voice was a bit loud, and the 8 beside him, the owner of the gymnasium, and some other high-ranking members of the Alliance, are also a little unbelievable. It looks like they have heard that Quartz City has been invaded. What kind of international players are there? You must know that Quartz City is the base camp of the Kanto Alliance. Who would dare to invade? Are you impatient to live? You must know that behind the Kanto Alliance is the largest organization in the world, the Spirit Alliance. The high-level officer sent by the Kanto Alliance to be in charge of the Quartz Conference asked another question. After learning that Quartz City had really been invaded, his eyes were horrified. Who is the intruder? I haven't figured it out yet. The magistrate Mingya has already rushed to Quartz City with his subordinates. Hearing the voice from the other end of the communicator, he was furious again. Rice bucket, are you all rice buckets? The enemies have all hit the house, and you haven't figured out who the other party is. He was roaring at the other end of the communicator. Check it out for me. Then send me to Quartz City, arrange for the citizens to evacuate, notify the 4 heavenly kings to come back for me, and give me the madmen who will dare to invade Quartz City. Catch me all. After hanging up the communicator, the leader of the Alliance turned to face the 8 gymnasium masters. Go, accompany me back to Fang Quartz City and assist the Mingya law enforcer. As for you, just stay here to appease the audience, he said to the other people in the Alliance. Yes. Just when they were about to release the flying elves and rush back to Quartz City, the sky that was so clear suddenly dimmed, and it was dark. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the sky. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and their eyes widened. I saw that in the sky with thousands of miles of dark clouds, a behemoth slowly emerged from the air, floating above the Quartz Arena Gymnasium, exuding a metallic icy color. It was a huge spaceship, like a steel fortress, with a surface on it. Loaded with many cylindrical objects with very large diameters, the head of the Alliance on the ground, and the head of the gymnasium are numb. There is a hole in these cylinders. This is nothing else, it is the gun barrel. With such a large diameter gun barrel, its power is beyond imagination. Luokan was stunned when he looked at the giant spaceship above the sky. How could he feel that the spaceship looked a bit like the Galaxy Core Cadre that was destroyed by it before, and the spaceship that Hunter J was riding in? It's just that the spaceship in front of him is several times larger than that one, and it's like an air fortress. Who are you? Dare to invade Quartz City? You are impatient. Do you know that you are provoking the entire Alliance? Beep beep tilde. At this time, Luokan's communicator also rang. He took out the communicator, and when he saw the incoming call, he was stunned. It was Sharona. Get on the phone, Hyerna, why? Before Luo Chen's words were finished, Sharona's hurried voice came over. You have to be careful, be prepared. Akagi from the Galaxy Group has taken people to Kanto. He is going to invade the Kanto Alliance and rescue Hunters J and San officer. Sharona's tone was very solemn. They are now dispatched with the entire army, and this Galaxy Group is too cunning. For more than a month, they have been sending people to destroy various cities in the Shanao region to attract our pay attention, use the golden cicada to escape from the shell, and when we come back to our senses, we have found that all the high-level leaders of the Galaxy Group have disappeared in the Shanao area, and they have received news that they are going to attack the Kanto Alliance headquarters and rescue the Hunters J and 3 cadres, and... At the end of the speech, Sharona's voice was also strange. And they want to recapture one of the 3 sacred mushrooms captured by the Kanto Alliance. Anam, you should be participating in the quartz competition on the quartz plateau now. You have to be careful. Well, it's best to finish the final today. leave the quartz plateau immediately, and wait and see what happens. Luokan looked up at the spaceship fortress in the sky, and his eyes flashed. Is it really the spaceship of the Galaxy Group? After hearing the last, Luokan couldn't help laughing. Moomin is here. After slowing down, he said to Sharona on the other end of the phone, they have already come and have launched an attack on this quartz city. Sharona on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped breathing, and then hurriedly said, I'll go back to Kanto now. After speaking, she hurriedly hung up the phone. Ellipsis. In the sky, on the plywood of the spaceship fortress, a middle-aged man walked out. He had gray-blue hair and a face as thin as a knife. He was the leader of the Galaxy Group, Akagi. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. With his hands down, he looked down at the entire quartz venue, looked at the leader of the alliance on the ground, and said expressionlessly, I remember that you should be the third in command of the Kwantung League, isn't it, Carney? The defense of your Kwantung League might not be too weak, right? We invaded without a single obstacle. It is indeed the largest organization in the world. It's just inflated enough. You think that no one in this world would dare to invade the alliance, so just don't defend it. Carney's gloomy face is very ugly. This is indeed what he said. They do think that no one in this world dares to invade the alliance, but they just didn't expect that there are lunatics like Akagi in this world, and a cult-like terrorist organization like the Galaxy Group. Carney stared at Akagi intently. The Galaxy Group was a terrorist organization in the Shinao area. Naturally, he had already recognized who this person was in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, Silver, the leader of the River Group, Akagi. Akagi's eyes did not fluctuate as he looked at Carney and said, the three subordinates who let me go, my sister Hunter J, and also hand over the things you took from me. 0. Don't think about it. Carney stared at Akagi. Akagi's eyes narrowed, but then he laughed out loud. Why are you laughing? Akagi looked at Carney with a half smile, but his eyes were cold. Today should be the last day of your Kanto Quartz competition, right? Do you know why I chose today to invade your Kanto League? That's because all the contestants on this arena should be the absolute elites of the younger generation in your Kanto region, and many of the people in the audience are elite trainers from the Kanto region, right? And Quartz City is in Kanto. Economic and political center. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Then if I slaughtered all the contestants and spectators of this quartz competition, and then destroyed the entire Quartz City, guess what? And as far as I know, half of your Kwantung Alliance's high-level combat power isn't here right now. Carney and the gym owner heard this, their scalps numb and their eyes widened. They couldn't imagine what would happen if this scene happened, if all the contestants and spectators were slaughtered, Quartz City if it is destroyed. Then, the consequence is, the entire Kanto region will become half-crippled, and there will be terrifying faults in the younger generation. In 10 years, Kanto will not even think about recovering its vitality. Carney's eyes almost burst into flames. Although our Kanto alliance is the weakest of all regional alliances, it is a dream to slaughter all of us present with your Galaxy Group. The World Alliance headquarters will be here soon. Reinforcements have been sent, and the high-end combat power of the Kanto family is also rushing here. I advise you to surrender obediently. Even if half of our Kanto Alliance's combat power is not here, we can still support the World Alliance. With the arrival of new members, it is too easy to think that you want to destroy our Quartz City. Then, what if, plus us? At this moment, another voice came faintly, causing Luo Chen and everyone to be stunned. Ellipsis. 3,000-word chapters. Sichuan. Chapter 191. Everyone looked at it and saw that the voice came from the other end of the sky above the quartz venue, but what was suspicious was that it was clearly empty without a trace of human beings. The next second, in the empty sky, there was movement, and a silver-white spaceship appeared. This spaceship was not as big as the Milky Way, but it was also very extraordinary. The ship has a red R on its flanks. Looking at the R pattern, Carney and many gym owners' eyelids twitched, with a very ominous premonition. He prayed that the situation would not go in the worst direction. However, next, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked to the plywood of the spaceship. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom, and their faces were extremely gloomy. The situation was really going in a direction that he couldn't control. Carney stared at the middle-aged man in a suit, roaring. His face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Abruptly squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Sakagi. Sakagi lowered his eyelids, looked down at Carney. His expression was flat. Yo, it seems that we haven't seen you for a long time. You all almost forgot about our rockets. Now you still think we can't do anything about you. Now you can still support as the support to the Elf League coming. That's right, it was Team Rocket's boss, Sakagi, who appeared in front of them. They didn't expect that Team Rocket would actually get involved with the Galaxy group, and suddenly things became extremely difficult. Hurry up and hand me over my people and the things that were taken from me. Oh, yes, and the legendary Pokemon used by the two of them in the finals will also be handed over to me. I didn't expect you in the Kanto region. There are so many talents, both players actually have the legendary elf, and they are not one or two. Speaking of the back, Akaji's tone was also a little shocked. When they watched the game before, they were also stunned by Luo Chen, and Akito's game was shocked, because they were afraid that the two would get in their way, so they specially waited for the two to finish the game before starting. Hearing this, Carney's eyes lit up. Yes, there are Luokan and Dakituo, and his side may not have the power to resist. The strength of Luokan and Dakituo, through the battle just now, can be knowing that their strength is estimated to be almost the same as the champion. But soon his eyes dimmed. Luokan and Dakto had just experienced a fierce battle. Both of them had little stamina left, especially Dakto's. All 6 elves had been lost. After realizing his consciousness, there was not much fighting power left at all. Carney cursed in his heart. Damn Team Rocket and Galaxy Group. I'm afraid they plan to wait until Luo Chen and Doc Duobi finish the game. Hearing Chimu's words, Luokan frowned slightly. It turns out that Dakito was not with them. He turned his head and looked to the side. His eyes shrank. Dakito had disappeared without knowing when. Ellipsis. XXX. Because the quartz contest is still being broadcast live, this scene at this time was also broadcast live, now on every TV. At this time, every household in Kanto watched, and saw that the Kanto Alliance had been invaded, and everyone was horrified. Nashi Island. Boom. A terrifying killing intent shot up into the sky, splitting the thick clouds in the sky into 2 halves, and a deep ditch gully appeared in the middle. Chow Meng clenched his fists and stared at Sakagi standing on the silver spaceship, his eyes bursting with endless killing intent. It recognized Sakagi. This is the organization that created itself and delusionally controlled itself. Boss. I go out for a while. Chow Meng left a sentence and instantly turned into a white streamer and disappeared into the sky. Ellipsis. At the Quartz venue, the sound of explosions from Quartz City not far away came incessantly, disturbing everyone's minds. Are you dating or not? A dangerous light flashed in Akaji's eyes. Carney gritted his teeth. If he handed people over to them, wouldn't that mean that the Quantum Alliance had compromised with the evil forces? This is the first time that this kind of alliance compromises with evil forces. Once he compromises, the consequences will be very serious, and the reputation of the entire Kanto Alliance will plummet. But if he doesn't compromise, everyone present, including Quartz City, will be devastated. Now he is in a dilemma. No matter what the outcome is, he can't bear it, and he doesn't dare to call the shots. I'll give you the man, and I've brought it to you. At this time, a voice came from a distance, and a figure flew over riding a fire-breathing dragon, followed by a small transport aircraft. Seeing the person coming, Carney also breathed a sigh of relief. Minya and the small transport plane both fell to the ground. He opened the transport cabin, walked in and escorted many people in handcuffs out. It was the Galaxy group that had been captured earlier, and the leader was Hunter J and 3 people. Galaxy Corps officers. I have brought you people, Minya stood in front, pressing Hunter J and looked up at Akagi in the sky. His eyes were cold. Minya was not afraid that Hunter J and the others would pick up an attack, because all their elves still lost consciousness. Who am I talking about? It turns out to be the magistrate Minya. Akagi looked at Minya with his arms crossed. And what about me? What? Are you pretending to be stupid? Anam, hand it over to me. Anorm, one of the 3 legendary lake elves. Minya frowned. He looked at Akagi. We don't have Anam. Akagi half squinted his eyes. His eyes flickered with murderous light. I'll say it again, hand over Anam to me. Minya said in a deep voice. Akanam really isn't here with us. Nonsense. If the 2 people who attacked our spaceship at the beginning must be inextricably related to you, otherwise, why would we be in your hands? Hunter J looked at Minya and said. Those 2 have nothing to do with us. Akanam, hand it over to me. Seeing that Akagi had already determined that Anam was in his hands, Minya knew that it would be useless to explain it, so he said coldly, no. Then you are forcing me to slaughter, city. Akagi said lightly. Prepare the sand-level main gun. Target, Quartz City. On the spaceship of the fortress, a cannon barrel began to move. The muzzle was aimed at the distant Quartz City, and then a force of suction was formed. In just 2 seconds, a huge white beam traversed and blasted towards the Quartz City. You dare! Minya roared. Fire-breathing dragon destroys the death light. The fire-breathing dragon used the destruction beam, but in a hurry, it couldn't shake the huge white beam. Boom tilde. A small mushroom cloud exploded on the edge of Quartz City, with thick smoke billowing and fire blazing everywhere. I'll say it one last time, hand over Anorm, otherwise the next shot will not be on the edge of Quartz City, but in the center of the city. I said no. Are you dead? Minya looked at him stubbornly, and then released a little elf. This little elf was a combination of a sword and a shield. It was the sword monster with a strong shield. He pulled it out and placed it in front of Hunter J's neck. Carney had 8 other gym owners who knew that they couldn't be good anymore, and they released their little elves very seriously. Grass, isn't it Team Rocket and the Galaxy Corps? There are so many of us, why are we afraid of them? The elf level is above the elite, level 40, and come with me. Seeing the Galaxy group that was aggressive and destroyed their homeland, the contestants and audience on the scene were filled with righteous indignation. Aroused bloody, one by one, they stood behind Minya and 8 gym owners, and released their little elves. In an instant, white light flashed in the entire venue, and a dense number of elves appeared on the venue, which was very lively. Do we need to go? Xiaoji looked at Luo Chen and asked. Wait a minute. Luochen frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. It has been more than 2 months since Hunter J and the others were caught. The Galaxy Group and the Rocket Team must be fully prepared before they dare to invade the Quartz Alliance. The heads of the evil organizations in this region, Sakagi and Akagi, are not stupid, and they will definitely not invade the Kanto Alliance rashly. Sure enough, Akagi and Team Rocket didn't have the slightest fear when they saw the army of elves. Instead, there were interesting eyes in their eyes. The fish net is broken. Are you able to do it? Akagi chuckled lightly. Let you see what our Galaxy Group and Rocket Team have jointly developed. He said lightly, mind power, move instantly. At the top of the spaceship fortress, a signal tower suddenly stretched out, an incomparably obscure wave emanated from the signal tower, and an invisible energy directly enveloped Hunter J, the 3 cadres, and the rest of the Galaxy Group. Body. Hunter J and the others only felt a gravitational force coming from their bodies. They knew that it was Akagi's method, so they didn't resist. Shu tilde. Suddenly, Minya and the others didn't have time to react. Hunter J and the rest of the Galaxy Group disappeared and appeared on the spaceship fortress. Minya and the others were horrified that the other parties still used this method, but what made them even more horrified was yet to come. Diaresis, do you think the human sea tactic is useful for us? I saw Akagi said indifferently, manipulate. Tilde. Suddenly, an obscure energy emanated from the signal tower. This energy oscillated the air, forming ripples in the air and spreading to the entire quartz venue. Mingya's brows twitched, thinking of Chimu's words. Manipulation. He suddenly widened his eyes, turned his head and shouted to everyone behind him, "Hurry up and take all the elves back to the Pokeball." But it was obviously too late. This obscure and transparent ripple swept over the people and elves on the scene. Everyone was fine, but all the elves were stunned, their bodies seemed to be stiff, and then their eyes flashed red, exuding a fierce scarlet light. "Get out!" Mingya let out a low roar, and everyone knew that something was wrong with their elf, so they quickly followed Mingya and all retreated. Then, all of their elves moved and began to take their steps, walking to the bottom of the galaxy cluster spaceship one by one, guarding meticulously like a bodyguard. Everyone was horrified that their little elves were actually manipulated. "Come back, naughty egg." Someone took out the Pokeball, and an infrared-like red light radiated from the Pokeball, trying to take Naughty Egg back into the Pokeball, but when the red light hit Naughty Egg, the red light in Naughty Egg's eyes fluctuated for a while, and it was not caught. "Take it back into the Pokeball." How is this possible? Some people didn't give up. They also took out the Pokeball and wanted to put their Pokemon back into the Pokeball, but they didn't respond in the slightest. However, not all elves have been controlled. Only the elves below the peak of the elite level 55 Nords are controlled, and the elves above the peak of the elite and close to the quasi-king are not controlled, and some the superpower elves were also not controlled. However, this was the case, and the scene became very tricky. All the elves on his side became the helpers of the other party. Seeing the dense army of elves, Mingya's face was very ugly. Attack! Dong 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 dong. The controlled elf army is like a steel division, marching at the same pace, pressing away towards the crowd not far away. The ground is shaking, the scene is very spectacular. What to do? Looking at the army of elves, Carney held a Pokeball in his hand, and his forehead was covered in fine sweat. These were all elves from his side. Mingya gritted his teeth. "There is no other way. I can only say sorry to these elves. Don't kill them, and then find the opportunity to see if we can destroy the signal tower above." They all know that the Galaxy Group is following the elf army in front of them to oppress them and consume their own power. This is a Red Guago conspiracy, but even if it is a conspiracy, they have to jump into this pit. "Leave them all to me." Just when they were about to start, a voice came over. When Mingya and the others looked at it, the person who came was Luo Chen. "Do you have a solution?" "Yes, you can try it." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they pinned their hopes on Luochen. Luochen stepped forward earlier, seeing the locust-like elf army without a trace of panic. His expression was calm, then he took out something from his bag and threw it into the sky. Ellipsis. 2-in-1. Chapter 192. It was a fist-sized, very delicate golden bell. The golden bell was thrown into the sky, as if consciously, it floated autonomously, floating in the air, and then the entire golden bell burst out. Endless golden light, dazzling eyes. The golden Zhonglu was bathed in the golden light, and suddenly swelled in the wind. In an instant, it became a giant, a huge Hong Zhang Dalu, floating in the sky above the falling dust, very mysterious and extraordinary. Then, an incomparably crisp voice seemed to come from ancient times, and a white light flashed from the mouth of the bell. At the same time, on Nashi Island, which is not far from Junxin Town, watching the live broadcast of Super Ancient Fat Ding with many elves. At this time, his body was also covered with golden light, and finally the golden light burst, and Super Ancient Fat Ding directly disappeared from Nashi Island. At the quartz venue, the white light at the mouth of the bell disappeared, and then a huge elf appeared on the venue, just like a hill. This elf was pink and white, with big eyes, a round body, and a mysterious body. Dapples. Everyone was shocked. This was actually a fat man with an incomparably huge body. They didn't expect Luo Chen to have such a powerful fat man. The huge golden bell has hidden its golden light. It changed back to the size of a fist and landed in Luo Chen's hands again from the sky. Fat Ding twisted his body and came to Luochen's side, butting Tilda. Luokan looked at the super ancient Fat Ding, pointed to the army of elves in front of him, and said with a smile, "Fat Ding, they are all your audience, sing a song to them." Boating tilde boating tilde. Looking at the dense army of elves in front of him, Fat Ding's eyes brightened and he said, boating tilde, an excited voice. Then, it couldn't wait to twist its round body and stood on the high platform of the competition. Looking at the crowd of audience, Fat Ding didn't know where he took out a microphone. He took a deep breath, and then raised the microphone to his mouth, very soft, like a lullaby. Boom boom tilde boom tilde boom boom tilde boom tilde. The singing was clear and fluttering, and it spread far and far with force majeure energy. When Pang Ding was singing, Luo Chen asked Shinado to build a mental shield, wrapping himself, Lily, and Xiaoji and others, isolating the singing. Not good. Seeing that the huge Fat Ding started to sing, a transparent protective cover was also raised on the spaceship of Akagi and the version, which isolated the hypnotic singing of Fat Ding. The singing swept through the army of elves, and the footsteps of all the elves began to slow down little by little, and finally stopped completely, stunned in place. In Fat Ding's singing, the scarlet light in their eyes began to fade little by little, and their eyelids closed uncontrollably like 1,000 pounds of lead. These little elves swayed as if they were drunk, and the last one fell to the ground in pieces like cutting wheat. It took only 10 seconds or so. All lay on the ground, snoring. Not only the elves, but also the audience on the left and right, Mingya and 8 gym owners, all of them persisted for less than 5 seconds. They all lay on the ground and slept sweetly. People, as well as Team Rocket and Galaxy in the sky, and everyone else lay on the ground. Fat Ding's singing was still drifting not far away, and finally brushed across the Quartz Plateau and across the entire Quartz City. In Quartz City, gunpowder smoke filled the air. The Rockets and the Galaxy Group were wanton destruction of the city. Fat Ding's singing blew, everyone in Quartz City froze, and all the people in Quartz City fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the singing stopped, and Fat Ding saw that so many people were asleep, and his cheeks swollen. Shinado destroyed the live broadcast machine. Luokan ordered Shinado again. After all, he has some secrets that are not suitable to be released. The thought power surged in Shinado's eyes, all the live broadcast machines exploded into a ball of sparks, and all the live broadcast TV images turned into snowflakes. In the sky, Akagi and Sakagi frowned when they saw that their means had been dissolved. Sure enough, you are not simple. Sakagi looked at Luokan deeply. He had recognized Luokan from the beginning of the quartz competition. After all, Luokan left a deep impression on him. If it wasn't for him, Cheomung wouldn't have run away so easily. Award. Luo Chen was not afraid at all, looking directly at Sakagi and said lightly. Give me to blow up the Kanto Alliance headquarters, and find a nom for me. Yes. XXX. Akagi said to the subordinates behind him, and in an instant, several corps members flew out of the spaceship riding the elf. Then Chimu looked at Luokan again. Killing intent and madness flashed in his eyes. Little devil, then I'll see how you can resolve it. Suddenly, above the spaceship fortress, there was a main cannon aimed at the comatose people on the ground in the quartz venue. The main cannon formed a force of suction, and the inside of the cannon was extremely bright. Seeing such a scene, Luo Chen's eyes were icy cold. This Chimu is really a lunatic, he really wants to kill everyone present. Soon, the energy in the gun barrel was filled, and a huge beam of light blasted towards Luo Chen and them. Feeling the powerful energy of the beam, Luokan took out 2 things from his bag and threw them upwards again, and 2 incomparably huge elves appeared again. It was the super ancient Gengar and the super ancient Hooty. Fat Ding, destroy the death light. Gengar, shadow ball. Hooty, strange light. The skills of the 3 ultra-ancient elves merged with each other and turned into a 3-colored beam of light to greet them. Boom! The 2 beams of light collided in the air, causing a huge explosion. Wherever they collided, energy overflowed, lightning flashed, and a shock wave radiated in all directions. The wind swept through, and the scene was like a 10th-level typhoon. It took a long time for the scene to calm down, and the entire quartz venue had become a mess at this time. Then let me see how many guns you can withstand. Akaji's voice came again, and on the flanks of the spaceship fortress, there were 8 cannons aimed at Luo Chen and them, and one of them was a cannon barrel twice as large as the others. Buzzing tilde. At the same time, these 8 cannons formed a suction force, which reflected the entire sky brightly. Luo Chen's face was solemn, and he threw away all his the Pokeball, the white light flashed, the fire-breathing dragon, the nightmare god, the phoenix, Leoru, appeared beside him. Just when Luoken was about to start, there was a sudden movement in the sky, and I saw 2 silhouettes, one red and one blue, jumping fast, and they floated above the spaceship fortress. Then, a strange and incomparable light appeared in their eyes. Bang bang bang. The 8 cannon barrels on the spaceship fortress of the Galaxy Group all exploded into a ball of sparks. Latios and Latios. Sakagi and Akaji stared at the blue and red figures in the sky, and they were a little surprised. Didn't Latios and Latias lose consciousness during the finals? There seems to be something wrong with their strength. Before watching the game, they clearly only had the strength of the high-ranking king, but now, this power is definitely not the strength of the high-ranking king. Luo Chen was also slightly stunned. It was Latios and Latias of Dacto. He looked around, but he still didn't find Dacto's figure, and he didn't know where he went. In the sky, Latios and Latias uttered a cry, and the aura on their bodies soared fiercely. The aura of the second-level divine beasts did not retain the momentum at all, and exploded with a bang. The sky is trembling. The air is making an overwhelmed whine. All the clouds in the sky should not be shaken apart. There are no clouds in the sky. The 2 coercive forces merged into one and pressed towards everyone. Very terrifying and terrifying. Feeling this coercion, Akaji and Sakagi were shocked, especially Sakagi. He had felt the same coercion. When Cheomung was created, the coercion was very different from this time. The 2 were horrified and blurted out, "Second-level divine beast." At this time, Latios and Latias ejected an energy beam from their mouths and rushed towards the spaceship fortress. Protecting mask. A transparent film immediately appeared on the spaceship fortress, intercepting the energy beam. Boom. The energy beam hit the protective cover, and the entire protective cover was violently deformed, as if it would shatter at any time. But it was over. The protective cover finally blocked the energy beams of Latios and Latias. But at the same time, the entire energy shield also shattered. Seeing this scene, Akaji and Sakagi immediately felt extremely troublesome. Both Latias and Latios were actually second-level divine beasts. Suddenly, their eyelids jumped. The man named Dacto was hiding his strength. I feel like I'm being calculated. They are prudent by nature, and now they have given birth to the intention of retreat. Although they are not afraid of Latios and Latias, they also have the means to deal with them, but in the absence of interests, they do not want to be with the 2. The second-level divine beast died. Akaji touched a headset next to his ear, and said solemnly, "Have you found a nom?" "Boss, no. Bring me back some valuable information and materials in the Alliance. As for the ones that you can't take away, burn them all." After finishing the communication, Akaji touched his chin. Anam was not in the Kanto Alliance. Was he transferred? Could it be that he was transferred to the World Elf Alliance? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Countless thoughts flashed in Akaji's mind for a moment, and then he looked at the Mingya mythical beast on the ground who had fainted in the sound of Fat Ding's singing. Half squinting his eyes, Mingya is one of the law enforcement officers of the World Elf Alliance. The power is very large. When the new leader of the Elf Alliance is in the position of the top 10 law enforcement officers, they will become the right arm of the new leader, so they are very important to the Alliance. Chimu's eyes flickered slightly. He already had a plan in his heart. He didn't want to fight with 2 second-level divine beasts. There was no benefit to fight with 2 second-level divine beasts. It was simply a brain twitch. Since a norm is in the World Alliance, then they will kidnap Mingya, and then use Mingya's life to threaten the alliance to hand over a norm. As for a norm, they must get them no matter what. They have already collected 2 Sancho mushrooms, and they can collect all 3 Pokemon in the lake with a norm, and then summon the time God of God and God of Space. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He imperceptibly threw a Pokeball in his hand, and said in a low voice, "Bring Mingya to me." A little elf with a green body and a thorn-like green tail appeared. It was the Lizard King. Shoo tilde. The Lizard King jumped down instantly, and then took him to the spaceship. Because of the long distance, Luokan and the others were too late to rescue him. Despicable. Shameless. He actually did something to someone who fell asleep. Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoging were filled with righteous indignation and cursed at Chimu. Akaji glanced at them, then looked at Latios and Latias in the sky who were about to concentrate energy to attack. He said, "Let's go." The spaceship fortress that covered the sky began to move slowly, leaving the quartz venue. By the way, are you looking for it? At this moment, on the ground, Luo Chen's words came faintly. Akaji looked down suspiciously, and saw Luokan throwing out a elf ball. A white light flashed, and a blue elf appeared on his shoulder. The elf was very small, only about 30 centimeters in size. The whole body is blue and light blue, the whole head looks like a mushroom, the forehead is inlaid with rubies, and the back is 2 tails, the ends of which are also inlaid with small red gems. Akaji looked at the elf sitting on Luokan's shoulder, stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened suddenly, and then an indescribable excitement flashed in his heart. "With you. So Anam is here with you." He was very excited. In this way, the 3 elves in the lake have already gathered. He looked at Luokan, and his voice had a subtle vibrato. "Give me a norm." Luokan touched a norm who was sitting on his shoulder, squinted at Akaji, and chuckled, "If you have any seeds, get them yourself." Hearing this, Chimu looked at Luokan gloomily, with cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Then you are courting death." Luo Chen was not afraid at all, raised his head, raised his eyebrows and said, "You can come and try." Boom. At this moment, in the sky, the skills of Latias and Latios blasted down again. "Get out of the way." The entire huge spaceship fortress moved. Although it was incomparably huge, its speed was extremely fast, and it avoided it directly. But that's not the case. The airwaves caused by the skills of Latios and Latias hitting the ground also made the entire spaceship fortress tremble. After the spaceship fortress stabilized, Akaji looked at Luokan coldly. "The reason why you dare to speak to me so confidently is Latios and Latias. Do you really think I can't deal with them? Then I will break your hopes." Akaji said solemnly, "Activate the Vajra Orb and the White Jade Orb." As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and I saw an irregular diamond-shaped gemstone and a round transparent orb rushing out. Both beads were spinning quietly, emitting mysterious rays of light constantly. Then, above the signal tower, 2 red lights shot out, shining on the 2 orbs respectively. In vain, the light on these 2 orbs became hurried. Boom. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden drum-like muffled sound from the 2 orbs, as if the heart was beating, full of vitality. Roar. What followed were 2 ancient and powerful voices that seemed to come from a distant desolate ancient times. The whole world was extremely silent, everything was silent, and even some small insects hidden in the ground were dormant, daring not to make any noise. S anomaly. Ellipsis. This chapter is 4,600 words long, so I won't divide it into chapters, so you can read it more easily. Sichuan. Chapter 193. The White Jade Orb and the Vajra Orb were still beating vigorously. At this time, the whole world became extremely quiet, and there were only 2 orbs that sounded like a beating heart. Not long after, a looming and incomparably huge phantom appeared on each of the 2 orbs. Both phantoms were very dim and inaudible. Dong dong, dong dong. The 2 orbs were beating vigorously. The heart-like beating became more and more intense, the frequency fluctuated faster and faster, and the sound became louder and louder. In the end, under the beating sound, the whole world became silent and intertwined. The sound of 2 heartbeats became the only sound between heaven and earth. As the beating frequency of the 2 orbs accelerated, the huge phantoms on the 2 orbs also began to slowly solidify. The positions of the 2 orbs were just at the hearts of the 2 phantoms. Soon, the 2 phantoms completely solidified and turned into entities. The 2 figures whose bodies were like a small mountain fell from the air, stepped on the ground, and the ground trembled and trembled. Roar! The ancient and mysterious roar suddenly slammed into the air, and the sound waves burst. The space in front of one of the figures was covered with countless cracks, like a mirror that was about to shatter, while the space in front of the other figure remained unchanged. As if time stood still. One of these 2 elves is like a dinosaur, with a blue body, a metal-like body with light gray spiked metal strips, and several light blue stripes interspersed on the body, a hideous head, and 2 large long horns. There are square-shaped gray metal strips on both sides of the cheeks that have been derived from the cheeks to the end of its large horn. The metal part of its chest front is like its natural breastplate, and the center is inlaid with a cobalt blue 5-sided shaped diamond. The other elf is mainly white and gray, with purple stripes on its body, a ferocious head, a blade-like horizontal bar on the top of its head, erect legs, round shoulders, and a light orange inlaid in the middle. Round gemstones, very mysterious. This, what kind of elf is this? Xiao Gang felt the strong pressure on the 2 elf, and his voice trembled unconsciously. The nervous and hot-blooded idiot Xiaoji also widened his eyes and stared at the 2 elves in a daze. Luokan's eyes are solemn, his voice is low, and his face is extremely serious. God of time. Diaruka, God of space. Palkia ... Looking at these 2 little elves, Luokan's heart also stirred up waves. How could this be possible? How did the God of time Diaruka and the God of space Palkia be summoned? Don't you need 3 lake elves, diamond orbs, white jade orbs plus some other necessities to summon the gods of time and space from the dimension of the world they live in? That's right, the first-level divine beasts, the God of time and the God of space, who appeared beside Luokan, both live in other dimensional worlds and have absolutely no intersection with the real world. It is enough to summon them. It is said that when the power of these 2 elves is gathered, another world can be copied. However, when Luokan observed carefully, he found that Diaruka and Palkia were a little wrong. Their auras were a bit strange, not too strong, but too weak, not like the legends the God of time and space that destroys the world. He looked at Diaruka and said silently in his heart, System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Diaruka Phantom. Level 100, Level 2 Divine Beast Elementary. Attributes, Steel, Dragon. Qualification, None. Evaluation, the Phantom of the God of Time is transformed by the power of the Diamond Orb. The Diamond Orb is the exclusive prop of Diaruka. Hundreds of years ago, Diaruka and Palkia fought in a different dimension. The Vajra Orb disappeared in the war and was left in this world. Because the Diamond Orb has been carried by Diaruka for countless years, it contains its power, and the Galaxy Group inspired the power sealed in the Diamond Orb by Diaruka. Ellipsis. Then he looked at Palkia again. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Palkia Phantom. Level 100, Level 2 Divine Beast Elementary. Attributes, Water, Dragon. Qualification, None. Evaluation, the Phantom of the God of Space is transformed from the power of the White Jade Orb. The White Jade Orb is an exclusive prop of Diaruka. Once Palkia and Diaruka fought in a different dimension, the White Jade Orb was in the war. Disappeared, left in this world. Because the White Jade Orb has been carried by Palkia for countless years, it contains its power. Ellipsis. Is it the power of the Vajra Orb and the White Jade Orb? Luo Chen nodded. This is normal. He said that the God of Time and the God of Space could be summoned so easily. However, as expected of 2 first-level divine beasts, even Phantom has the power of entering second-level divine beasts. In the sky, when Latios and Latias saw them, their eyes were also solemn. XXX. Latios, please transfer all the people in the room to me. Latios and Latias nodded. A war is about to break out here. It is too dangerous for the sleepy people and elves to stay here. Their eyes flash with mysterious rays of light, and their mental power is not retained. All poured out, covering the sleeping crowd and the elf at the scene. The next second, their eyes flashed, and all the people and elves on the scene were transferred away by them, and they were transferred to an empty flat far away from the court's venue. Lily, Xiaoji, Xiaoging, Xiaosha, the four of you also go together. They nodded, and they also knew that their strength was too weak, and even staying here would not be of much help. Then, the eyes of Latios and Latias flickered again, and the four of them were also moved away. Akagi didn't stop them from leaving. His current goal is to have only Luokan alone, or perhaps only the Anam on Luokan's shoulder. Luokan is still very reassured about them. Lily has the sun god, and ordinary people are not opponents at all, and Xiaoji's skin god is not a weak person. When it erupts, gods and beasts dare to do it for you. Diaresis little brat, can Anam hand it over? Get it yourself. It seems that you won't die until the Yellow River. Do you think Latios and Latias can still protect you? Akagi glared. Give it to me. Roar. Diaruka and Palkia roared, and their bodies floated up in an instant, heading towards the two guardian gods of water. Two phantoms of red and blue greeted them. Boom. The incomparably fierce collision sound came, and the 4 second-level divine beasts collided, and the whole world trembled, making an overwhelmed whine. Because of the inability to let go of their hands and feet in the sky above the quartz venue, Nuo Dahao, the 4 elves moved the battlefield while fighting, and soon disappeared from Luo Chen's sight and went to a distance. In the distance, the 4 are fighting with their hands and feet. The energy of the sky in the distance is reckless. The energy of the 4 is fighting against each other. Sparks and thunder arcs are lacing, and the energy renders most of the sky in colorful colors like aurora. A spectacularly terrifying post. Quartz venue. Your elf had a battle with Dakdo just now, and he doesn't have much stamina left. I think who else can you rely on now? Akagi clasped his hands and looked at Luokan with cold eyes. Give it to me, take back Anam, and take his 3 legendary elves too. Yes. In an instant, an elevator cabin descended on the flank of the spaceship fortress, and a dense number of elves rushed out, rushing towards Luokan. Luo Chen's expression was calm, and he chuckled lightly. No physical strength. Naive. Ellipsis. The book, The Old Man of the City is a Policeman. Chapter 194. Looking at the many elves rushing over, Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he said directly, Leo Lu hurt the door. Leo Lu instantly opened the door of injury, and the green energy attached to his body. After that, Luokan said again, put Ring Bear, Phoenix, Kurama, and Darkrai for me. Leo Lu stomped on the ground, the figure disappeared, rushed up first, punched a small elf blocking the road, rushed directly into the enemy pile, opened and closed, with the instant body technique, no elf could touch its clothes horn. Roar. Luokan's other elves also roared excitedly, watching the densely packed elves rushing towards him without the slightest fear. On the contrary, they were extremely excited, and they all took big steps to meet them. The two sides soon fought together, and all of a sudden, the energy overflowed, and the colorful skills flew in the sky. Although the number of elves on the other side is very large, Luokan is outnumbered, but the scene is just the opposite, and the battle situation presents a one-sided form. Relying on his rough skin and thick flesh, Circle Bear directly rushed to the center of the enemy's elf, waving his huge claws, and swept away a bunch of elf in one sweep. The 9 tails are even more amazing. It didn't even move its feet once. The 9 tails behind it turned into 9 long whips and whizzed out, constantly waving. The dense whip phantoms filled the air and swept across every time. Kyonjin, like harvesting wheat, slapped a group of elves at once. Nightmare God Darkrai's eyes turned into vortex black holes, and every elf that looked at it would faint directly and be pulled into the nightmare space. The most spectacular is the battle of the flying elves in the sky. The phoenix, burning with a dreamy blue flame, keeps flickering in the air, and it walks among the many flying elves like a stroll. It reached the center of the many flying elves, and then it burst out with a chirping. In an instant, the blue flame on its body suddenly burst out, covering all the flying elves in an instant. A scream came from the blue flame, and in less than a second, all the flying elves fell from the air like a sieve, and none of them could resist the blow of the phoenix. In the blink of an eye the winner was decided. The battle in the air was over, and the battle on the ground also came to an end. The 9 tails twitched their tails, and the last standing elf was swept away. At this time, except for the dust elf, there is no more standing elf. There were densely packed corpses lying around them, all of them lost consciousness, and in just over a minute, the battle was all over. On the spaceship fortress, Akagi frowned as he watched this scene. He could not have imagined that after so many fights with Doc, the stamina of the dusty elf was still so abundant, and the ordinary elf was not their opponent at all. Thinking of this, Chimu said to Luokan, "Then let me be your opponent." After he finished speaking, he threw out several Pokeballs, and in an instant, several white lights flashed, and 5 Pokemon appeared on the ground. Luokan looked at the elf used by Akagi, squinting his eyes slightly. He was indeed the leader of the Galaxy group. This battle was a bit big. Bite the land shark fiercely. This lineup can be said to be unusually luxurious. The 5 elves are all quasi-god elves from different regions. Luokan also used his probing eyes to investigate, and the 5 quasi-god elves were all very strong, and their rank was at the top of the sky, the peak and the quasi-champion. Then, Akagi solemnly took out a Pokeball from his arms and threw it out. The white light flashed, and a purple, beetle-like robot appeared in front of Luokan. A cannon. Looking at this little elf falling into the dust, I was a little surprised. I didn't expect Chimu to have this little elf. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Genesect. Level 90, Sand Level Divine Beast. Attributes, Insect, Steel. Qualification, Sand Level Divine Beast. Evaluation, the super old elf that existed 300 million years ago has already been turned into a fossil. It was resurrected from the fossil and can be transformed into a disc shape at a speed like a god. Ellipsis. That's right, the elf that Akagi took out was the super ancient elf that existed as far back as 300 million years ago. Give it to me. Akagi waved his hand and said to the 5 quasi-god elves. You all find good opponents. Luo Chen said to his elf. Afterwards, the little elves who fell behind chose their opponents after communicating with each other. Riolu chose Bangira, who is known as the Tyrant of the Sand. A cross alloy wrapped in steel chosen by Kuo. The opponent chosen by the Nightmare God is the Fast Dragon. The Phoenix chose the Blood-Winged Dragon. The Circle Bear is a fierce bite land shark. They roared and greeted their chosen opponents respectively, and a fierce battle broke out in an instant. They each found the battlefield in different corners. The walls of the quartz venue collapsed in their confrontation. Then it's our turn now. Akagi looked at Luo Chendao with his arms in his arms. Shinado, come on. Genesect, Metal Claw. Genesect turned into a purple streamer in an instant and rushed towards Shinado, raising the giant metal claw in his hand and slapped the latter fiercely. Shinado, teleport. Lightning flash, metal claw. Akagi didn't get discouraged when he saw that he didn't succeed, and ordered again. Shu tilde. Genesect charged up again. Shinado as soon as it flashed out of the void, it had already rushed to the front of Shinado, and Shinado had no time to react. Shinado, guard. In a hurry, Shinado could only condense a transparent protective film around her body. Boom. The metal claws collided with the protective film. Since the protective film was formed in a hurry, it only slightly reduced the attack power of Genesect, and was immediately smashed by the metal claws. Slapped on Shinado, and immediately sent Shinado flying out. Sanadu, hold on. Shinado stabilized her figure in midair and landed firmly on the ground. After all, Genesect was a sand-class body. Just now, a metal claw was hit in the front, and Shinado suffered a lot of injuries. Healing fluctuations. A mass of green energy erupted from Shinedo's body, which healed the injury he suffered just now. Cross scissors. Akagi chased after the victory, and Genesect turned into a purple streamer and rushed over again. Shinedo, teleport. Although Shinedo used teleportation, Genesect's claws rubbed its cheeks. Shadow Ball. Mind Power. Magic Leaf. Strong Mind. Ellipsis. Then, Shinedo launched several skill attacks on Genesect, but was underestimated by the opponent with a ghostly speed. Luokan looked at Genesect and frowned, as expected of Genesect, who was dubbed God Speed. This speed is almost comparable to teleportation. The speed is really too fast. Attacks can't hit it at all, you have to see through its actions. Thinking of this, Luokan said directly to Shinedo, Xanaduo, Mega Evolution. The spiritual power of the two burst out, and Sana was suddenly enveloped in a white light. Then, Luokan's eyes instantly showed a wheel-shattering eye. His eyes condensed, and a steady stream of spiritual power rushed towards Shinedo fiercely. A blood moon. Then 3 black Guyu appeared on it, and this round of blood moon with 3 Guyu melted into the white light of evolution. Soon, the white light dissipated, and Shinedo's body reappeared. Its tightly closed eyes broke open. At the moment when it opened its eyes, a red light flashed in its eyes, and a pair of scorpions became very mysterious. There were 3 hooks, spinning faintly in its eyes. Suddenly turned into 3 Go Jade's writing wheel eyes. Ellipsis. Tell me about the timeline. In fact, Pokemon is the same as Conan, Crayon Shin-chan, and Doraemon. It can be said that there is no timeline. Pokemon started broadcasting in 1997, and today there are a total of 7. Our first book of Ash was 10 years old when he started traveling, and now 10 years have passed. The Pokemon has come to the 7th, and the region has also come to the Alola region, and Ash is still 10 years old, so Ash, in addition to the title of Silly Thing, there has always been a title of Super True Rookie. So in general, everything is in the year when Ash travels, and the timeline is almost non-existent. Chapter 195. This is the complete fetter evolution. After the feathers of Ash and the Koga Ninja in the original book evolve, the feature of Ash that appeared on the Koga Ninja was the hat on his head. As for the evolution of the bond between Luokan and Shineduo, the characteristic of Shineduo is Luokan's writing wheel eye. Although after the bond has evolved, Shineduo's writing wheel eye is not as powerful as Luo Chen's writing wheel eye, but that's enough. Genesect uses a slash attack. Akagi gave another order. Genesect's arms surged with energy, and he condensed an energy machete in each of his hands. Then he kicked his feet, the ground cracked, turned into a phantom, and raised the knife in his hand. The knife slashed towards Shinedo. Shinedo opened her scarlet eyes, and 3 black hook jades were spinning in them. How is it, Shinedo? Luokan's words resounded in Shinedo's heart. After entering the bond evolution, the two people's mental powers were connected to each other, and their minds were already connected. See clearly. Shinedo's words also echoed in Luokan's heart. In its eyes, the speed of Genesect, which was undetectable to the naked eye, was like a phantom before, and the speed suddenly slowed down, and the naked eye could clearly see it incredibly captured. Teleportation, Shadow Ball. XXX. At the moment when Genesect rushed over, Shinedo flashed over. Genesect's attack failed. The energy scimitar slashed on the ground, the energy penetrated into the ground and exploded, and the whole ground cracked open. Come on, it has been extended to the distance, and finally stopped after hitting a high wall. And Shinedo, who avoided the attack, appeared above it, with a black energy ball condensed in his hand. It grabbed the energy ball and pressed it hard towards Genesect's back. Boom! The power of the shadow ball exploded directly. Unpredictable, Genesect was slapped to the ground, knocking out a big hole on the ground, full of dense cracks. Akagi was a little unbelievable. How did the other party see through Genesect's actions? Is it a mistake? Genesect uses metal claws. Swoosh tilde. Genesect rushed up again in a flash, waving his claws and slapped Shinado hard. Shinado's face was calm, she turned around, and ducked away in an understatement. Gaia Sect's claws almost brushed the corner of Shinado's clothes. Continuous use of metal claws. Akagi still didn't give up. Genesect launched a fierce and stormy attack on Shinado, with dense claws and shadows, but let alone hitting Shinado, he didn't even touch the edge of the opponent's clothes. Shadow Ball. Shinado once again escaped the opponent's attack and came to its back. A shadow ball hit Genesect's back again. Genesect was directly hit and flew out, giving the wall to the side. It crashed and collapsed. Akagi's face was a little ugly, and it really wasn't a mistake. Since the other party could see through Genesect's actions, his thoughts quickly turned. Genesect lifts off. Genesect rushed out of the ruins, and a flame spewed out from his feet. It rose directly into the sky and came into the air. Continuously use the electromagnetic gun. A thunder arc suddenly flashed on the cannon behind it, and bright lightning was condensing at the cannon muzzle. Puff puff tilde. Then, several lightning balls shot out from the muzzle of the cannon and blasted towards Shinado. Get out of the way. Shoo tilde. Shinado flashed past with a lateral movement. Boom. Several thunderballs hit the ground, and a huge pit instantly appeared on the ground, and thunder and lightning flowed and lingered on the ground. Seeing that Shinado can see through the speed of Genesect, are you going to use a long-range attack to bombard it in the air tilde tilde? The corner of Luokan's mouth raised a trace of disdain. You better come down to me. The phoenix, the divine bird strikes. What? Akagi was shocked and looked around quickly. I saw in the sky not far away, a figure with blue flames flying over its body. Its momentum was amazing. The flames on its body were extremely terrifying. The air began to twist, and it could be felt from a long distance away. Share the strong to hot heat wave. It slammed into it directly, a huge force surged, and Genesect fell towards the ground like a meteor. Smoke billows, the ground shakes, and rubble shoots everywhere. Genesect is under the effect of inertia, constantly hitting the ground hard, and a long ditch gully emerges on the hard floor, which is very terrifying, and finally under the effect of inertia it rushed directly to another section of the quartz venue, knocked down the wall at one end, and then stopped. Genesect is an insect type, and fire type skills are simply a natural enemy for him. After being hit by the Phoenix's divine bird, he can't get up again and loses consciousness directly. When Akagi was startled, isn't this Phoenix fighting with his own blood-winged dragon? His eyes moved around, looking for the blood-winged dragon. Finally, he found the unconscious blood-winged dragon on the ground. His eyes narrowed, and the battle ended so quickly. With a scream, the battle between the other elves has also ended. Of course, the result is Akagi's elves have been wiped out. After Luokan's elf defeated his opponent, all came to Luokan's back. Akagi looked at the elf lying on the ground in horror. He still underestimated the little devil in front of him. He never imagined that the elf in his hands were so powerful. However, he was also a little annoyed. The leader of his dignified galaxy group was actually forced to do so by a fledgling kid. In the past, he could bring out his own background and teach this kid how to be a man, but now he takes Luo Chen in the slightest. There is no way. Because he came to the Kanto region with the help of Jin Chan's escape from the shell, and he didn't bring a lot of information and methods with him, otherwise he would be forced to do this by the kid in front of him. He really wanted a main cannon on the spaceship fortress to kill the kid in front of him, but Anam was on him. If he did, Akner would also be hurt, so Akagi could only suppress this thought. He moved towards Sakagi Dao, who had been watching the play for a long time, and said in a low voice, "Okay, stop watching the play, quickly bring back Anam, and then drag it down to the help of the World Elf Alliance, as well as the major families in Kanto. Coming soon." Sakagi smiled lightly. "I see, just after Cheomung, we have exhausted all our resources to create a genetic elf, then let me see how powerful it is. You Team Rocket still like to make your own elves as always. You obviously have the strength to directly capture the divine beasts, and you still spend so much effort to make them yourself. I really don't understand what you are thinking. Capturing divine beasts. How can there be such a sense of achievement in creating an elf that is no less than divine beasts, even surpassing divine beasts? Sakaji's dream has always been to create an elf that surpasses the divine beast. Okay, let it out. He clapped his hands. Suddenly, on the silver spaceship that Sakagi was riding, a bird elf appeared in the sky. Its feathers were colorful, and the feathers on its body were extremely sharp and fluffy, and each feather was like a sharp sword. But its wings are metal wings, and the sharp and slender beak is also made of metal. Completed. The aura of this little bird elf is very terrifying. The moment it appeared, the sky trembled. Sakagi, shouldn't this little elf of yours defect like Mewtwo again? No, this elf is not a pure life. It is half mechanical and half gene. Its core chip has been implanted with orders, and it will be loyal to me all its life. Huh. Feeling the aura of this elf, Luo Chen let out a light hum. Feathers are colorful. If I remember correctly, among all the elf with colorful feathers, it seems that the only one with colorful feathers is King Ho. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Ominous. Level, Secondary Divine Beast Primary. Attributes, Fire, Steel. Qualification, None. Comments. The non-living elf is a mechanical elf made with the genes extracted from the king's feathers and combined with artificial intelligence. Strictly speaking, it is a robot, not an elf. Ellipsis. A robot made with Hu genes and artificial intelligence. Team Rocket still likes to make elves as always. But is it a second-level divine beast? Feeling the pressure coming from the opponent, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Even if he was a second-level divine beast, he would not have the slightest fear. He took back the other elves, leaving only Shinado and Nine Tails. Then, he took out a pokeball from his bag and smiled. You haven't touched it for a long time, so let's have a good time today. After speaking, he threw the pokeball out of his hand. Roar. A white light flashed, and an excited dragon roar came out. A yellow elf appeared beside Luoken. It had a small black horn on the top of its head, and a pair of small fleshy wings behind it also had black mysterious lines, which was very noble and mysterious. This is the atavistic fast dragon that has not been in battle for a long time. In the sky. Looking at the fast dragon in Luoken, Sakagi frowned and didn't understand why he put away the other elves and released this fast dragon, because this fast dragon was not very powerful. But the next scene made their eyes widen as if they had seen a ghost. I saw, Luo Chen said lightly, Kurama. Juwei understood, and instantly turned into a red glow and jumped out, directly merging into Kuailong's body. Roar. Kuailong roared excitedly, his body kept rising and getting bigger, and soon it became like a hill, and then Gululu, red energy appeared on Kuailong's body. And this red energy kept going from it, overflowed from its pores and finally covered its entire body, as if it were wearing a red tulle. The red energy was still overflowing, rolling fiercely, and finally the remaining red energy rushed behind it. Stab tilde. A tail made of red energy condensed out from its tailbone. Then comes the second article. Article 3. Article 4. Ellipsis. Article 7. After the seventh line appeared, the red energy at the tail vertebra of the fast dragon was still surging, and the eighth tail began to condense, but when it was half condensed, because the red energy was not enough, the eighth tail that had not yet formed. It collapsed and poured into the other 7 tails, and the other 7 tails also became a little bigger with the naked eye. Looking at the size of this hill, the dragon like a demon god, Sakagi and Kai Nuo Dahao Wood were taken aback. As the head of a force, they also have their own intelligence organization, and they naturally know that the wharf city in Kanto is shocked. Destruction event. They didn't expect that the red fast dragon fighting against another huge fast dragon turned out to be the little elf post of the little devil in front of them. But, it's not over yet. I saw Luoken jumping onto Kuailong's palm, and Kuailong placed him on top of his head. Luoken landed on top of Kuailong's head. Red energy surged, his body was also covered with a chakra coat, and his pupils also turned into vertical pupils. Luokan stood on the top of Kuailong's head, dressed in style. His face was dignified, his eyes closed slightly and then suddenly opened. Sango Jade Writing Wheel eyes appeared in its eyes, and then his eyes condensed again. Sango Jade Writing Wheel eyes Zon. The 3-go jade in his eyes has become a pattern of windmill leaves. He took a deep breath, his eyes froze, mental energy poured into his eyes crazily, the world began to change, the clouds above his head cracked, the momentum on his body skyrocketed fiercely, and the red glow in his eyes was handed over to you. Suddenly, a strong wind suddenly blew between the sky and the earth. With the continuous influx of spiritual power, the kaleidoscope in his eyes was spinning frantically, and the heavy and incomparably loud voice rang out. Su. Sa. Nang. Ha. Ellipsis. 2 in 1. I won't go into chapters. Recently, the text has been written, and I have written a lot of scraps, so I will write them out. I didn't like it, so I deleted it again. The plots are all original. To be honest, it's not easy to write. Looking forward to your expressions when you know Dakoto's identity, you absolutely can't think of it. Chapter 196. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered, and Luokan's kaleidoscope writing wheel was spinning wildly, like the leaves of a windmill, and then an incomparably rich purple-gray energy rolled out from Luokan's body, directly spreading and covering the surface of Kuailong's body. The purple-gray energy rolled and condensed on the surface of the fast dragon, and then quickly took shape. A few seconds later, the purple-gray energy suddenly took shape, forming an incomparably huge purple-gray skeleton, which was extremely infiltrating, as if it was a ghost crawling out of hell. Then, the formed skeleton began to move. Kaka and Kuailong's body were fitted together, covering Kuailong's entire body. At first glance, it looked like Kuailong was wearing a skeleton armor tilde-like, very mysterious. And Luokan, standing on top of Kuailong's head, is also located between the eyebrows of the skeleton. After the fitting was completed, with a buzzing sound, an incomparably terrifying aura rose up from the skeleton, as if a terrifying existence had awakened. I saw a group of scarlet flames suddenly appear in the hollow eye sockets of the skeleton. The flames will still fluctuate slightly, making people feel numb. The purple-black skeletons and the dark red fast dragons make this scene very eerie and eerie. The fast dragons and the purple-gray skeletons are added together, and the aura on the fast dragons is soaring fiercely, and the continuous evil aura forms a wave. The purple-gray beam of light visible to the naked eye rose into the sky, like a sharp sword sticking straight into the sky. The heaven and the earth moved violently. It was obviously daytime, but the sun's rays suddenly dimmed, as if it had come to dusk. Looking at this strange purple-gray skeleton, Akagi and Sakaji's eyes widened, their scalps were numb and trembling, their throats twitched involuntarily, and a storm surged in their hearts. What exactly is this? Rao is that they are the leaders of the Galaxy Group and the Rocket Team who have seen countless big scenes. At this time, their hearts are trembling. This is simply subverting their common sense. This is simply an evil ghost from hell. But after all, they are the leaders of the two forces. After being shocked, they took a deep breath and forcibly calmed down their moods. They carefully looked at the fast dragon with the outer armor of the skeleton, and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Before, they were all frightened by the appearance of this skeleton, but after carefully looking at the fast dragon, they found that the momentum and level of the fast dragon were no different from their own genetic Phoenix King, and they should all be located at the beginning of the second-level Divine Beast. Order. Standing on the top of Kuailong's head, Luokan carefully felt the skeletons around him. He shook his head and frowned, a little dissatisfied. He whispered, "There is no flesh and blood meridians, only bones, just the first form of Susano." Huh. Susano has a primary form, a first form, a second form, a third form, a fourth form, and a complete body, and finally the celestial form. The primary form is to be able to transform into Susan's arms and ribs, and the first form is to transform into a skeleton, Susan, which is the Susano used by Luokan at this time. Luokan touched his eyes. Now his kaleidoscope writing wheel can only use the first form of Susa. Roar. Feeling its current strength, Kuailong grinned. It felt a steady stream of power pouring out of its body, and its whole body was filled with endless energy. Now it is stronger than ever before. Kuai-Long roared excitedly, and the sound formed invisible sound waves in the air, setting off a gust of wind, flying sand and stones, the ruins of the collapsed walls of the quartz venue, and countless stones the size of grinding discs were lifted up, very terrifying. Kuai-Long's eyes looked at Akagi and Sakagi, and at the same time as its eyeballs turned, the scarlet flames in the eye sockets of the purple-gray skeleton fluttered, as if looking at Akagi and Sakagi together with Kuai-Long. Sakagi and Akagi were stared at, but when they thought that the other party's level was almost the same as their own genetic Ho-Oh, there was no need to be afraid. "Chaofeng, give it to me," Sakagi said to the gene phoenix in the sky, and it named the genetic phoenix Chaofeng, which means to surpass the Phoenix King, which is similar to Cheomung. The reason why Cheomung is called Cheomung also means to surpass dream, so it is called Super Dream, which represents the ambition and expectation of Sakagi. Chaofeng let out a cry, and the sword-like feathers on his body exuded a colorful halo. It flapped its metal wings, and the colorful energy was unreserved. He stood up and faced off against the momentum of Kuai-Long, evenly matched. The entire sky was almost divided into 4 halves. The quarter near Chaofeng had turned into colorful colors, while the quarter near Kuai-Long was extremely dark. XXX. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. There are also 2 wonders in the sky in the distance. A red and blue energy occupies a quarter of the sky. This is the energy of Latios and Latias, and the other quarter of the sky is full of obscure energy, which is the god of time and the god of space. The battle between the 6 major and second-level divine beasts has divided the entire sky. Chaofeng screamed in the sky, flapped his wings, and the energy surged in front of him, and then a huge fireball condensed in front of him, extremely hot, and the golden red liquid flowed down from the surface of the fireball. Dripped from the air and fell to the ground, immediately corroding a deep pit on the ground, which is the magma formed by the flame condensed into the substance. This fireball made the sky extremely red, and it rendered the clouds in the sky flaming clouds, which was very splendid and spectacular. However, the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. The phenomena on the surface can render the sky like this. The energy contained in the fireball is simply devastating. Chaofeng let out another cry, and the fireball in front of it blasted towards Kuai-Long like a cannonball that escaped from the cannon. Looking at the whistling fireball, Luokan's eyes did not fluctuate at all. Tailed beast Jade. Kuai-Long let out a low roar, bent down slightly, and the 7 tails behind it suddenly rushed to its front. Each tail was parallel to its mouth, and it looked like a huge blood-colored flower. Then, the red energy on the fast dragon and the purple-black energy on the Suzuo skeleton suddenly poured out, and an unknown substance condensed in front of its mouth, condensing into a black sphere. And as the black unknown substance disappeared after stopping the injection, the black sphere kept expanding, and in the end it turned into an incomparably huge sphere, the size of which was almost the same as Chaofeng's fireball. Immediately afterwards, Suzuo's energy surged, forming a purple-gray bone armor on the surface, wrapping the entire tailed beast Jade. Roar! Kuai-Long let out a roar, and the tailed beast Jade in front of his mouth also shot out suddenly, heading towards the fireball. Sichuan. Chapter 197. The fireball and the tailed beast Jade roared towards each other, and there was a slight tremor in all the spaces. One was hot and dazzling, and the other was extremely dark. Before the 2 spheres collided, the airflow in the whole world had already changed, and the wind swept through. In the end, the 2 spheres collided suddenly in the air, and there was no earth-shattering sound. The scene in front of them was very strange, as if 2 balloons filled with water collided together. Just when everyone was wondering, the 2 spheres exploded suddenly. There was no violent sound, and there was no huge movement that shook the world, because the world became silent, and the whole world seemed to be deaf. The red energy and the black energy intersected each other, and then soared into the sky, forming a shock wave in the sky. At the moment when the shock wave floated up, the earth-shattering explosion finally came too late. Boom! The red energy and the black energy confronted again, and then it exploded. The fire was dazzling and dazzling. A huge black mushroom was pulled up from the flat ground and expanded into the universe, and then the polishing was replaced by two energies. The shock wave caused by it dashed away. The shock wave is centered on the mushroom cloud and spreads in all directions. Wherever it passes, the heaven and the earth are humming and shaking, setting off a hurricane, which blows the spaceships of Team Rocket and the galaxy cluster to the point of being overturned, 22 crunching. It kept ringing, and finally it took a lot of effort to stabilize the spacecraft. After a long time, the energy of the tailed beast Jade and the fireball slowly cancelled each other out, and the world slowly returned to peace. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the place where the two energy balls collided. Akagi and Sakaji's eyes shrank immediately. If I remember correctly, the two energy balls exploded over a mountain. And at this time, there is still a big mountain. It's empty, leaving only a huge pit. In their hearts, they were astonished. The attack of the two elves just now actually moved a mountain to the ground. When they thought that if this attack landed on their spaceship, Sakagi and Akagi were shocked, and quickly asked their subordinates to drive the spaceship farther away, so as not to be affected by the aftermath of the battle and affect the fish pond. There was no winner or loser in a single blow. Xiaofeng screamed, flames blazed all over his body, flapped his wings and attacked the Kuailongying again. It was using the divine bird slam. Looking at the sky piercing through the sky, Xiaofeng Kuailong's eyes also burst out with fighting intent. Dong dong dong. It strode toward Xiaofeng, and the tail of the seven-tailed beast behind it condensed into a stream and converged on Kuailong's own tail, and then it twisted its waist violently, and the dragon's tail burst towards Xiaofeng. Boom! The bird's slam and the dragon's tail collided with each other, colliding and rubbing out a large piece of Mars. Roar! In the end, Kuailong roared and gained the upper hand in this wrestling. The dragon tail threw Xiaofeng out, but Xiaofeng did not receive much damage. After all, the strengths of the two were similar. He stabilized his figure in the sky, and then charged towards Kuailong again. The two fought together again. The two elves were the existence of second-level divine beasts. No one could do anything about the other. It was difficult to tell the winner for a while and a half. No real harm was done to the opponent. Looking at the Battle of the Bladder Bureau, Luokan felt a little bored. He looked at the fortress spaceship of the Galaxy Group in the distance, and raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, Akagi said before that the three holy mushrooms are not only Anam. All gathered. Doesn't that mean that they already have three holy mushrooms, Yuxi and Emerado? Then he looked at the god of time and space that were transformed from the white jade orb and the Vajra orb in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he had a bold idea. Luokan stomped his feet. Kurama, use your energy to forge a me. Suddenly, the energy on Kuailong's body trembled, and a mass of red energy floated out, and then condensed into a vague human shape on top of Kuailong's head. It turned out that this was a mass of human figures condensed from red energy. Then Luo Chen whispered again. Shinado. Shinado uses teleportation to on top of the dragon. Go, take me down. Sa tilde. Shinado nodded, put his hand on his shoulder, and then used teleportation to come to the ground. Maybe because this is the Pokemon world, something happened to Shiranyan, and Luokan found that as long as he left, Susanoo would still be there. It will exist on the fast dragon, as long as he does not take the initiative to remove Susanoo. Falling to the ground, Luokan approached the spaceship of the galaxy cluster all the way, because the ground was densely packed with ruins, and these ruins became Luokan's natural shelter. During the battle with Xiaofeng, they didn't pay attention to the changes on the ground, and in their eyes, Luokan was still standing on top of Kuailong's head. Soon, Luo Chen quietly came under the spaceship of the galaxy cluster. Go, let's go up. Shinado took the dust to the corner of the tail deck of the spaceship fortress. The spaceship fortress of the galaxy cluster is very huge, about the size of a football field and a half. At this time, Akagi was standing at the head of the deck, and Luo Chen was at the tail of the spacecraft. The Galaxy group did not come to Kanto with all the staff, but only brought the core out. The defense of the entire spacecraft was very lax, and there was no one on the deck. The falling dust swaggered into the cabin from the deck. There are also some cameras in the cabin, but with Shinedo's superpower, these are not a big deal. Luokan walked all the way to the depths of the cabin. The cabin defense of the spaceship was also very lax, and there was no one to patrol. After all the elites from the Galaxy group were brought out by Chimu, and they would not come out to inspect the cabin by themselves. And in their opinion, no one will invade the cabin. Therefore, Luo Chen arrived at the core of the spaceship effortlessly. But even at the core, there are densely packed rooms. In which room are the other 2-3 holy mushrooms imprisoned? Luokan released a norm. A norm, can you feel the aura of Yuxi and Emerado? Hearing this, Anam closed his eyes, and the ruby on his forehead shone with a faint light, as if he was feeling something. After a few seconds, Mum Tilda. Anam opened his eyes, and there was joy in his voice. Is there? Anam nodded, then floated out, leading the way ahead. Luo Chen quickly followed, and they moved all the way to the bottom of the cabin, and soon came to the bottom layer of the cabin. Some guards began to appear in this layer. After all, this is the bottom of the cabin, and it is the most important part of the Galaxy group. A place. Who? At this time, someone found Luokan, and just as he was about to send a signal, Shinedo's red light flashed, instantly knocking him out. Anam continued to lead the way, and they kept advancing at the bottom of the cabin. During this period, several people found Luo Chen and them, but it was not a big deal, and they were all stunned by Shinedo. Soon, Anam stopped in front of the flashing metal door. Mum Tilda, Anam pointed to the metal door in front of him. Are Amrado and Yuki in there? Mum Tilda. Anam nodded. Looking at the closed metal gate, Luokan said to Shinedo, Xanaduo, open it. Shinedo's thoughts surged, but the metal door remained motionless. Sha Tilda, Shinedo shook his head. Can't open it. Luokan touched his chin, then threw a pokeball, and the nightmare god Darkrai appeared. Darklay, try to open it from the inside. The nightmare god nodded, and a cloud of smoke burst into the crack of the door. Not long after, with a click, the metal door opened. Luokan walked in. Ellipsis. There are about 2 chapters left before the plot ends. Chapter 198. Inside the metal door is a room full of science fiction. It is roughly estimated to be more than 100 square meters. This is a research room, and there are many metal instruments of different sizes. At this time, there are researchers in this research room who are busy with concentration, and they don't even know that someone has come in at the door. A large screen is inlaid on the wall of the research room, which is playing the battle scene of Kuailong and Chaofeng. A small screen is also connected beside the big screen. A normal-sized screen next to this screen has dense data on one side, and the 3D virtual model of Kuailong is also on the screen. How has it been detected? One of the researchers asked. It can't be detected. The red substance and the purple-gray skeleton on the fast dragon can't even be detected, let alone cracked. These 2 kinds of energy have never been recorded. Damn, what the hell is this? Even our most sophisticated instruments can't detect it. These 2 substances are simply unheard of. Listening to the conversation between them, Luo Chen laughed dumbly, just because they also wanted to decipher Susano and the tail beast's coat. It's still very early, let's first understand what is called chakra and what is called pupil power. Ellipsis. Who? At this time, someone finally found Luo Chen standing at the door. Everyone in the research room looked towards the gate. When they saw Luokan, their pupils shrank, and they had given Luokan to Luokan. Recognizing it, they turned their heads and looked at the big screen. Looking at the fast dragon on the screen, to be precise, looking at the top of the fast dragon's head, but when they saw that there was still a figure above the fast dragon's head, in their eyes, flashed unbelievable. Since he is here, then, Who is the person on top of Kuailong's head? But it doesn't matter who it is. The enemy has already invaded, and a researcher quickly raised his hand, and was about to shoot at a red button beside his hand. That was a siren. But how could Luokan give him this chance? Shinedo's mind power. When Shinedo's body surged, the man's body was imprisoned. No matter how much strength he used, his body couldn't move at all. A riot broke out, and others followed suit, wanting to rush over to press the siren. Darkrai. Luokan gave Nightmare God Darkrai a look, and the black mist on Darkrai's body swelled, his eyes emitting a mysterious light, and then, everyone in the laboratory only felt endless sleepiness, and their heads tilted. All lying on the ground, unconscious. Tilda. At this time, Anam made another excited sound. It urged towards Luo Chen, and then floated forward. Luokan quickly followed, and soon, they turned a corner and found two transparent, airtight glass containers on top of a large metal instrument, each holding an elf. The heads of these two elves are also no different from mushrooms. One of them is small and mainly gray, but the head is yellow like a mushroom. There is a red gem on the forehead, with two gray slender. The tail of the tail, like Anam, is also inlaid with these two small gems, which is just one of the three holy mushrooms, Yukish. XXX. The other one is mainly gray, with a pink head and a red gem on its forehead. It also has two gray slender tails, and the ends of the tails are also inlaid with small rubies. This is the same Sansheng mushroom, Amelido. At this time, they were imprisoned in a glass container. This glass instrument should have a suppressing effect on the three holy mushrooms. At this time, Ukexi and Amrido were paralyzed in the glass container, and they were all weak and lethargic. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Seeing the movement outside, Yuk raised his eyelids. When he saw Anam floating in front of Luo Chen, his eyes lit up and he called out to the latter. Anam was also very excited to see Yuxi, but when he saw that the other party was being held in a glass container, he tugged at Luokan's sleeve, then pointed to the glass container and made an anxious sound of, "Mum." "Okay, I know, let's save them." "Yuxi, Emrido, stand farther away." Luokan released Liu Lu, and Liu Lu raised his fist and smashed it on the glass container. With a click, a crack appeared on the glass container. Then Liu Lu punched again. With a bang, the glass container shattered and opened. "Come." The moment the glass instrument shattered, Yuxi regained his spirits, floated up in an instant, and came to a norm, and the two elves made cheerful voices for their reunion after a long absence. Then Liu Lu did the same and opened all the glass containers of Emrido. Looking at the three elves of different colors, Luo Chen nodded. In this way, all the legendary three holy mushrooms have been collected. Done. Okay, let's stop talking. This is the enemy's base camp. We should almost withdraw. Please come to the Pokeball first. With a norm around, Yuxi and Emrido were very relieved about Luo Chen, and they automatically got into the Pokeball in Luo Chen's hand. Luokan put away the Pokeball, and just as it was about to search to see if there was anything left in the research room, there was another movement at the gate. Give it over. Sichuan. Chapter 199. Luokan turned his head to look, a little stunned. He didn't expect the person who came. It was Dakto, who had been missing for a long time. When Dakto appeared, he happened to see the scene where Luo Chen put the three holy mushrooms into the Pokeball. He glared at Luokan with a bit of anger on his face. "Give them to me." "Sure enough, your purpose is the three holy mushrooms." Luo Chen looked at him with half-squinted eyes. This duck has hidden his strength for so long, and it really is the three saint mushrooms for the sake of it. "Hurry up and hand it over." Dakto didn't answer, but repeated what he said before, raising the volume a lot. "What if I say no?" Luo Chen raised his brows. Flaming bird, the big 917 characters explode. Hearing this, Daktuo's eyes flashed with malice. He stopped talking nonsense and threw an elf ball. The flame bird appeared, the flame on his body skyrocketed, and a huge flame, big, condensed in front of him, moving towards the dust. Rushed over. Shinado, shadow ball. Sa tilde. Shinado called out softly, forming a black ball of light between his hands, and then he pushed with both hands. Boom. The shadow ball and the big character explosion met together, and exploded with a bang. The entire spaceship fortress was shaking. The power of the explosion was amazing. Opened a big hole and put the head on top. Several layers of cabins have been penetrated, and you can see the blue sky. At the same time, under the sound of the explosion, the entire spacecraft remembered the harsh alarm sound, and everyone on the spacecraft began to act. Looking at the smoke-filled cabin, Akagi, who was standing on the deck, was also taken aback. What happened? Hearing the sound of countless footsteps coming, Luo Chen smiled lightly. If he was discovered, then he should go too. Let's go, fire-breathing dragon. He released the fire-breathing dragon and rode on it, and the fire-breathing dragon spread its wings and flew out of the big hole above his head. Seeing this, Dakuo roared, "Where to go?" He jumped on the back of the flame bird and quickly chased after him. The two chased after each other from the big hole in the cabin, and flew out with a bang. When Chimu saw the two elves flying out of his spaceship cabin, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what was going on, but when he saw the people riding on the two elves, his eyes shrank for a moment. When did a person sneak into his own spaceship? Then, with a horrified expression, "Not good. Yuxi and Emrado." Thinking of this, he quickly touched the headset on his ear. Quickly go to the vault lab and see Yukish and Emrado. Soon, he got the news, and he was furious and furious. The 2-3 holy mushrooms that he had worked so hard to capture were stolen under his own eyes. Roaring, "Follow me all, I have to chase Yukeksi and Emrado back to me." However, just when Akagi was about to chase, suddenly, the atmosphere of the whole world changed suddenly. The air became extremely dignified, and a huge coercion rose out of thin air between heaven and earth. In the distance, a terrifying aura came from far away, and a voice galloped quickly from a distance, so fast that it collided with the air to produce flames. The space was distorting, and it passed by. The air was overwhelmed with whimpering. Its extremely fast speed squeezed the air, and the sky and the earth suddenly set off a gust of wind. Feeling this unprecedented pressure, Akagi and Sakagi were in awe. As the figure kept approaching the quartz venue, its aura was also rising steadily. In the end, the aura of the 6th-second level divine beasts was suppressed by it alone, and at the same time as it kept approaching, it also exudes an extremely terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura almost condensed into substance, making people feel cold all over, and the hairs explode. In the sky, Dakutuo and Luokan, who were chasing each other, felt the breath of a fairy and a devil, and Dakutuo was extremely horrified. However, compared to the horrified Dakutuo, Luo Chen raised his brows and showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. As the figure kept approaching, its specific appearance also appeared in front of everyone. It was a human-shaped elf with a combination of pink and white. For some reason, Sakagi felt that this figure seemed a little familiar. Soon, the figure got a lot closer, and finally its full picture clearly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Sakagi suddenly gasped and screamed, "Super Dream!" Looking at Cheomung's incomparably scarlet eyes and its undisguised killing intent, Sakagi's heart shuddered. This Cheomung was aimed at him. "Let's go, let's run away!" Sakagi roared at Akagi in horror. This is Cheomung. The aura on its body may have entered the category of a first-level divine beast. Run away, hurry up, let's run away, he is coming for us. What? Akagi was horrified. He naturally knew what the first-level divine beast meant, knowing that the god of space and the god of time were first-level divine beasts, and his scalp was instantly numb. But the 3 holy mushrooms are still on that kid. Don't worry about the Sansheng mushroom. In front of the furious Cheomung, these 2 little devils will definitely be torn to pieces by Cheomung. When that time comes, just come back and retrieve the Sansheng mushroom on his corpse. Hurry up and leave. Akagi thought about it too. He no longer hesitated. The spaceship started slowly, and Akagi also called back the phantoms of the gods of time and space in the distance. Seeing this scene, Luokan chuckled lightly. Want to run? Did you ask me? Ellipsis. Chapter 200. Seeing Team Rocket and Galaxy Group who wanted to escape, Luo Chen certainly wouldn't let them get their wish. He took out a palm-sized double-ended golden cone and a black dumbbell from his bag with his backhand, and threw the two items into the sky. Hudi, Zhengui, intercept these two spaceships for me. The incomparably huge, mountain-like super-ancient Hudi and Gengar strode toward the Galaxy Group and Team Rocket's spaceships. The size of these two elves was smaller than Team Rocket's spaceship. They rushed up and stretched out their hands to block the two spaceships respectively. Seeing this scene, Sakagi and Akagi were shocked and angry, especially Sakagi, who hated Luokan completely. He roared at Luokan, "Get out of the way, that is Cheomung, in front of the furious Cheomung, we all gotta die." "Oh, we all have to die. Super dream, is it true?" Then Luo Chen turned his head and said behind him. Hearing this, Sakagi was shocked, raised his head in awe, looked behind Luo Chen, and then his eyes shrunk to a point, only to see a pink and white figure appeared behind Luo Chen. Elf, who is not Cheomung. They still underestimated Mewtwo's speed, or they underestimated the power of the first-level divine beast. Chao Meng did not speak, but stepped forward as if stepping on the ground, standing side by side with Luo Chen. "You came too slowly." Luokan pouted at Cheomung. Chao Meng said, "This is already the fastest speed." Looking at the two people who are very familiar with each other, Sakagi's heart is shocked. Mewtwo. How could he have such a good relationship with a human? After talking to the Gap, Cheomung turned his head and stared at Banmu. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all, and almost turned into reality. His eyes were as cold as 1,000 years of cold pools, and when he looked at it, he felt that his soul would be frozen. Feeling the endless killing intent on the other side, Sakagi felt chills all over his body. His teeth were trembling, he couldn't breathe, and he couldn't breathe in horror, as if someone was strangling his throat. Death, tilde. Without the slightest warning, Chao Meng's eyes flashed fiercely, and with a flick of his hand, an energy ball containing terrifying power smashed directly towards the spaceship where Sakagi was. "Do not." Sakagi was extremely frightened. "Open the protective cover." A transparent protective cover rose up from the spaceship. But it didn't have the slightest effect. This protective shield couldn't even resist the power of the energy ball leaking out, and it was broken through in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a group of bright fireworks burst into the sky, and the fire was soaring into the sky. On the side, Akagi from the Milky Way group gasped when he saw this. His eyes widened. Is this the ferocity of a first-level divine beast? He casually destroyed Team Rocket's spaceship with a single blow. Swoosh tilde. At this time, in the firelight, a figure jumped out. It was Sakagi. Sakagi jumped out on a bird elf. He had a transparent protective film around him to protect him, but it was so. He was also very embarrassed. Like a beggar, he flew to the spaceship of the Galaxy Group. Escape, quickly escape. Luokan was a little surprised. He really deserved to be the boss of Team Rocket, so he survived. On the Galaxy Group's spaceship, Akagi's scalp was also numb at this time. He didn't need to say that, he knew to escape. The phantoms of the God of Time and the God of Space also broke away from the battle at this time and rushed towards the spaceship of the Galaxy Group. Buzzing. The thrusters of the Galaxy Cluster spacecraft were running frantically, and the huge spacecraft flew out with a swish. But, it can't be faster than Mewtwo. Chao Meng's hand condensed in the air, and suddenly another energy ball smashed towards the spaceship of the Galaxy Cluster. Boom! The spacecraft of the Galaxy Cluster also followed in the footsteps of Team Rocket and exploded into a gorgeous fireworks. Shoo shoo tilde. Soon, another object jumped out of the fireworks. It was an extremely small escape pod like a shuttle. Sakagi, Akagi, and Akagi's younger sister, Hunter J, rode on it. Their faces were terrified and bloodless. The shuttle-like rescue capsule pierced through the sky at a very fast speed, and all of a sudden they came to Kai above the phantom of the god of time and god of space. They jumped from the shuttle escape pod to the top of the god of space. Akagi took off a necklace from his neck. There was a diamond-like crystal at the end of the necklace. Above the head of the god of space. Chimu's heart is also dripping blood. This transparent crystal in his hand is actually the skin that has shed from the god of space. The god of space will shed its skin every 1,000 years, like a golden cicada shedding its shell. Nuo de Jiao, this transparent crystal is the existence of condensing and purifying the skin that the god of space has peeled off. Using this crystal, the phantom of the god of space can temporarily possess all the power of the god of space. This crystal has always been his biggest backer, and he usually keeps it. He looked at the crystal in his hand, although he was extremely reluctant to part with it, but now there is nothing he can do. In the face of life threats, he can only use it. Soon, this crystal merged into the phantom of the god of space, and the aura of the god of space rose steadily, as if there was no end, and soon the aura on its body was almost the same as that of Mewtwo. Diaresis use space teleportation. Akagi said in a deep voice.